Canto 1 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Om123. Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. Canto 1 Rama's Lament. The princess stood by Pampa's side, which blooming lilies glorified. With troubled heart and sense overthrown, there Rama made his piteous moan. As the fair flood before him lay, the reason of the chief gave way, and tender thoughts within him woke, as to Sumitra's son he spoke. How lovely Pampa's waters show, where streams of lucid crystal flow! What glorious trees overhang the flood, which blooms of opening lotus stud! Look on the banks of Pampa, where thick groves extend divinely fair, and piles of trees like hills in size lift their proud summits to the skies. But thought of Bharat's pain and toil, and my dear spouse the giant's spoil, afflict my tortured heart and press my spirit down with heaviness. Still fair to me, though sunk in woe, bright Pampa and her forest show, where cool fresh waters charm the sight, and flowers of every hue are bright. The lotuses in close array their passing loveliness display, and pod and tiger, deer and snake, haunt every glade and dell and brake. Those grassy spots display the hue of topazes and sapphires blue, and gay with flowers of every dye, which richly broidered housings vie. What loads of bloom the high trees crown, or weigh the bending branches down, and creepers tipped with bud and flower each spray and loaded limb overpower. Now cool delicious breezes blow, and kindle love's voluptuous glow. One balmy sweetness fills the air, and fruit and flowers and trees are fair. Those waving woods that shine with bloom, each varied tint in tone assume. Like labouring clouds they pour their showers, in rain or ever-changing flowers. Behold those forest trees that stand high upon rock and table land, as the cool gales their branches bend, their floating blossoms downward send. See, Lakshman, how the breezes play with every floweret on the spray, and sport in merry guise with all the fallen blooms and those that fall. See, brother, where the merry breeze shakes the gay boughs of flowery trees. Disturbed amid their toil a throng of bees pursue him loud in song. The quails, mad with sweet delight, the bending trees to dance invite, and in its joy the wild wind sings, as from the mountain cave he springs. On speed the gales in rapid course, and bend the woods beneath their force, till every branch and spray they bind in many a tangled knot entwined. What balmy sweets those gales dispense, with cool and sacred influence! Fatigue and trouble vanish, such the magic of their gentle touch. Hark, when the gale the boughs has bent, in oaths of honey redolent, through all their quivering sprays the trees are vocal with the murmuring bees. The hills with towering summits rise, and with their beauty charm the eyes. Gay with the giant trees which bright with blossoms spring from every height, and as the soft wind gently sways the clustering blooms that load the sprays, the very trees break forth and sing with startled wild bees murmuring. Thine eyes to yonder acacias turn, whose glorious clusters glow and burn. Those trees in yellow robes behold, like giants decked with burnished gold. Ah me, Sumitra's son, the spring, dear to sweet birds who love and sing, wakes in my lonely breast the flame of sorrow as I mourn my dame. Love strikes me true with darts of fire, and wakes in vain the sweet desire. Hark, the loud koel swells his throat, and mocks me with his joyful note. I hear the happy wildcock call beside the shady waterfall. His cry of joy afflicts my breast, by love's absorbing might put jest. My darling, from our cottage heard, one morn in spring this shrill-toned bird, and called me in her joy to hear the happy cry that charmed her ear. See, birds of every varied voice around us in the woods rejoice. On creeper, shrub, and plant alight, or wing from tree to tree their flight. Each bird his kindly mate has found, and loud their notes of triumph sound, blending in sweetest music like the distant warblings of the shrike. See how the river banks are lined with birds of every hue and kind. Here in his joy the koel sings, there the glad wildcock flaps his wings. The blooms of brighter suckers where the song of wild bees fills the air, and the soft whisper of the boughs increase my longing for my spouse. The vernal flush of flower and spray will burn my very soul away. What use, what care have I for life, if I no more may see my wife? Soft speaker with the glorious hair, and eyes with silken lashes fair. Now is the time when all day long the koels fill the woods with song, and gardens bloom at spring's sweet touch, which my beloved loved so much. Ah me, Sumitra's son, the fire of sorrow sprung from soft desire, fanned by the charms the springtime shows, will burn my heart and end my woes. Whose sad eyes look on each fair tree, but my sweet love no more may see. Ah me, from hour to hour, love in my soul will wax in power, and spring, upon whose charms I gaze, whose breath the heat of toil allays, with thoughts of her for whom I strain, my hopeless eyes increase my pain. As fire in summer rages through the forests thick with dry bamboo, so will my fawn-eyed love consume my soul overwhelmed with thoughts of gloom. Behold, beneath each spreading tree, the peacocks dance in frantic glee, and steered by the gales that blow, their tails with jeweled windows glow. Each bird, in happy love elate, rejoices with his darling mate. But sights like these of joy and peace my pangs of hopeless love increase. See, on the mountain slope above, the peahound languishing with love. Behold her now in amorous dance, close to her consort side advance. He with a laugh of joy and pride displays his glittering pinions wide, and follows through the tangled dell the partner whom he loves so well. Ah, happy bird, no giant's hate has robbed him of his tender mate, and still beside his loved one he dances beneath the shade in glee. Ah, in this month, when flowers are fair, my widowed woe is hard to bear. See, gentle love a home may find in creatures of inferior kind. See how the peahen turns to meet her consort now with love-drawn feet. So, Lakshman, if my love's eyed dear the child of Janak still were here. She, by love's thrilling influence led, upon my breast would lay her head. These blooms I gathered from the bough, without my love, are useless now. 1,000 blossoms fair to see, with passing glory clothe each tree, that hangs its cluster-burdened head, now that the dewy months are fled. But, followed by the bees that ply their fragrant task, they fall and die. 1,000 birds in wild delight their rapture-breeding notes unite. Bird calls to bird in joyous strain, and turns my love to frangid pain. Oh, if beneath those alien skies there be a spring where Sita lies, I know my present love must be touched with like grief and mourn with me. But methinks that dreary clime knows not the touch of spring's sweet time. How could my black-eyed love sustain, without her lord, so dire a pain? Or if the sweet spring come to her, in distant lands a prisoner, how may his advent and her met, on every side with taunt and tread? Ah, if the springtide's languor came, with soft enchantment over my dame, my darling of the lotus eye, my gently speaking love would die. For well my spirit knows that she can never live bereft of me. With love that never wavered yet, my Sita's heart on me is set. Who with a soul that never can stray, with equal love her love repay? In vain, the soft wind brings sweet blossoms on his balmy wings. Delicious from his native snow, to me like fire he seems to glow. Oh, how I love the breeze like this, when darling Sita shared the bliss. But now in vain for me it blows, to fan the fury of my woes. That dark-winged bird that sought the skies, foretelling grief with warning cries, sits on the tree where birds are gay, and pours glad music from the spray. That rover of the fields of air will aid my love with friendly care, and me with gracious pity guide to my large-eyed Bidehant's side. Hark, Lakshman, how the woods around with love-inspiring chants resound, where birds in every bloom-crowned tree pour forth their amorous minstrelsy, as though an eager gallant wooed a gentle maid by love subdued, and amid of her flowers the bee darts at the wind-rocked Tila tree. Ashoka, brightest tree that grows, that lends a pang to lovers' woes, hangs out his gorgeous bloom in scorn, and mocks me as I weep forlorn. O Lakshman, turn thy eye and see its blossom-laden mango tree, like a young lover gaily dressed, whom fond desire forbids to rest. Look, son of Queen Sumitra true, the forest glades are varied here, where blooms are bright and grasses green, the kinners with their loves are seen. See, brother, see, where sweet and bright those crimson lilies charm the sight, and over the flood a radiance throw, fair as the morning's roseate glow. See, Pampa most divinely sweet, the swans and mallards' loved retreat, shows her glad waters bright and clear, where lotuses their heads uprear, from the pure wave and charm the view, with mingled tints of red and blue, each like the morning's early beams, reflected in the crystal gleams. And bees, on their sweet toil intent, weigh down each tender filament. There with gay lawns the wood recedes, there wildfowls sport amid the reeds, there roe deer stand upon the brink, the elephants descend to drink. The rippling waves which winds make fleet against the bending lilies beat, and opening bud and flower and stem gleam with the drops that hang on them. Life has no pleasure left for me, while my dear queen I may not see, who loved so well those blooms that vie with the full splendor of her eye. O tyrant love, who will not let my bosom for 1 hour forget the lost one whom I yearn to meet, whose words were ever kind and sweet. Ah, happily might my heart endure this hopeless love that knows not cure, if spring with all his trees in flower assailed me not with ruthless power. Each lovely scene, each sound and sight, wherein with her I found delight, has lost the charm so sweet of yore, and glads my widowed heart no more. On lotus buds I seem to gaze, or blooms that deck Palasha's praise. But to my tortured memory rise the glories of my darling's eyes. Cool breezes through the forest stray, gathering odors on their way, and reach with all the rifled scent of lotus flower and filament. Their touch upon my temples falls, and Sita's fragrant breath recalls. Now look, dear brother, on the right of Pampa towers a mountain height, where fairest cassia trees unfold the treasures of their burnished gold. Proud mountain king, his woody side with myriad oars is decked and dyed, and as the wind-swept blossoms fall, their fragrant dust is stained with all. To yon highlands thy glances turn, with pendant fire they flash and burn, where in their vernal glory blaze Palasha flowers on leafless praise. O Lakshman, look, on Pampa's side, what fair trees rise in blooming pride, what climbing plants above them show, or hang their flowery garlands low. See how the amorous creeper rings the wind-rocked trees to which she clings, as though a dame by love impelled, with clasping arms her lover held. Drunk with the varied scents that fill the balmy air from hill to hill, from grove to grove, from tree to tree, the joyous wind is wandering free. These gay trees wave their branches bent by blooms of honey redolent. There, slowly opening to the day, buds with dark lustre deck the spray. The wild bee rests a moment where each tempting flower is sweet and fair. Then, coloured by the pollen dyes, deep in some odorous blossom lies. Soon from his couch away he springs, to other trees his course he wings, and tastes the honeyed blooms that grow where Pampa's lucid waters flow. See, Lakshman, see, how thickly spread with blossoms from the trees overhead, that grass the weary traveller woes with couches of 1,000 hues, and beds on every height arrayed with red and yellow tints are laid. No longer winter chills the earth, 1,000 flowerets spring to birth, and trees in rivalry assume their vernal garb of bud and bloom. How fair they look, how bright and gay, with tasselled flowers on every spray, while each to each proud challenge flings, born in the song the wild bee sings. That mallard by the river edge has baited amid the reeds and sedge, now with his mate he fondly plays, and fires my bosom as I gaze. Mandakini is far renowned, no lovelier flood on earth is found, but all her fairest charms combined in this sweet stream enchant the mind. Oh, if my love were here to look, with me upon this lovely brook. Never for Ayodhya would I pine, or wish that Indra's lot were mine. If by my darling's side I strayed, over the soft turf which decks the glade, each grieving thought were sweetly stilled, each longing of my soul fulfilled. But now my love is far away, those trees which make the earth so gay, in all their varied beauty dressed, wake thoughts of anguish in my breast. That lotus-covered stream behold, whose waters run so fresh and cold, sweet reel, the wild fowl's loved resort, where curlews, swan, and divers sport, where with his concert plays the drake, and tall deer love their thirst to slake, while from each woody bank is heard the wild note of each happy bird. The music of that joyous choir fills all my soul with soft desire, and as I hear, my sad thoughts fly to Sita of the lotus eye, whom, lovely with her moon-bright cheek, in vain mine eager glances seek. Now turn, those checkered lawns survey, where hart and hind together stray. Ah, as they wander at their will, my troubled breast with grief they fill. While torn by hopeless love I sigh for Sita of the fawn-like eye. If in those glades where, touched by spring, gay birds their amorous ditties sing, mine own beloved I might see, then, brother, it were well with me. If by my side she wandered still, and this cool breeze that stirs the rill touched with its gentle breath the brows of mine own dear Bidehan's spouse. For Lakshman, oh, how blessed are those on whom the breath of Pampa blows, dispelling all their care and gloom with sweets from where the lilies blow. How can my gentle love remain alive amid their woe and pain, where prisoned far away she lies, my darling of the lotus eyes? How shall I dare her sire to greet, whose lips have never known deceit? How stand before the childless king, and meet his eager questioning? When banished by my sire's decree, in low estate she followed me, so pure, so true to every vow, where is my gentle darling now? How can I bear my widowed lot, and linger on where she is not, who followed when from home I fled, distracted, disinherited? My spirit sinks in hopeless pain, when my fond glances yearn in vain for that dear face with whose bright eye the worshipped lotus cause can vie. Ah, when, my brother, shall I hear that voice that rang so soft and clear, when sweetly smiling as she spoke, from her dear lips gay laughter broke? When worn with toil and love I strayed with Sita through the forest shade, no trace of grief was seen in her, my kind and thoughtful comforter. How shall my faltering tongue relate to Queen Kaushalya, Sita's fate? How answer when in wild despair she questions, where is Sita, where? Haste, brother, haste to Varathai, on whose fond love I still rely. My life can be no longer borne, since Sita from my side is torn. Thus, like a helpless mourner bent by sorrow, Rama made lament, and with wise counsel Lakshman tried to soothe his care, and thus replied: O best of men, thy grief oppose, nor sink beneath thy weight of woes, nor does despond the great and pure, and brave like thee, but still endure. Reflect what anguish wrings the heart, when loving souls are forced to part, and mindful of the coming pain, thy love within thy breast restrain. For art, though cold by wandering streams, lies scorched beneath the midday beams. Ravan his steps to hell may bend, or lower yet in flight descend. But be thou sure, O Raghu's son, avenging death he shall not shun. Rise, Rama, rise, the search begin, and track the giant foul with sin. Then shall the fiend, though far he fly, resign his prey or surely die. Here, though the trembling monster hide, with Sita close to Titi's side, even there, unless he yield the prize, slain by this wrathful hand, he dies. Thy heart with strength and courage stay, and cast this weakling mood away. Our fainting hopes in vain revive, unless with firm resolve we strive. The chill that fires the toiler's breast, mid earthly powers is first and best. Chill every check and bar defies, and wins at length the loftiest prize. In woe and danger, toil and care, chill never yields to weak despair. With chill's heart thy task begin, and thou once more thy spouse shalt win. Cast fruitless sorrow from thy soul, nor let this love thy heart control. Forget not all thy sacred law, but be thy noble self once more. He heard, his bosom rent by grief, the counsel of his brother chief, crushed in his heart the maddening pain, and rose, resolved and strong again. Then forth upon his journey went, the hero on his task intent, nor thought of Pampa's lovely brook, or trees which murmuring breezes shook. Though on dark woods his glances fell, on waterfall and cave and dell, and still by many a care distressed, the son of Raghu onward pressed. As some wild elephant elate moves through the woods in pride, so Lakshman with majestic gait strode by his brother's side. He for his lofty spirit famed, admonished and consoled, showed Raghu's son what duty claimed, and bade his heart be bold. Then as the brothers strode apace to Rishyamukha's height, the sovereign of the Bana race was troubled at the sight. As on the lofty hill he strayed, he saw the chiefs draw near, a while their glorious forms surveyed, and mused in restless fear. His slow majestic step he stayed, and gazed upon the pair, and all his spirit sank dismayed, by fear too great to bear. When in their glorious might the best of royal chiefs came nigh, the Banas in their wild unrest prepared to turn and fly. They sought their hermit's sacred home, for peace and bliss ordained, and there where Banas love to roam, a sure asylum gained. End of Canto 1. Cantos 2 and 3 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 2, Sugriva's Alarm. Sugriva, moved by wandering war, the high-souled sons of Raghu saw, in all their glorious arms arrayed, and grief upon his spirit weighed. To every quarter of the sky he turned in fear his anxious eye, and roving still from spot to spot, with troubled steps he rested not. He durst not, as he viewed the pair, resolve to stand and meet them there, and drooping cheer and quailing breast the terror of the chief confessed. While the great fear his bosom shook, brief counsel with his lords he took, each gain and danger closely scanned, what hope in flight, what power to stand. While doubt and fear his bosom rent, on Raghu's sons his eyes he bent, and with a spirit ill at ease addressed his lords in words like these. Those chiefs with wandering steps invade the shelter of our pathless shade, and hither come in fair disguise of hermit garb as Bali's spies. Each lord beheld with troubled heart those masters of the bowman's art, and left the mountain side to seek sure refuge on a loftier peak. The Banner chief in rapid flight found shelter on a towering height, and all the band with one accord were closely gathered round their lord. Their course the same, with desperate leap, each made his way from steep to steep, and speeding on in wild career, filled every height with sudden fear. Each heart was struck with mortal dread, as on their course the Banner sped, while trees that crowned the steep were bent, and crushed beneath them as they went. As in their eager flight they pressed for safety to each mountain crest, the wild confusion struck with fear tiger and cat and wandering deer. The lords who watched Sugriva's will were gathered on the royal hill, and all with reverent hands upraised upon their king and leader gazed. Sugriva feared some evil planned, some train prepared by Bali's hand, but, skilled in words that charm and teach, thus Hanuman began his speech. Dismiss, dismiss thine idle fear, nor dread the power of Bali here. For this is Malaya's glorious hill, where Bali's might can work no ill. I look around, but nowhere see the hated foe who made thee flee. Fell Bali, fierce in form and face, then fear not, Lord of Banner race. Alas, in thee I clearly find the weakness of the Banner kind, that loves from thought to range, fix no belief and welcome change. Mark well each hint and sign and scan, discreet and wise thine every plan. How may a king with sense denied the subjects of his captor guide? Hanuman, wise in hour of need, urged on the chief his prudent rede. His listening ear Sugriva bent, and spake in words more excellent. Where is the dauntless heart that free from terror's chilling touch can see two strangers warriors strong as those, equipped with swords and shafts and bows, with mighty arms and large full eyes, like glorious children of the skies? Bali, my foe, I ween, has sent these chiefs to aid his dark intent. Hence doubt and fear disturb me still, for thousands solve a monarch's will. In borrowed garb they come, and those who walk disguised are counted foes. With secret thoughts they watch their time, and wound fond hearts that fear no crime. My foe instead affairs is wise, and prudent kings have searching eyes. By other hands they strike the foe, by meaner tools the truth they know. Now to those stranger warriors turn, and less than king their purpose learn. Mark well the trick and look of each, observe his form and note his speech. With care their mood and temper sound, and, if their minds be friendly found, with courteous looks and words begin their confidence and love to win. Then as my friend and envoy speak, and question what strangers seek, ask why equipped with shaft and bow through this wild maze of wood they go. If they, O chief, at first appear pure of all guile, in heart sincere, detect in speech and look the sin and treachery that lurk within. He spoke, the wind-god's son obeyed, With ready chill he sought the shade, and reached with hasty steps the wood where Raghu's son and Lakshman stood. Canto 3. Hanuman's Speech. The envoy in his faithful breast pondered Sugriva's high behest. From Rishyamukha's peak he hied, and placed him by the prince's side. And Wingad's son with cautious art had laid his banner form apart, and wore, to cheat the stranger's eyes, a wandering mendicant's disguise. Before the hero's feet he bent, and did obeisance reverent, and spoke the glorious pair to praise, his words of truth in courteous phrase. High honour duly paid, the best of all the banner kind addressed, with free accord and gentle grace, those glories of their warrior race. O hermits, blessed in vows, who shine like royal saints or gods divine, O best of young ascetics, say how to this path you found your way, scaring the troops of wandering deer and sylvan things that harbour here, searching amid the trees that grow where Pampa's gentle waters flow, and landing from your brows a gleam of glory to the lovely stream. Who are you, say, so brave and fair, clad in the bark which hermits wear? I see you heave the frequent sigh, I see the deer before you fly, while you, for strength and valour dread, the earth like lordly lions tread, each bearing in his hand a bow, like Indra's own, to slay the foe. With the grand paces of a bull, so bright and young and beautiful, the mighty arms you raise appear like trunks which elephants uprear. And as you move, this mountain king is glorious with the light you bring. How have you reached, like gods in face, best lords of earth, this lonely place, with tresses coiled in hermit guise, and splendours of those lotus eyes, as gods who leave their heavenly sphere, alike your beauteous forms appear. The lords of day and night might thus stray from the skies to visit us. Heroic youth, so broad of chest, fair with the beauty of the blest, with lion shoulders tall and strong, like bulls who lead the lowing throng. Your arms, unmatched for grace and length, with massive clasps may vie in strength. Why do no gods those limbs adorn, where priceless gems were merely worn? Each noble youth is fit, I deem, to guard this art as Lord supreme, with all her woods and seas to reign, from Meru's peak to Bindar's chain. Your smooth bows decked with dyes and gold are glorious in their master's hold, and with the arms of Indra vie, which diamond splendours beautify. Your quivers glow with golden sheen, well stored with arrows flayed and keen, each gleaming like a fiery snake that joys the foeman's life to take. As serpents cast their sloughs away, and all their newborn sheen display, so flash your mighty swords inlaid with burning gold on hilt and blade. Why are you silent, heroes, why? My questions hear, nor deign reply. Sugriva, lord of virtuous mind, the foremost of the banner kind, an exile from his royal state, roams through the land disconsolate. I, Hanuman, of banner race, sent by the king, have sought this place, for he, the pious, just, and true, in friendly league would join with you. Know, godlike youths, that I am one of his chief lords, the Wingad's son. With course unchecked I roam at will, and now from Rishyamukha's hill, to please his heart, his hope to speed, I came disguised in beggar's weed. Thus Hanuman, well trained in lore of language, spoke, and said no more. The son of Raghu joyed to hear the envoy's speech and bright of cheer. He turned to Lakshman by his side, and thus in words of transport cried: The counsellor we now behold of King Sugriva righteous old. His face I long have yearned to see, and now his envoy comes to me. With sweetest words in courteous phrase, answer this mighty lord who slays his foeman by Sugriva sent, this banner chief most eloquent. For one whose words so sweetly flow, the whole Rigveda needs must know, and in his well-trained memory store the Yajus and the Samans lore. He must have bent his faithful ear all grammar's varied rules to hear. For his long speech how well he spoke, in all its length no rule he broke. In eye, on brow, in all his face, the keenest look no guile could trace. No change of hue, no pose of limb, gave sign that aught was false in him. Concise, unfaltering, sweet and clear, without a word to pain the ear. From chest to throat, nor high nor low, his accents came in measured flow. How well he spoke with perfect art, that wondrous speech that charmed the heart. With finest skill and order graced, in words that knew nor pause nor haste. That speech, with consonants that spring from the three seats of uttering, would charm the spirit of a foe, whose sword is raised for mortal blow. How may a ruler's plan succeed, who lacks such envoy good at need? How fail if one whose mind is taught with gifts so rare assist his lord? What plans can fail, with wisest speech, of envoy's lips to further each? Thus Rama spoke, and Lakshman taught in all the art that others taught. To King Sugriva's learned spy thus made his eloquent reply: Full well we know the gifts that grace Sugriva, lord of banner race, and he to turn our wandering feet, that we that high-souled king may meet. So now our pleasant task shall be to do the words he speaks by thee. His prudent speech the banner heard, and all his heart with joy was stirred, and hope that league with them would bring redress and triumph to his king. End of Cantos 2 and 3. Cantos 4 to 6 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 4, Lakshman's Reply. Cheered by the words that Rama spoke, joy in the banner's breast awoke, and, as his friendly mood he knew, his thoughts to King Sugriva flew. Again he mused, my high-souled lord shall rule to kingly state restored, since one so mighty comes to save, and freely gives the help we crave. Then joyous Hanuman, the best of all the banner kind, addressed these words to Rama, trained of yore in all the arts of speaker's lore. Why do your feet this forest tread, my sylvan life inhabited, this awful maze of tree and thorn, which Pampa's flowering groves adorn? He spoke, obedient to the eye of Rama. Lakshman made reply, the name and fortune to unfold of Raghu's son, the lofty souled. True to the law of fame unstained, the glorious Dasarath reigned, and, steadfast in his duty, long kept the four castes from scathe and wrong. Through his wide realm his will was done, and loved by all he hated none. Just to each creature great and small, Like the good sire, he cared for all. The Agnishtom, as priests advised, and various rites he solemnized, where ample largesse ever paid the Brahmins for their holy aid. Here Rama stands, his ayah by birth, whose name is glorious in the earth. Sure refuge he of all oppressed, most faithful to his sire's behest. He, Dasarath's eldest born, whom gifts above the rest adorn, lord of each high imperial sign, the glory of his kingly line, reft of his right, expelled from home, came forth with me the woods to roam. And Sita too, his faithful dame, forth with her virtuous husband came. Like the sweet light when day is done, still cleaving to her lord the sun. And me his sweet perfections drew, to follow as his servant true. Named Lakshman, brother of my lord, of grateful heart with knowledge stored. Most meet is he all bliss to share, who makes the good of all his care, while power and lordship cast away, in the wild wood he chose to stay. A giant came, his name unknown, and stole the princess left alone. Then did his son, who caused of yore the semblance of a Rakshas war, to King Sugriva bade us turn the robber's name and home to learn. For he, the Banner chief, would know the dwelling of our secret foe. Such words of hope spake to his son, and sought to heaven his deeds had won. Thou hast my tale, from first to last, thine ears have heard whatever has passed. Rama the mighty lord and I, for refuge to Sugriva fly. The prince whose arm bright glory gained over the whole earth as monarch reigned, and richest gifts to others gave, is come Sugriva's help to crave. Son of a king, the surest friend of virtue, him who loved to lend his succor to the suffering weak, is come Sugriva's aid to seek. Yes, Raghu's son, whose matchless hand protected all this sea-god land, the virtuous prince by holy guide, for refuge seeks Sugriva's side. His favour sent on great and small should ever save and prosper all. He now, to win Sugriva's grace, has sought his woodland dwelling place. Son of a king of glorious fame, who knows not Dasarath's name, from whom all princes of the earth received each honour due to ward. Heir of that best of earthly kings, Rama the prince, whose glory rings to realms below and earth and skies, for refuge to Sugriva flies. Nor should the Banner king refuse the boon for which the suppliant sues, but with his forest legion speed to save him in his utmost need. Sumitra's son, his eyes bedewed with piteous tears, thus sighed and sued. Then trained in all the arts that guide, the speaker Hanuman replied, Yea, lords like you of wisest heart, whom happy fate has hither brought, who vanquish ire and rule its sense, must of our Lord have audience. Reft of his kingdom, sad, forlorn, once Bali's hate, now Bali's scorn, defeated, severed from his powers, wandering under forest boughs. Child of the sun, our Lord and King, Sugriva will his succours bring, and all our Banner hosts combined will trace the dame you long to find. With gentle tone and winning grace, thus spake the chief of Banner race, and then to Raghu's son he cried, Come, haste we to Sugriva's side. He spoke, and for his words so sweet, good Lakshman paid all honour meet, then turned and cried to Raghu's son, Now deem thy task already done, because this chief of Banner kind, son of the god who rules the wind, declares Sugriva's self would be assisted in his need by thee. Bright glimpse of joy his cheek overspread, as each glad word of hope he said, and never will one so valiant deign to cheer our hearts with hope in vain. He spoke, and Hanuman the wise cast off his mendicant disguise, and took again his banner form, son of the god of wind and storm. High on his ample back in haste Raghu's heroic sons he placed, and turned with rapid steps to find the sovereign of the banner kind. Canto 5. The League. From Rishyamukha's rugged side to Malaya's hill the banner hied, and to his royal chieftain there announced the coming of the pair. See, here with Lakshman Rama stands, illustrious in 100 lands, whose valiant heart will never quail, although 1,000 foes assail. King Dasarath's son, the grace and glory of Ikshaku's race. Obedient to his father's will, he cleaves to sacred duties still. With rites of royal pomp and pride, his sire, the fire god, gratified. 100,000 kine he freed, and priests enriched with ample mead, and the broad land protected, famed, for truthful lips and passions tamed. Through woman's guile his son has made his dwelling in the forest shade, where he has lived with every sense subdued in hermit abstinence. Fierce Ravan stole his wife, and he is come a suppliant, Lord, to thee. Now let all honour due be paid to these great chiefs who seek thine aid. Thus spake the banner prince, and steered with friendly thoughts Sugriva heard. The light of joy his face overspread, and thus to Raghu's son he said, O Prince, in rules of duty trained, caring for all with love unfeigned, Hanuman's tongue has truly shown the virtues that are thine alone. My chiefest glory, gain, and bliss, O stranger prince, I reckon this, that Raghu's son will condescend to seek the banner for his friend. If thou my true ally wouldst be, accept the pledge I offer thee. This hand in sign of friendship take, and bind the bond we never will break. He spoke, and joy thrilled Rama's breast. Sugriva's hand he seized and pressed, and transport beaming from his eye held to his heart his new ally. In wanderer's weed disguised no more, his proper form Hanuman wore. Then wood with wood engendering came, 'neath his deft hands the kindled flame. Between the chiefs the fire he placed, with wreaths of flowers and worship graced, and round its blazing glory went the friends with slow steps reverent. Thus each to other pledged and bound, in solemn league new transport found, and bent upon his dear ally the gaze he never could satisfy. Friend of my soul art thou, we share each other's joy, each other's care. Thus in the bliss that thrilled his breast, Sugriva Raghu's son addressed. From a high sal a branch he tore, which many a leaf and blossom bore, and the fine twigs beneath them laid a seat for him and Rama made. Then Hanuman with joyous mind, son of the god who rules the wind, to Lakshman gave his seed to be the gay branch of a sandal tree. Then King Sugriva with his eyes still trembling with the sweet surprise of the great joy he could not hide, to Raghu's noblest scion cried, O Rama, racked with woe and fear, spurned by my foes, I wander here. Reft of my spouse, forlorn I dwell here in my forest citadel. All wild with terror and distress, roam through the distant wilderness. Vexed by my brother Bali long, my soul has borne the scathe and wrong. Do thou, whose virtues all revere, release me from my woe and fear. From dire distress thy friend to free is a high task and worthy thee. He spoke, and Raghu's son, who knew all sacred duties man should do. The friend of justice, void of guile, thus answered with a gentle smile. Great Banner, friends who seek my aid still find their trust with fruit repaid. Bali, thy foe, who stole away thy wife, this vengeful hand shall slay. These shafts with sun-like flash and bone, winged the feeders of the horn, each swift of light and sure and dread, with even knot and pointed head, fierce as the crashing firebolt sent by him who rules the firmament, shall reach thy wicked foe, and like infuriate serpents hiss and strike. Thou, Banner King, this day shalt see the foe who long has injured thee lie like a shattered mountain low, slain by the tempest of my bow. Thus Rama spake, and Sugriva heard, and mighty joy his bosom stirred, as does his champion he addressed. Now by thy favour, first and best of heroes, shall thy friend obtain his realm and darling wife again, recovered from the foe. Check thou mine elder brother's might, that never again his deadly spite may rob me of mine ancient right, or vex my soul with woe. The league was struck, a league to bring to Sita fiends and Banner King apportioned bliss and bale. Through her left eye quick throbbing shot glad signs the lady doubted not, that told their hopeful tale. The bright left eye of Bali felt an inauspicious throb that dealt a deadly blow that day. The fiery left eyes of the crew of demons felt the throb and knew the herald of dismay. Canto 6. The Tokens. With joy that sprang from hope restored, to Rama spake the Banner Lord. I know, by wise Hanuman taught, why thou the lonely wood hast sought, where with thy brother Lakshman thou hast sojourned, bound by hermit vow. Have heard how Sita, Janak's child, was stolen in the pathless wild, how by a roving Rakshas she, weeping, was reft from him and thee, how, bent on death, the giant slew the vulture king, her guardian true, and gave thy withered breast to know a solitary mourner's woe. But soon, dear prince, thy heart shall be from every trace of sorrow free, for I, thy darling, will restore, lost like the prize of holy law. Yea, though in heaven the lady dwell, or prisoned in the depths of hell, my friendly care her way shall track, and bring thy ransomed darling back. Let this my promise soothe thy care, nor doubt the words I truly swear. Saints, fiends, and dwellers of the skies shall find thy wife a bitter prize, like the rash child who rues too late the treacherous lure of poisoned Kate. No longer, prince, thy loss deplore, thy darling wife will I restore. It was she I saw, my heart infers, that shrinking form was doubtless hers, which giant Ravan, fierce and dread, bore swiftly through the clouds overhead, still wreathing in his strict embrace, like helpless queen of serpent race. And from her lips that sad voice came, shrieking thine own and Lakshman's name. High on a hill she saw me stand, with comrades twain on either hand. Her outer robe to earth she threw, and with it sent her anklets too. We saw the glittering tokens fall, we found them there and kept them all. These will I bring, perchance thine eyes the treasured spoils will recognize. He ceased, then Raghu's son replied to the glad tale, and eager cried, Bring them with all thy speed, delay no more, dear friend, but haste away. Thus Rama spoke, Sugriva hied within the mountain's cavern side. Impelled by love that steered each thought, the precious tokens quickly brought, and said to Raghu's son, "Behold, this garment and these rings of gold." In Rama's hand with friendly haste the jewels and the rope he placed. Then like the moon by mist assailed, the tear-dimmed eyes of Rama failed. That burst of war unmanned his frame, who was sprung from passion for his dame, and with his manly strength overthrown, he fell and cried, "Ah me, mine own!" Again close to his breast the ornaments and rope he pressed, while the quick pants that shook his frame, as from a furious serpent came. On his dear brother standing nigh, he turned at length his piteous eye, and, while his tears increasing ran, in bitter wail he thus began: "Look, brother, and behold once more the ornaments and the robe she wore, dropped while the giant bore away in cruel errors his struggling prey. Dropped in some quiet spot, I ween, where the young grass was soft and green, for still untouched by spot or stain, their former beauty all retain." He spoke with many a tear and sigh, and thus his brother made reply: "The bracelets thou hast fondly shown, and earrings, are to me unknown, but by long service taught I greet the anklets of our honoured feet." Then to Sugriva Rama best of Raghu's sons these words addressed: "Say to what quarter of the sky the cruel fiend was seen to fly, bearing afar my captured wife, my darling, dearer than my life. Speak, Banner King, that I may know where dwells the cause of all my woe, the fiend for whose transgression all the giants by this hand shall fall. He who the metal lady stole and kindled fury in my soul has sought his fate in senseless pride and opened death's dark portal wide. Then tell me, Banner Lord, I pray, the dwelling of my foe, and he beneath this hand today to Yama's halls shall go." End of Cantos 4, 5, and 6. Cantos 7 to 9 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 7. Rama Consoled. With longing love and woe oppressed, the Banner chief he thus addressed, and he, while sobs his utterance broke, raised up his reverent hands and spoke: "O Raghu's son, I cannot tell where now that cruel fiend may dwell. Declare his power and might, or trace the author of his caused race. Still trust the promise that I make, and let thy breast no longer ache. So will I toil, nor toil in vain, that thou thy consort mayst regain. So will I walk with might and skill, that joy anew thy heart shall feel. The valour of my soul display, and Ravan and his legions slay. Awake, awake, unmanned no more, recall the strength was thine of yore. Beseems not man like thee to wear a weak heart yielding to despair. Like troubles too mine eyes have seen, lamenting for a long-lost queen, but by despair unconquered yet, my strength of mind I never forget. Far more shouldst thou of lofty soul thy passion and thy tears control. When I of Banner's humbler strain weep not for her in ceaseless pain. Be firm, be patient, nor forget the bounds the brave of heart have set. In loss, in war, in strife, in fear, when the dark hour of death is near. Up, with thine own brave heart advise, not thus despond the firm and wise. But he who gives his childish heart to choose the coward's weakling part, sinks like a foundered vessel deep in waves of war that over him sweep. See, suppliant hand to hand I lay, and moved by faithful love I pray. Give way no more to grief and gloom, but all thy native strength resume. No joy on earth I ween have they, who yield their souls to sorrow's sway. Their glory fades in slow decline. It is not for thee to grieve and pine. I do but hint with friendly speech the wiser part I dare not teach. This better path, dear friend, pursue, and let not grief thy soul subdue. Sugriva thus with gentle art and sweet words soothed the mourner's heart, who brushed off with his mantle's hem tears from the eyes bedewed with them. Sugriva's words were not in vain, and Rama was himself again. Around the king his arms he threw, and thus began his speech anew. Whatever a friend most wise and true, who counsels for the best, should do, whatever his gentle part should be, has been performed, dear friend, by thee. Taught by thy counsel, O my lord, I feel my native strength restored. A friend like thee is hard to gain, most rare in time of grief and pain. Now strain thine utmost power to trace the Mytile lady's dwelling place, and aid me in my search to find fierce Ravan of the impious mind. Trust thou, in turn, thy loyal friend, and say what aid this arm can lend, to speed thy hopes as fostering rain quickens in earth the scattered grain. Deem not those words that seem to spring from pride are false, O banner king. None from these lips has ever heard, none ever shall hear one lying word. Again I promise and declare, yea, by my truth, dear friend, I swear. Then glad was King Sugriva's breast, and all his lords their joy confessed, steered by sure hope of Rama's aid, and promise which the prince had made. Canto 8. Rama's Promise. Doubt from Sugriva's heart had fled, and thus to Raghu's son he said, No bliss the gods of heaven deny, each views me with a favouring eye. When thou, whom all good gifts attend, hast sought me and become my friend, leagued friend, with thee in bold emprise, my arm might win the conquered skies. And shall our banded strength be weak to gain the realm which now I seek? A happy fate was mine above, my kith and kin and all I love, when near the witness fire I won thy friendship, Raghu's glorious son. Thou too in ripening time shalt see thy friend not all unworthy thee. What gifts I have shall thus be shown, not mine the tongue to make them known. Strong is the changeless bond that binds the friendly faith of noble minds. In war, in danger, firm and sure, their constancy and love endure. Gold, silver, jewels, rich and rare, they count as wealth for friends to share. Yea, be they rich or poor and low, blessed with all joys or sunk in woe, stained with each fault or pure or blame, their friends the nearest place may claim. For whom they live at friendship's call, their gold, their bliss, their homes and all. He spoke by generous impulse moved, and Raghu's son his speech approved, glancing at Lakshman by his side, like Indra in his beauty's pride. The banner monarch saw the pair of mighty brothers standing there, and turned his rapid eye to view the forest trees that near him grew. He saw, not far from where he stood, a sultry towering over the wood. Amid the thick leaves many a bee grazed the scant blossom of the tree, from whose dark shade a bough that bore a load of leafy twigs he tore, which on the grassy ground he laid, and seats for him and Rama made. Hanuman saw them sit. He sought a sultry's leafy bough and brought the burden with meek request, and treated Lakshman too to rest. There on the noble mountain's brow, strewn with the young leaves of the bough, sat Raghu's son in placid ease, calm as the sea when sleeps the breeze. Sugriva's heart with rapture swelled, and thus by eager love impelled, he spoke in gracious tone that oft, checked by his joy, was low and soft. I, by my brother's might oppressed, by ceaseless war and fear distressed, mourning my consort far away, on Rishyamukha's mountain stray, expelled by Bali's cruel hate, I wander here disconsolate. Do thou, to whom all sufferers flee, from his dread hand deliver me. He spoke, and Rama, just and brave, whose pious soul to virtue clave, smiled, as in conscious might he eyed the king of banners, and replied, Best fruit of friendship is the deed that helps the friend in hour of need, and this mine arm in that shall lay thy robber ere the close of day. For see, these feathered darts of mine, whose points so fiercely flash and shine, and shafts with golden emblem came from dark woods known by Skanda's name. Winged from the pinion of the horn, like Indra's bolts they strike and burn. With even knots and piercing head, each like a furious snake is sped. With these the day before thine eye shall like a shattered mountain lie, Bali, thy dread and wicked foe, overwhelmed in hideous overthrow. He spoke. Sugriva's bosom swelled with hope and joy unparalleled. Then his glad voice the banner raised, and thus the son of Raghu praised. Long have I pined in depth of grief. Thou art the hope of all, O chief. Now, Raghu's son, I hail thee friend, and bid thee to my woes attend. For by my truth I swear it, now, not life itself is dear as thou, since by the witness fire we met, and friendly hand in hand was set. Friend communes now with friend, and hence I tell with surest confidence what was that on my spirit way consumed me through the night and day. For sobs and sighs his cause could speak, and his sad voice came low and weak, as, while his eyes with tears overflowed, the burden of his soul he showed. Then by strong effort bravely made, the torrent of his tears he stayed, wiped his broad eyes, his grief subdued, and thus more calm his speech renewed. By Bali's conquering might oppressed, of power and kingship dispossessed, loaded with taunts of scorn and hate, I left my realm and royal state. He tore away my consort, she was dearer than my life to me, and many a friend to me and mine, in hopeless chains was doomed to pine. With wicked thoughts unsated still, me whom he wrongs he yearns to kill, and spies of banner race who tried to slay me by this hand have died. Moved by this constant doubt and fear, I saw thee, prince, and came not near. When woe and peril gather round, a foe in every form is found. Save Hanuman, O Raghu's son, and these, no friends is left me, none. Through their kind aid, a faithful band, who guard their lord from hostile hand, rest when their chieftain rests, and bend their steps wherever he lists to wend. Through them alone, in toil and pain, my wretched life I still sustain. Enough, for thou hast heard in brief the story of my pain and grief. His mighty strength all regions know, my brother, but my deadly foe. Ah, if the proud oppressor fell, his death would all my war dispel. Yea, on my cruel conqueror's fall, my joy depends, my life, my all. This were the end and sure relief, O Rama, of my tale of grief. Fair be his lot, or dark with woe, no comfort like a friend I know. Then Rama spoke, O friend, relate, whence sprang fraternal strife and hate, that duly taught by thee I may each foeman's strength and weakness weigh, and skilled in every chance restore the blissful state thou hadst before. For when I think of all the scorn and bitter woe thou long hast borne, my soul indignant swells with pain, like waters flushed with furious rain. Then, ere I string this banded bow, tell me the tale I long to know, ere from the cord my arrow fly, and low in death thy foemen lie. He spoke, Sugriva joyed to hear, nor less his lords were glad of cheer, and thus to Rama mighty souled, the cause that moved their strife he told. Canto 9. Sugriva's Story. My brother, known by Bali's name, had won by might a conqueror's fame. My father's eldest born was he, well honoured by his sire and me. My father died, and each shade's lord named Bali king with one accord, and he, by right of birth ordained, the sovereign of the Banas reigned. He in his royal place controlled the kingdom of our sires of old, and I all faithful service lent to aid my brother's government. The fiend Mayabi him of yore to Dundavi his mother bore, for woman's love in strife engaged, a deadly war with Bali waged. When sleep had chained each weary frame, to vast Kiskinda gates he came, and shouting through the shadows of night, challenged his foeman to the fight. My brother heard the furious shout, and wild with rage rushed madly out, though fain would I and each sad wife detain him from the deadly strife. He bound his demon foe to slay, and rushed impetuous to the fray. His weeping wives he thrust aside, and fought impelled by fury hide, while by my love and duty led, I followed where my brother sped. Mayavi looked, and at the sight fled from his foes in wild affright. The flying fiend we quickly viewed, and with swift feet his steps pursued. Then rose the moon, whose friendly ray cast light upon our headlong way. By the soft beams was dimly shown a mighty cave with grass overgrown. Within its depths he sprang, and we the demon's form no more might see. My brother's breast was all aglow with fury when he missed the foe, and turning thus to me he said, with senses all disquieted, Here by the cavern's mouth remain, keep ear and eye upon the strain, while I the dark recess explore, and deep my brand in foeman's gore. I heard his angry speech, and tried to turn him from his plan aside. He made me swear by both his feet, and sped within the dark retreat, while in the cave he stayed, and I watched at the mouth a year went by. For his return I looked in vain, and, moved by love, believed him slain. I mourned, by doubt and fear distressed, and greater horror seized my breast, when from the cavern rolled a flood, a corner stream of froth and blood, and from the depths a sound of fear, the roar of demons smote mine ear. But never rang my brother's shout, triumphant in the battle rout. I closed the cavern with a block, huge as a hill of shattered rock, gave offerings dear to Bali's shade, and sought Kiskinda, sore dismayed. Long time with anxious care I tried from Bali's lords his fate to hide, but they, when once the tale was known, placed me as king on Bali's throne. There for a while I justly reigned, and all with equal care ordained, when joyous from the demon slain, my brother Bali came again. He found me ruling in his stead, and fired with rage, his eyes grew red. He slew the lords who made me king, and spoke keen words to taunt and sting. The kingly rank and power I held, my brother's rage with ease had quelled, but still restrained by old respect, for claims abhorred the thought I checked. Thus having struck the demon down, came Bali to his royal town. With meek respect, with humble speech, his lofty heart I strove to reach. But all my arts were tried in vain, no gentle word his lips would deign. Though to the ground I bent and set his feet upon my coronet, still Bali in his rage and pride all signs of grace and love denied. End of Cantos 7, 8, and 9. Cantos 10 to 12 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Rolf T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 10, Sugriva's Story. I strove to soothe and lull to rest the fury of his troubled breast. "Well art thou come, dear Lord," I cried, "by whose strong arm thy foe has died. Forlorn I languished here, but now my saviour and defence art thou. Once more receive this regal shade, like the full moon in heaven displayed, and let the Charis thus restored wave glorious over the rightful Lord." I kept my watch, thy word obeyed, and by the cave a year I stayed. But when I saw that stream of blood rush from the cavern in a flood, my sad heart broken with dismay, and every wandering sense astray, I barred the entrance with a stone, a crack from some high mountain thrown, torn from the spot I watched in vain, and to Kishkinda came again. My deep distress and downcast mien by citizen and lord were seen. They made me king against my will. Forgive me if the deed was ill. True as I ever was I see my honoured king once more in thee. I only ruled a wild estate, when thou hadst left us desolate. This town with people, lords, and lands lay as a trust in guardian hands. And now, my gracious lord, accept the kingdom which thy servant kept. Forgive me, victor of the foe, nor let thy wrath against me glow. See, joining suppliant hands, I pray, and at thy feet my head I lay. Believe my words, against my will, the royal seat they made me fill. Unkinged they saw the city hence, they made me lord for her defence. But Bali, though I humbly sued, reviled me in his furious mood. "Out on thee, wretch!" in wrath he cried, with many a bitter taunt beside. He summoned every lord and all his subjects gathered at his call. Then forth his burning anger broke, and thus amid his friends he spoke. "I need not tell, for well ye know, how fierce Mayavi, fiend and foe, came to Kishkinda's gate by night, and dared me in his wrath to fight. I heard each word the demon said, forth from my royal hall I sped, and, foe in brother's guise concealed, Sugriva followed to the field. The mighty demon through the shade beheld me come with one to aid. Then shrinking from unequal fight, he turned his back in swiftest flight. From vengeful foes his life to save, he sought the refuge of a cave. Then when I saw the fiend had fled within that cavern dark and dread, thus to my brother cruel-eyed, impatient in my wrath, I cried, "I seek no more my royal town, till I have struck the demon down. Here by the cavern's mouth remain, until my hand the foe have slain." Upon his fate my heart relied,
and swift within the depths I hide. A year went by, in every spot I sought the fiend, but found him not. At length my foe I saw and slew, whom long I feared when lost to view, and all his kinsmen by his side beneath my vengeful fury died. The monster, as he reeled and fell, poured forth his blood with roar and yell, and filling all the cavern, dyed the portal with the crimson tide. Upon my foeman slain at last, one pitying look I cast. I sought again the light of day, the cave was closed and left no way. To the barred mouth I sadly came, and called aloud Sugriva's name. But all was still, no voice replied, the hope within my bosom died. With furious efforts, vain at first, through bars of rock my way I burst. Then free once more, the path that brought my feet in safety home I sought. It was thus Sugriva dared despise the claim of brothers' friendly ties. With cracks of rock he barred me in, and for himself the realm would win. Thus Bali spoke in words severe, and then unmoved by root of fear, left me a single robe and sent his brother forth in banishment. He cast me out with scathe and scorn, and from my sight my wife was torn. Now in great fear and ill at ease, I roam this land with woods and seas, or dwell on Rishamuka's hill, and sorrow for my consort steal. Thou hast the tale how first arose this bitter hate of brother foes. Such are the griefs 'neath which I pine, and all without a fault of mine. O swift to save in hour of fear, my prayer who dread this Bali, hear, with gracious love assistance deign, and mine oppressor's arm restrain. Then Raghu's son, the good and brave, with a gay laugh his answer gave. These shafts of mine which never can fail, before whose sheen the sun grows pale, winged by my fury, fleet and fierce, the wicked Bali's heart shall pierce. Here mark the words I speak, so long shall live that wretch who joys in wrong, until these angered eyes have seen the rover of thy darling queen. I, taught by equal suffering, know what waves of grief above thee flow. This hand thy captive wife shall free, and give thy kingdom back to thee. Sugriva joyed as Rama spoke, and valor in his breast awoke. His eye grew bright, his heart grew bold, and thus his wondrous tale he told. Canto 11. Dundavi. I doubt not, Prince, thy peerless might, armed with these shafts, so keen and bright, like all destroying fires of fate, the worlds could burn and devastate. But lend thou first thy mind and ear, of Bali's power and might to hear. How bold, how firm, in battle tried, is Bali's heart, and then decide. From east to west, from south to north, on restless errand hurrying forth, from farthest sea to sea he flies, before the sun has lit the skies. A mountain top he oft will seek, tear from its root a towering peak, hurl it aloft as it were a ball, and catch it ere to earth it fall. And many a tree that long has stood in health and vigour in the wood, his single arm to earth will throw, the marvels of his might to show. Shaped like a bull, a monster bore the name of Dundavi of yore. He matched in size, in mountain height, 1,000 elephants in might. By pride of wondrous gifts impelled, and strength he deemed unparalleled, to ocean, lord of stream and brook, athirst for ore, his way he took. He reached the king of rolling waves, whose gems are piled in sunless caves, and threw his challenge to the sea, "Come forth, O king, and fight with me." He spoke, and from his ocean bed the righteous monarch heaved his head, and gave, sedate, his calm reply to him whom fate impelled to die. Not mine the power, he cried, to cope with thee in battle tried. But listen to my voice and seek the warrior foe of whom I speak. The Lord of Hills, where hermits live, and love the home his forests give, whose child is Sankar's darling queen. The king of snows is he, I mean. Deep caves has he, and dark boughs shade the torrent and the wild cascade. From him expect the fierce delight which heroes feel in equal fight. He deemed that fear checked ocean's king, and like an arrow from the string, to the wild woods that clothed the side of Lord Himalaya's hills he hied. Then Dindavi with hideous roar huge fragments from the summit tore, vast as Aravat, white with snow, and hurled them to the plains below. Then like a white cloud soft, serene, the Lord of Mountains' form was seen. It sat upon a lofty crest, and thus the furious fiend addressed. Meseems thee not, O virtue's friend, my mountain tops to rive and rend, for I, the hermit's calm retreat, for deeds of war am all unmeet. The demon's eye with rage grew red, and thus in furious tone he said, If thou from fear or sloth decline to match thy strength in war with mine, where shall I find a champion, say, to meet me burning for the fray? He spoke, Himalaya, skilled in lore of eloquence, replied once more, and angered in his righteous mind, addressed the chief of demon kind. The Banner Valley, brave and wise, son of the god who rules the skies, sways glorious in his high renown, Kishkinda his imperial town. Well may that valiant lord who knows each art of war his might oppose, to thine in equal battle set, as Namohi and Indra met. Go if thy soul desire the fray, to Bali's city speed away, and that unconquered hero meet, whose fame is high for warlike feat. He listened to the Lord of Snow, and his proud heart with rage aglow, sped swift away and lighted down by vast Kishkinda, Bali's town. With painted horns to strike and gore, the semblance of a bull he bore, hues as a cloud that downward bends, ere the full flood of rain descends. Impelled by pride and rage and hate, he thundered at Kishkinda's gate, and with his bellowing, like the sound of pealing drums, he shook the ground. He rent the earth and prostrate threw the trees that near the portal grew. King Bali from the bowers within, indignant heard the roar and din. Then moonlike mid the stars with all his dames he hurried to the wall, and to the fiend this speech expressed, in clear and measured words addressed. Know me for monarch Bali styled, of Bana tribes that roam the wild. Say, why dost thou this gate molest, and bellowing thus disturb our rest? I know thee, mighty fiend, be aware, and guard thy life with wiser care. He spoke, and thus the fiend returned, while red with rage his eyeballs burned. What? Speak when all thy dames are nigh, and hero-like thy foe defy. Come meet me in the fight this day, and learn my strength by bold essay. Or shall I spare thee and relent, until the coming night be spent? Take then the respite of a night, and yield thee to each soft delight. Then monarch of the Banner race, with loving arms thy friends embrace. Gifts on thy faithful lords bestow, bid each and all farewell and go. Show in the streets once more thy face, install thy son to fill thy place. Daily a while with each dear dame, and then my strength thy pride shall tame. For should I smite thee drunk with wine, enamoured of those dames of thine, beneath diseases bowed and bent, or weak, unarmed, or negligent, my deed would merit hate and scorn, as he is who slays the child unborn. Then Bali's soul with rage was fired. Queen Tara and the dames retired, and slowly, with a laugh of pride, the king of banners thus replied: Me, fiend, thou deemest drunk with wine, unless thy fear the fight decline. Come meet me in the fray, and test the spirit of my valiant breast. He spoke in wrath and high disdain, and laying down his golden chain, gift of his sire Mahendra, dead, the demon for the fray prepared. Seized by the horns the monster vast as a huge hill, and held him fast, then fiercely dragged him round and round, and shouting hurled him to the ground. Blood streaming from his ears, he rose, and wild with fury strove the foes. Then Bali, match for Indra's might, with every arm renewed the fight. He fought with fists and feet and knees, with fragments of the rock and trees. At last the monster's strength assailed, by Sakra's conquering offspring, failed. Him Bali raised with mighty strain, and dashed upon the ground again, where, bruised and shattered in a tide of rushing blood, the demon died. King Bali saw the lifeless corse, and bending with tremendous force, raised a huge bulk from where it lay, and hurled it full a league away. As through the air the body flew, some blood drops caught by gales that blew, wailed from his shattered jaw and fell by Saint Matanga's hermit cell. Matanga saw, illustrious sage, those drops defile his hermitage, and, as he marvelled whence they came, fierce anger filled his soul with flame. Who is the villain, evil-souled, with childish thoughts unwise and bold? Who is the impious wretch, he cried, by whom my grove with blood is dyed? Thus spoke Matanga in his rage, and hastened from the hermitage, when lo, before his wondering eyes lay the dead bull of mountain size. His hermit soul was nothing slow, the doer of the deed to know, and thus the banner in a burst of wild tempestuous wrath he cursed. Never let that banner wander here, for if he come, his death is near, whose impious hand with blood was dyed the holy place where I abide, who threw this demon course and made a ruin of the pleasant shade. If ever he plant his wicked feet within 1 league of my retreat, yea, if the villain come so nigh, that very hour he needs must die. And let the banner lords who dwell in the dark woods that scarred my cell obey my words, and speeding hence find them some meeter residence. Here if they dare to stay on all, the terrors of my cause shall fall. They spoil the tender saplings dear, as children, which I cherish here, mar root and branch and leaf and spray, and steal the ripening fruit away. One day I grant, no farther hour, tomorrow shall my cause have power, and then each banner I may see, a stone through countless years, shall be. The banners haunt the cause and hide, from sheltering wood and mountain side. King Bali marked their haste and dread, and to the flying leaders said, Speak, banner chiefs, and tell me why from Saint Matanga's grove ye fly. To gather round me, is it well, with all who in those woodlands dwell? He spoke, the banner leaders told King Bali with his chain of gold what cause the saint had on them laid, which drove them from their ancient shade. Then royal Bali sought the sage with reverent hands to soothe his rage. The holy man his suppliant spurned, and to his cell in anger turned. That cause on Bali sorely pressed, and long his conscious soul distressed. Him still the cause and terror keep afar from Rishamuka's steep. He dares not to the grove draw nigh, nay scarce will hither turn his eye. We know what terrors warm him hence, and roam these woods in confidence. Look, Prince, before thee wide and dry, the demon's bones uncovered lie, who like a hill in bulk and length, fell ruined for his pride of strength. See those high sal trees, 7 in row, that droop their mighty branches low. These at one grasp would barley seize, and leafless shake the trembling trees. These tales I tell, O Prince, to show the matchless power that arms the foe. How canst thou hope to slay him? How, mid barley in the battle now? Sugriva spoke and sadly sighed, and Lakshman with a laugh replied, What show of power, what proof and test, may still the doubts that fill thy breast? He spoke, Sugriva thus replied, See yonder sal trees side by side, King Bali here would take his stand, grasping his bow with vigorous hand, and every arrow, keen and true, would strike each tree and pierce it through. If Rama now his bow will bend, and through one trunk an arrow send, or if his arm can raise and throw 200 measures of his bow, grasped by a foot and hauled through air, the demon bull that moulders there, my heart will own his might and fame, believe my foe already slain. Sugriva spoke, inflamed with ire, scanned Rama with a glance of fire, pondered a while in silent mood, and thus again his speech renewed. All lands with Bali's glories ring, a valiant, strong, and mighty king, in conscious power unused to yield, a hero first in every field. His wondrous deeds his might declare, deeds gods might scarcely do or dare, and on this power reflecting still, I roam on Rishamuka's hill. Awed by my brother's might I rove, in doubt and fear from grove to grove, while Hanuman, my chosen friend, and faithful lords my steps attend. And now, O true to friendship's tie, I hail in thee my best ally, my surest refuge from my foes, and steadfast as the Lord of snows. Still, when I muse how strong and bold is cruel Bali, evil-souled, but never, O chief of Raghu's line, have seen what strength in war is thine. Though in my heart I may not dare doubt thy great might, despise, compare, thoughts of his fearful deeds will rise, and fill my soul with sad surmise. Speech, form, and trust, which naught may move, thy secret strength and glory prove, as smouldering ashes dimly show the dormant fires that live below. He ceased, and Rama answered, while played over his lips a gracious smile. Not yet convinced, this clear essay shall drive each lingering doubt away. Thus Rama spoke his heart to cheer, to Dundavi's vast frame drew near. He touched it with his foot in play, and sent it 20 leagues away. Sugriva marked what easy force hauled through the air the demon's cause, whose mighty bones were wild and dried, and to the son of Raghu cried, My brother Bali, when his might was drunk and weary from the fight, hauled forth the monster body, fresh, with skin and sinews, blood and flesh. Now flesh and blood are dried away, the crumbling bones are light as hay, which thou, O Raghu's son, hast sent, flying through air in merriment. This test alone is weak to show, if thou be stronger o'er the foe. By thee, a heap of mouldering bone, by him the risen corse was thrown. Thy strength, O Prince, is yet untried. Come, pierce one tree, let this decide. Prepare thy ponderous bow and bring close to thine ear the straining string. On yonder sal tree fix thine eye, and let the mighty arrow fly. I doubt not, chief, that I shall see the pointed shaft transfix the tree. Then come, essay the easy task, and do for love the thing I ask. Best of all lights the day god feels, with glory, earth and sky. Himalaya is the lord of hills that heave their heads on high. The royal lion is the best of beasts that tread the earth, and thou, O hero, art confessed first in heroic word. Canto 12. The Palm Trees. Then Rama, that his friend might know his strength unrivalled, grasped his bow, that mighty bow the foe's dismay, and on the string an arrow lay. Next on the tree his eye he bent, and forth the hurtling weapon went. Loosed from the matchless hero's hold, that arrow, decked with burning gold, cleft the 7 palms in line, and true, the hill that rose behind them flew. 6 subterranean realms it passed, and reached the lowest depth at last, when speeding back through earth and air, it sought the quiver and rested there. Upon the cloven trees amazed, the sovereign of the banners gazed. With all his chains and gold outspread, prostrate on earth he laid his head. Then rising, palm to palm he laid, in reverent act obeisance made, and joyously to Rama, best of war-trained chiefs, these words addressed. What champion Raghu's son may hope with thee in deadly fight to cope, whose arrow, leaping from the bow, cleaves tree and hill and earth below? Scars mighty gods, arrayed for strife, by Indra's self escape with life, assailed by thy victorious hand, and how may Bali hope to stand? All grief and care are passed away, and joyous thoughts my bosom sway, who have in thee a friend, renowned, as Varun or as Indra found. Then on, subdue, it is friendship's claim, my foe who bears a brother's name, strike Bali down beneath thy feet, with suppliant hands I thus entreat. Sugriva ceased, and Rama pressed the grateful banner to his breast, and thoughts of kindred feeling woke in Lakshman's bosom as he spoke. On to Kishkinda, on with speed, thou banner king, our way shalt lead. Then challenge Bali forth to fight, thy foe who scorns a brother's right. They sought Kiskinda's gate and stood, concealed by trees in densest wood. Sugriva to the fight addressed, more closely drew his king-shod vest, and raised a wild sky-piercing shout to call the foeman Bali out. Forth came impetuous Bali, steered to fury by the shout he heard. So the great sun, ere night has ceased, springs up impatient to the east. Then fierce and wild the conflict raised, as hand to hand the foes engaged, as though in battle mid the stars fought Mercury and fiery Mars. To highest pitch of frenzy wrought, with fists like thunderbolts they fought, while near them Rama took his stand, and viewed the battle, bow in hand. Alike they stood in form and might, like heavenly Aswins paired in fight. Nor might the son of Raghu know where fought the friend and where the foe. So while his bow was ready bent, no life-destroying shaft he sent. Crushed down by Bali's mightier stroke, Sugriva's force now sank and broke, who, hoping not from Rama's aid, the Rishamukha fled dismayed. Weary and faint and wounded sore, his body bruised and dyed with gore, from Bali's blows in rage and dread, afar to sheltering woods he fled. Nor Bali farther dared pursue, the carving curse too well he knew. Fled from thy death, the victor cried, and home the mighty warrior hied. Hanuman Lakshman Raghu's son beheld the conquered banner run, and followed to the sheltering shade, where yet Sugriva stood dismayed. Near and more near the chieftains came, then for intolerable shame Not daring yet to lift his eyes, Sugriva spoke with burning sighs. Thy matchless strength I first beheld, and dared my foe by thee impelled. Why hast thou tried me with deceit, and urged me to assure defeat? Thou shouldst have said, I will not slay thy foeman in the coming fray. For had I then thy purpose known, I had not waged the fight alone. The Banner Sovereign, lofty souled, in plaintive voice his sorrows told. Then Rama spoke, Sugriva, list, all anger from thy heart dismissed, and I will tell the cause that stayed mine arrow, and withheld the aid. In dress, adornment, port, and height, in splendour, battle shout, and might, no shade of difference could I see between thy foe, O king, and thee. So like was each, I stood at gaze, my senses lost in wildering maze, nor loosened from my straining bow a deadly arrow at the foe, lest in my doubt the shaft should send to sudden death our surest friend. Oh, if this hand in heedless guilt and rash resolve thy blood had spilled, through every land, O Banner King, my wild and foolish act would ring. Sore weight of sin on him must lie, by whom a friend is made to die. And Lakshman, I and Sita, best of dames, on thy protection rest. On, warrior, for the fight prepare, nor fear again thy foe to dare. Within 1 hour thine eye shall view my arrow strike thy foeman true. Shall see the stricken barley lie low on the earth and gasp and die. But come, a badge about thee bind, O monarch of the banner kind, that in the battle shark mine eyes the friend and the foe may recognize. Come, Lakshman, let that creeper deck with brightest bloom Sugriva's neck, and be a happy token twined around the chief of lofty mind. Upon the mountain slope there grew a treading creeper fair to view, and Lakshman plucked the bloom, and round Sugriva's neck a garland wound. Graced with the flowery wreath he wore, the Banner chief the semblance bore of a dark cloud at close of day, and garlanded with cranes at play. In glorious light the banner glowed, as by his comrade's side he strode, and still on Rama's word intent his steps to great Kishkinda bent. End of Cantos 10, 11, and 12. Cantos 13 to 15 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T.H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 13. The Return to Kishkinda. Thus with Sugriva from the side of Rishyamukha Rama hied, and stood before Kishkinda's gate, where Bali kept his regal state. The hero in his warrior hold raised his great bow adorned with gold, and drew his pointed arrow bright as sunbeams, finisher of light. Strong-necked Sugriva led the way, with Lakshman mighty in the fray. Nala and Nila came behind, with Hanuman of lofty mind, and valiant Tara lost in place, a leader of the Banner race. They gazed on many a tree that showed the glory of its pendant load, and brook and limpid reel that made sweet murmurs as they seaward strayed. They looked on caverns dark and deep, on bower and glen and mountain steep, and saw the opening lotus stud with roseate cup the crystal flood, while crane and swan and coot and drake made pleasant noise on the lake, and from the reedy bank was heard the note of many a happy bird. In open lawns, in tangled ways, they saw the tall deer stand at gaze, or mark them free and fearless roam, fed with sweet grass, their woodland home. At times two flashing tasks between the weavings of the wood were seen, and some mad elephant alone, like a huge moving hill, was shown. And scarcely less in size appeared great monkeys all with dust besmeared, and various birds that roamed the skies, and sylvan creatures met their eyes. As to the wood the chieftain sped, and followed where Sugriva led. Then Rama, as their way they made, saw near at hand a lovely shade, and, as he gazed upon the trees, spake to Sugriva words like these. Those stately trees in beauty rise, fair as a cloud in autumn skies. I fain, my friend, would learn from thee what pleasant grove is that I see. Thus Rama spoke, the mighty souled, and thus his tale Sugriva told. That Rama is a wide retreat that brings repose to weary feet. Bright streams and fruit and roots are there, and shady gardens passing fair. There, 'neath the roof of hanging boughs, the sacred seven maintained their vows. Their heads in dust were lowly laid, in streams their nightly beds were made. Each seventh night they broke their fast, but air was still with soul repast. And when 700 years were spent, to homes in heaven the hermits went. Their glory keeps the garden yet, with walls of stately trees beset. Scores would the gods and demons dare, by Indra led, to enter there. No beast that roams the wood is found, no bird of air within the bound. Or, thither if they idly stray, they find no more their homeward way. You hear at times, mid dulcet tones, the chime of anklets, rings, and jones. You hear the song and music sound, and heavenly fragrance breathes around. There duly burn the triple fires, where mounts the smoke in calling spires. And in a down red hangs above the tall trees like a brooding dove. Round branch and crest the vapours close, till every tree enveloped shows a hill of legulite when clouds hang round it with their misty shrouds. With Lakshman, lord of Raghu's line, in reverent guise thine head incline, and with fixed heart and suppliant hand give honour to the sainted band. They who with faithful hearts revere the holy seven who hovered here, shall never son of Raghu know in all their lives an hour of woe. Then Rama and his brother bent, and did obeisance reverent, with suppliant hand and lowly head, then with Sugriva onward sped. Beyond the sainted seven's abode, far on their way the chieftains strode, and great Kishkinda's portal gained, their royal town where Bali reigned. Then by the gate they took their stand, already armed a noble band, and burning every one to slay in battle hand to hand their foeman Indra's son. Canto 14. The Challenge. They stood where trees of densest green wove round their forms a veiling screen. Over all the garden's pleasant shade the eyes of King Sugriva strayed, and as on grass and tree he gazed, the fires of wrath within him blazed. Then like a mighty cloud on high, when roars the tempest through the sky, caught by his friends he thundered out his dread sky-rending battle shout, like some proud lion in his gait, or as the sun begins his state. Sugriva let his quick glance rest on Rama, whom he thus addressed. There is the seat of Bali's sway, where flecks on wool and tear at play, which mighty bands of banners hold, rich in all arms and store of gold. They promise to thy mind recall that Bali by thy hand shall fall. As kindly fruits adorn the bough, so give my hopes their harvest now. In suppliant law the banner prayed, and Raghu's son his answer made. By Lakshman's hand this flowery twine was wound about thee for a sign. The wreath of giant creeper throws about thy form its brilliant glows, as though about the sun were set the bright stars for a coronet. One shaft of mine this day, dear friend, thy sorrow and thy fear shall end, and from the bowstring freed shall be, giver of freedom, king to thee. Then come, Sugriva, quickly show, wherever he lie, thy bitter foe, and let my glance the wretch descry, whose deeds a brother's name belie. Here soon in dust and blood overthrown shall Bali fall and gasp and groan. Once let this eye the foeman see, then if he live to turn and flee, despise my puny strength and shame, with foul opprobrium the Rama's name. Hast thou not seen his hand, O king, through 7 tall trees one arrow wing? Still in that strength securely trust, and deem thy foeman in the dust. In all my days, though surely tried by grief and woe, I never have lied, and still by duty's law restrained, will never with falsehood's charge be stained. Cast doubt away, the oath I swear, its kindly fruit shall quickly bear, as smiles the land with golden grain, by mercy of the Lord of Rain. O warrior to the gate I defy thy foe with shout and battle cry, till Bali with his chain of gold comes speeding from his royal hold. Proud hearts with warlike fire aglow brook not the challenge of a foe. Each on his power and might relies, and most before his lady's eyes. King Bali loves the fray too well to linger in his citadel, and when he hears thy battle shout, all wild for war will hasten out. He spoke. Sugriva raised a cry that shook and rent the echoing sky, a shout so fierce and loud and dread that stately bulls in terror fled, like dames who fly from Triton's ta'en in some ignoble monarch's reign. The deer in wild confusion ran, like horses turned in battle's van. Down fell the birds, like gods who fall when merits fail at the dread call. So fiercely, boldened for the fray, the offspring of the Lord of Day sent forth his furious shout as loud as thunder from a labouring cloud, or when the gale blows fresh and free, the roaring of the troubled sea. Canto 15. Tara. That shout, which shook the land with fear, in thunder smote on Bali's ear, where in the chamber barred and closed the sovereign with his dame reposed. Each amorous thought was rudely stilled, and pride and rage his bosom filled. His angry eyes flashed darkly red, and all his native brightness fled, as when, by swift eclipse assailed, the glory of the sun has failed. While in his fury uncontrolled, he ground his teeth, his eyeballs rolled, he seemed a lake wherein no gem of blossom decks the lotus stem. He heard, and with indignant pride fought from the bower the banner hide, and the earth trembled at the beat and fury of his hastening feet. But Tara to her consort flew, her loving arms around him threw, and trembling and bewildered gave wise counsel that might heal and save. O dear my lord, this rage control, that like a torrent floods thy soul, and cast these idle thoughts away, like faded wreath of yesterday. O tarry till the morning light, then if thou wilt, go forth and fight. Think not I doubt thy valour, no, or deem thee weaker than thy foe, yet for a while would have thee stay, nor see thee tempt the fight to-day. Now list, my loving lord, and learn the reason why I bid thee turn. Thy foeman came in wrath and pride, and thee to deadly fight defied. Thou wentest out, he fought and fled, sore wounded and discomfited, but yet, untaught by late defeat, he comes his conquering foe to meet, and calls thee forth with cry and shout. Hence spring, my lord, this fear and doubt. A heart so bold that will not yield, but yearns to tempt the desperate field. Such loud defiance, fiercely pressed, on no uncertain hope can rest. So lately by thine arm overthrown, he comes not back, I ween, alone. Some mightier comrade guards his side, and spurs him to his burst of pride. For nature made the banner wise, on arms of might his hope relies. And never will Sugriva seek a friend whose power to save is weak. Now listen while my lips unfold the wondrous tale my Angad told. Our child of distant forest sought, and learnt from spies the tidings brought. Two sons of Dasarat sprung from old Ikshaku, brave and young, renowned in arms, in war untamed. Rama and Lakshman are they named. Have with thy foe Sugriva made a league of love and friendly aid. Now Rama, famed for exploit high, is bound thy brother's firm ally. Like fires of doom that ruin all, he makes each foe before him fall. He is the suppliant's sure defense, the tree that shelters innocence. The poor and wretched seek his feet, in him the noblest glories meet. With skill and knowledge vast and deep, his sire's commands he loved to keep. With princely gifts and graces taught, as metals deck the mountain's lord. Thou canst not, O my hero, stand before the might of Rama's hand, for none may match his powers or dare with him in deeds of war compare. Here I entreat, the words I say, nor lightly turn my reed away. O let fraternal discord cease, and link you in the bonds of peace. Let consecrating rites ordain Sugriva partner of thy reign. Let war and thoughts of conflict end, and be thou his and Rama's friend. Each soft approach of love begin, and to thy soul thy brother win. For whether here or there he be, thy brother still, dear Lord, is he. Though far and wide these eyes I strain, a friend like him I seek in vain. Let gentle words his heart incline, and gifts and honours make him thine. Till, foes no more, in love allied, you stand as brothers side by side. Thou in high rank wast wont to hold Sugriva formed in massive mould. Then come, thy brother's love regain, for other aids are weak and vain. If thou would please my soul, and still preserve me from all fear and ill, I pray thee by thy love be wise, and do the thing which I advise. Assuage thy fruitless wrath, and shun the mightier arms of Raghu's son. For Indra's peer in might is he, a foe too strong, my lord, for thee. End of Cantos 13, 14, and 15. Cantos 16 to 18 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph Dates Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 16. The Fall of Bali. Thus Tara, with the starry eyes, her counsel gave with burning sighs. But Bali, by her prayers unmoved, spawned her advice, and thus reproved. How may this insult, scathe, and scorn by me, dear love, be tamely borne? My brother, ere my foe comes nigh, and dares me forth with shout and cry. Learn, trembler, that the valiant they, who yield no step in battle fray, will die 1,000 deaths, but never an unavenged dishonour bear. Nor, O my love, be thou dismayed, though Rama lends Sugriva aid, for one so pure and duteous, one who loves the right, all sin will shun. Release me from thy soft embrace, and with diadems thy steps retrace. Enough already, O mine own, of love and sweet devotion shown. Drive all thy fear and doubt away. I seek Sugriva in the fray, his boisterous rage and pride to steal, and tame the foe I would not kill. My fury, armed with brandished trees, shall strike Sugriva to his knees, nor shall the humbled foe withstand the blows of my avenging hand. When, gnawed by rage and pride, I beat the traitor down beneath my feet, thou, love, hast lent thine own sweet aid, and all thy tender care displayed. Now by my life, by these who yearn to serve thee well, I pray thee turn. But for a while, dear dame, I go, to come triumphant over the foe. Thus Bali spake in gentlest tone, soft arms about his neck were thrown. Then round her lord the lady went, with sad steps slow and reverent. She stood in solemn guise to bless, with prayers for safety and success. Then with her train her chamber sought, by grief and racking fear distraught. With serpents panting fierce and fast, King Bali from the city passed. His glance, as each quick breath he drew, around to find a foe he threw, and saw, where fierce Sugriva showed, his form with golden hues that glowed, and as a fire resplendent stayed, to meet his foe in arms arrayed. When Bali, long-armed chieftain, found Sugriva stationed on the ground, impelled by warlike rays he braced his warrior garb about his waist, and with his mighty arm raised high, rushed at Sugriva with a cry. But when Sugriva, fierce and bold, saw Bali with his chain of gold, his arm he heaved, his hand he closed, and face to face his foe opposed. To him, whose eyes with fury shone, in charge impetuous rushing on, skilled in each warlike art and plan, Bali with hasty words began. My ponderous hand to fight addressed, with fingers clenched and arm compressed, shall on thy death-doomed brow descend, and crashing down thy life shall end. He spoke, and wild with rage and pride, the fierce Sugriva thus replied, Thus let my arm begin the strife, and from thy body crush the life. Then Bali, wounded and enraged, with furious blows the battle waged. Sugriva seemed, with blood streams dyed, a hill with fountains in his side. But, with his native force unspent, a saltry from the earth he rent, and like the bolt of Indra smote on Bali's head and chest and throat. Bruised by the blows he could not shield, half vanquished Bali sank and reeled, as sinks a vessel with her freight, borne down by overwhelming weight. Swift as Suparna's swiftest flight, in awful strength they rush to fight. So might the sun and moon on high, encountering battle in the sky. Fierce and more fierce, as fought the foes, the furious rage of combat rose. They warred with feet and arms and knees, with nails and stones and boughs and trees, and blows descending fast as rain dyed each dark form with crimson stain, while like two thunder clouds they met, with battle cry and shout and threat. Then Rama saw Sugriva quail, marked his worn strength grow weak and fail, saw how he turned his wistful eye to every quarter of the sky. His friend's defeat he could not brook, bent on his shaft an eager look, then bound to slay the conquering foe, and laid his arrow on the bow. As to on orb the bow he drew, forth from the string the arrow flew, like fate's tremendous discus hurled by Yama forth to end the world. So loud the din that every bird the bowstrings clowns with terror heard, and wildly fled the affrighted deer, as though the day of doom were near. So, deadly as the serpent's fang, forth from the string the arrow sprang. Like the red lightning's flash and flame, it flew unerring to its aim, and, hissing murder through the air, pierced Bali's breast and quivered there. Struck by the shaft that flew so well, the mighty banner reeled and fell, as outward interest flag they pull, when Ashwini's fair moon is full. Canto 17. Bali's Speech. Like some proud tree before the blast, brave Bali to the ground was cast, where prostrate in the dust he rolled, clad in the sheen of glistening gold, as when uptorn the standard lies of the great God who rules the skies. When low upon the earth was laid the Lord whom banner tribes obeyed, dark as a moonless sky no more his land her joyous aspect wore. Though low in dust and mire was rolled the form of Bali lofty-souled, still life and valor, might and grace, clung to their well-loved dwelling place. That golden chain with rich gems set, the choicest gift of Sakra, yet preserved his life nor let decay steal strength and beauty's light away. Still from that chain, divinely wrought, his dusky form a glory caught, as a dark cloud when day is done, made splendid by the dying sun. As fell the hero, crushed in fight, there beamed afar a triple light, from limbs, from chain, from shaft that drank his lifeblood as the warrior sank. The never-failing shaft, impelled by the great bow which Rama held, brought bliss supreme and lit the way to Brahma's worlds which never decay. Rama and Lakshman nearer drew, the mighty fallen foe to view. Mahendra's son, the brave and bold, the monarch with his chain of gold, with lustrous face and tawny eyes, broad chest and arms of wondrous size. Like Lord Mahendra fierce in fight, or Vishnu's never conquered might, now fallen like a yati sent from heaven, his store of merit spent. Like the bright flame that pales and dies, like the great sun who fires the skies, doomed in the general doom to fall, when time shall end and ruin all. The wounded Bali, when he saw Rama and Lakshman nearer draw, keen words to Raghu's son impressed, with justice holy stamp addressed. What fame from one thou hast not slain, in front of battle canst thou gain, whose secret hand has laid me low, when madly fighting with my foe? From every tongue thy glory rings, a scion of a line of kings, true to thy vows, of noblest race, with every gentle gift and grace, whose tender heart for woe can feel, and joy in every creature's weal, whose breast with high ambition swells, knows duty's claim, and never rebels. They praise thy valor, passion's root, thy firmness, self-restraint, and truth, thy hand prepared for sin's control, all virtues of a princely soul. I thought of all these gifts of thine, and glories of an ancient line. I set my Tara's tears at naught, I met Sugriva, and we fought. O Rama, till this fatal morn, I held that thou wouldst surely scorn to strike me as I fought my foe, and thought not of a stranger's blow. But now thine evil heart is shown, a yawning well with grass overgrown. Thou wearest virtue's badge, but guile, and meanest sin thy soul defile. I took thee not for treacherous fire, a sinner clad in saint's attire, nor deemed thou idly wouldst profess the show and garb of righteousness. In fenced town, in open land, never hast thou suffered at this hand, nor canst of proud contempt complain. Then wherefore is the guiltless slain? My harmless life in earths I lead, on forest fruits and roots I feed. My foeman in the field I sought, and never with thee, O Rama, fought. Upon thy limbs, O King, I see the raiment of a devotee. And how can one like thee, who springs from a proud line of ancient kings, beneath fair virtue's mask, disgrace his lineage by a deed so base? From Raghu is thy long descent, for duteous deeds preeminent. Why, senior clad in saintly dress, roamest thou through the wilderness? Truth, valor, justice, free from spot, the hand that gives and grudges not, the might that strikes the senior down, these bring a prince his best renown. Here in the earths, O King, we live, on roots and fruit which bronzes give. Thus nature framed our harmless race, thou art man, supreme in place. Silver and gold and land provoke the fierce attack, the robber's stroke. Canst thou desire this wild retreat, the berries and the fruit we eat? It is not for mighty kings to tread the flowery path by pleasure led. Theirs be the arm that crushes sin, theirs the soft grace to war and win, the steadfast will that guides the state, wise favour to the good and great. And for all time are kings renowned, who blend these arts and never confound. But thou art weak and swift to ire, unstable, slave of each desire. Thou tramplest duty in the dust, and in thy bow is all thy trust. Thou carest not for noble gain, and treatest virtue with disdain, while every sense its captive draws, to follow pleasure's changing laws. I wronged thee not in word or deed, but by thy deadly dart I bleed. What wilt thou, mid the virtuous, say, to pass thy lusting stain away? All these, O King, must sink to hell, the regicide, the infidel. He who in blood and slaughter joys, a Brahmin or a cow destroys, untimely weds, in law's despite, scorning an elder brother's right, who dares his teacher's bed ascend, the miser, spy, and treacherous friend. These impious wretches, one and all, must to the hell of sinners fall. My skin the holy may not wear, useless to thee my bones and hair, nor may my slaughtered body be the food of devotees like thee. These five-toed things a man may slay, and feed upon the fallen prey. The male rhinoceros may die, and with the hare his food supply. Iguanas he may kill and eat, with porcupine and tortoise meat. But all the wise account it sin to touch my bones and hair and skin. My flesh they may not eat, and I, a useless prey, O Rama, die. In vain my Tara reasoned well, on dull deaf ears her counsel fell. I scorned her words, though sooth and sweet, and hither rushed my fate to meet. Ah, for the land thou rulest, she finds no protection, Lord, from thee, neglected like some noble dame, by a vile husband dead to shame. Mean-hearted coward, false and vile, whose cruel soul delights in guile, could Dasarat, noblest king, beget so mean and base a thing? Alas, an elephant in form of Rama, in a maddening storm of passion casting to the ground the god of law that clipped him round. Too wildly passionate to feel the prick of duty's guiding steel, has charged me unawares, and dead I fall beneath his murderous tread. How, stained with this, my base defeat, how wilt thou dare, where good men meet, to speak, when every tongue will blame, with keen reproach, this deed of shame? Such hero strength and valour, shown upon the innocent alone, thou hast not proved in manly strife, on him who robbed thee of thy wife. Hadst thou but fought in open field, and met me boldly unconcealed, this day had been thy fate to fall, slain by this hand, to Yama's hall. In vain I strove, and struck by thee, fell by a hand I could not see. Thus bites a snake, for sins of yore, a sleeping man who wakes no more. Sugriva's foeman thou hast killed, and thus his heart's desire fulfilled. But Rama, hadst thou sought me first, and told the hope thy soul has nursed, that very day had I restored the mighty lady to her lord, and binding Ravan with a chain, had laid him at thy feet unslain. Yea, where she sunk in deepest hell, or whelmed beneath the ocean's swell, I would have followed on her track, and brought the rescued lady back. As Hayagriva once set free from hell the wide Aswatari, that when my spirit wings its flight, Sugriva reign is just and right. But most unjust, O king, that I, slain by thy treacherous hand, should lie. Be still, my heart, this earthly state is darkly ruled by sovereign fate. The realm is lost and won, defy thy questioners with apt reply. Canto 18. Rama's Reply. He ceased, and Rama's heart was stirred at every keen reproach he heard. There Bali lay, a dim dark sun, his course of light and glory run, or like the bed of ocean dried, of his broad floods from side to side, or helpless as the dying fire hushed his last words of righteous ire. Then Rama with his spirit moved, the banner king in turn reproved. Why dost thou, Bali, thus revile, and castest not a glance the while on claims of duty, love, and gain, and customs over the world that reign? Why dost thou blame me, rash and blind, fickle as all thy banner kind, slighting each rule of ancient days, which all the good and prudent praise? This land, each hill and woody chase, belongs to old Ikshaku's race. With bird and beast and man, the whole is ours to cherish and control. Now Bharat, prompt at duty's call, wise, just, and true, is lord of all. Each claim of law, love, gain he knows, and wrath and favour duly shows. A king from truth who never bends, and grace with vigour wisely blends. With valour worthy of his race, he knows the claims of time and place. Now we and other kings of might, by his ensemble taught aright, the lands of every region tread, that justice may increase and spread. While royal Bharat, wise and just, rules the broad earth his glorious trust, who shall attempt, while he is lord, a deed by justice held avowed? We now, as Bharat has decreed, let justice guide our every deed, and toil each sinner to repress who scorns the way of righteousness. Thou from that path hast turned aside, and virtue's holy law defiled, left the fair path which kings should tread, and followed pleasure's voice instead. The man who cleaves to duty's law regards these three with filial awe: the sire, the elder brother, third, him from whose lips his law he heard. Thus too, for duty's sake, the wise regard with fond paternal eyes the well-loved younger brother, one their law has ripened, and a son. Fine are the laws which guide the good, abstruse and hardly understood. Only the soul enthroned within the breast of each knows right from sin. But thou art wild and weak of soul, and sparnest, like thy race, control. The true and right thou canst not find, the blind consulting with the blind. Incline thine ear, and I will teach the cause that prompts my present speech. This tempest of thy soul assuage, nor blame me in thine idle rage. On this great sin thy thoughts bestow, the sin for which I lay thee low. Thou, Bali, in thy brother's life, hast robbed him of his wedded wife, and keepest, scorning ancient right, his rumour for thine own delight. Thy son's own wife should scarcely be more sacred in thine eyes than she. All duty thou hast scorned, and hence comes punishment for dire offence. For those who blindly do amiss, there is, I ween, no way but this: to check the rash who dare to stray from customs which the good obey. I may not, sprung of Kshatriya line, forgive this heinous sin of thine. The laws for those who sin like thee the penalty of death decree. Now Bharat rules with sovereign sway, and we his royal word obey. There was no hope of pardon, none, for the vile deed that thou hast done. That wisest monarch dooms to die, the wretch whose crimes the law defy, and we, chastising those who err, his righteous doom administer. My soul accounts Sugriva dear, even as my brother Lakshman here. He brings me blessing, and I swore his wife and kingdom to restore. A bond in solemn honour bound, when banner chieftains stood around. And can a king like me forsake his friend and plighted promise break? Reflect, O banner, on the cause, the sanction of eternal laws, and, justly smitten down, confess thou diest for thy wickedness. By honour was I bound to lend assistance to a faithful friend, and thou hast met a righteous fate, thy former sins to expiate. And thus wilt thou some merit win, and make atonement for thy sin. For hear me, Banner King, rehearse what Manu spake in ancient verse. This holy law which all accept, who honour duty, have I kept. Pure grow the sinners King chastise, and like the virtuous gain the skies. By paying of full atonement freed, they reap the fruit of righteous deed. While kings who punish not incur the penalties of those who err. Mandata once, a noble king, light of the line from which I spring, punished with death a devotee when he had stopped to sin like thee. And many a king in ancient time has punished frantic sinners' crime, and, when their impious blood was spilled, has washed away the stain of guilt. Cease, Bali, cease, no more complain, reproaches and laments are vain. For thou art justly punished, we obey our king and are not free. Once more, O Bali, lend thine ear, another weightiest plea to hear. For this, when heard and pondered well, will all complaint and rage dispel. My soul will never this deed repent, nor was my shaft in anger sent. We take the sylvan tribes beset, with snare and trap and gin and net, and many a heedless deer we smite, from thickest shade, concealed from sight. Wild for the slaughter of the game, at stately stags our shafts we aim. We strike them bounding scared away, we strike them as they stand at bay. When careless in the shade they lie, or scan the plain with watchful eye. They turn away their heads, we aim, and none the eager hunter blame. Each royal saint, well trained in law of duty, loves his bow to draw, and strike the quarry, even as thou hast fallen by mine arrow now. Fighting with him or unaware, a banner thou, I little care. But yet, O best of banners, know that kings who rule the earth bestow fruit of pure life and virtuous deed, and lofty duties hard-won meed. Harm not thy lord the king, abstain from act and word that cause him pain. For kings are children of the skies, who walk this earth in man's disguise. But thou, in duty's claims untaught, thy breast with blinding passion fraught, assailest me, who still have clung to duty with thy bitter tongue. He ceased, and Bali saw distressed the sovereign claims of law confessed, and freed, overwhelmed with woe and shame, the lord of Raghu's race from blame. Then, reverent palm to palm applied, to Rama thus the banner cried, "True, best of man, is every word that from thy lips these ears have heard. It ill beseems a wretch like me to bend the empty words at thee. Forgive the angry taunts that broke from my wild bosom as I spoke, and lay not to my charge, O king, my mad reproaches' idle sting. Thou in the truth my trial trained, best knowledge of the right hast gained, and layest, just and pure within, the meetest penalty on sin. Through every bond of law I burst, the boldest sinner and the worst. O let thy right instructing speech console my heart and wisely teach." Like some sad elephant who stands fast sinking in the treacherous sands, thus Bali raised despairing eyes, then spake again with sobs and sighs. "Not for myself, O king, I grieve, for Tara or the friends I leave, as for sweet Angad, my dear son, my noble, only little one. For nursed in luxury and bliss, his father he will mourn and miss, and like a stream whose fount is dry, will waste away and sink and die. My own dear child, my only boy, his mother Tara's hope and joy. Spare him, O son of Raghu, spare the child entrusted to thy care. My Angad and Sugriva treat, even as thy heart considers meet. For thou, O chief of man, art strong to guard the right and punish wrong. Oh, if thou wilt thine ear incline to hear these dying words of mine, he and Sugriva will to thee as Bharat and as Lakshman be. Let not my Tara, left forlorn, weep for Sugriva's wrathful scorn, nor let him, for her lord's offence, condemn her faithful innocence. And well and wisely may he reign, if thy dear grace his power sustain. If following thee his friend and guide, he turn not from thy hest aside. Thus may he reign with glory, nay, thus to the skies will win his way. Though stayed by Tara's fond recall, by thy dear hand I long to fall. Against my brother rushed and fought, and gained the death I long have sought. Then Rama thus the prince consoled, from whose clear eyes the mists were rolled. Grieve not for those thou leavest thus, nor tremble for thyself or us. For we will deal with thine and thee, as duty and the laws decree. He who ejects and he who pays is justly slain or justly slays, shall in the life to come have bliss, for each has done his task in this. Thou, wandering from the right, art made pure by the forfeit thou hast paid. Thy weight of sins is cast aside, and duty's claim is satisfied. Then grieve no more, O prince, but clear thy bosom from all doubt and fear. For fate, inexorably stern, thou hast no power to move or turn. Thy princely Angad still will share my tender love, Sugriva's care, and to thy offspring shall be shown affection that shall match thine own. End of Cantos 16, 17, and 18. Cantos 19 to 21 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 19, Tara's Grief. No answer gave the Banner King to Rama's prudent counseling. Battered and bruised by tree and stone, by Rama's arrow overthrown, Fainting upon the ground he lay, gasping his troubled life away. But Tara in the Banner's hall heard tidings of her husband's fall, heard that a shaft from Rama's bow had laid the royal Bali low. Her darling Angad by her side, distracted from her home, she hid. Then nigh the place of battle drew the Banners, Angad's retinue. They saw the bow-armed Rama, dread fell on them, and they turned and fled. Like helpless deer, their leader slain, so wildly fled the startled train. But Tara saw, and nearer pressed, and thus the flying band addressed. O Banners, ye who ever stand about our king, a trusty band, where is the lion master? Why forsake ye thus your lord and fly? Say, lies he dead upon the plain, a brother by a brother slain, or pierced by shafts from Rama's bow that rain from far upon the foe? Thus Tara questioned, and was still. Then warriors of each shape and will, the Banners thus with one accord, answered the Lady of the Lord. Turn, Tara, turn, and half undone, save Angad thy beloved son. There Rama stands in death's disguise, and conquered Bali faints and dies. He by whose strong arm, thick and fast, uprooted trees and rocks were cast, lies smitten by a shaft that came, resistless as the lightning flame. When he, whose splendour once could vie with Indra's, regent of the sky, fell by the deadly arrow, all the Banners fled who marked his fall. Let all our chiefs their succours bring, and Angad be anointed king, for all who come of Banner race will serve him set in Bali's place. Or else our conquering foes today within our wall will force their way, polluting with their hostile feet the chambers of thy loved retreat. Great fear is on us, all and one, those who have wives and who have none. They lust for power, are fierce and bold, or hate us for the strife of old. She heard their speech as, sore afraid, arrested in their flight, they stayed, and gave her answer as became the spirit of so true a dame. Nay, what have I to do with pelf, with son, with kingdom, or with self, when he, my noble lord, who leads the Banners like a lion, bleeds? His high-souled victor will I meet, and throw me prostrate at his feet. She hastened forth, her bosom rent with anguish, weeping as she went, and striking, mastered by her woes, her head and breast with frantic blows. She hurried to the field, and found her husband prostrate on the ground, who quelled the hostile Banner's might, whose bank was never turned in flight, whose arm a massy rock could throw, as Indra hurls his bolts below. Fierce as the rushing tempest, loud as thunder from a labouring cloud, whenever he roared his voice of fear, struck terror on the boldest ear. Now slain, as hungry for the prey, a tiger might a lion slay. Or when, his serpent foe to seek, Suparna, with his furious beak, tears up a sacred hillock, long, the reverence of a village throng. Its altar, with their offerings spread, and the gay flag that waved overhead, she looked, and saw the victor stand, resting upon his bow his hand. And fierce Sugriva she descried, and Lakshman by his brother's side. She passed them by, nor stayed to view, swift to her husband's side she flew. Then as she looked, her strength gave way, and in the dust she fell and lay. Then, as if startled ere the close of slumber, from the earth she rose, upon her dying husband round, whose soul the coils of death were wound. Her eyes in agony she bent, and called him with a shrill lament. Sugriva, when he heard her cries, and saw the queen with weeping eyes,
and youthful Angad standing there, his load of grief could hardly bear. Canto 20. Tara's Lament. Again she bent her to the ground, her arms about her husband wound, sobbed on his breast, and sick and faint, with anguish poured her wild complaint. Brave in the charge of battle, boast, and glory of the banner host, why on the cold earth wilt thou lie, and give no answer when I cry? Up, warrior, from thy lowly bed, a meteor couch for thee is spread. It ill beseems a glorious king on the bare ground his limbs to fling. Ah, surely must thy love be strong for her whom thou hast governed long, if thou, my hero, canst recline on her cold breast, forsaking mine. Or, famed for justice through the land, thou on the road to heaven hast planned some city fairer far than this to be thy new metropolis. Are all your pleasures ended now with those delicious hours which thou and I, dear Lord, together spent in woods that breathed the honey's scent? Whelmed in my sorrow's boundless sea, there is no joy, no hope for me. When my beloved Lord, who led the banners to the fight, is dead, my widowed heart is torn and cold, or at the sight mine eyes behold. Overmastered would it end this ache, and in a thousand fragments break. Ah, noble banner, doomed to pay the penalty of all to-day! Sugriva from his home expelled, and Ruma from his arms withheld. Our banner race and thee to save, wise counsel for thy weal I gave. But thou, by wildest folly steered, wouldst give no credence to my word, and now wilt woo the nymphs above, and shake their souls with pangs of love. Ah, never could it be that thou beneath Sugriva's power shouldst bow. Thy conqueror is none but fate, whose mandates all who breathe await. And does no thrill of anguish run through the stern breast of Raghu's son, whose base hand dealt a coward's blow, and smote thee fighting with thy foe? Reft of my lord, my days, alas, in bitter, bitter war will pass. And I, long blessed with every good, must bear my dreary widowhood. And when his uncle's brow is torn, when his fierce eyes with fury burn, oh, what will be my Angad's fate, so fair and young and delicate? Come, darling, for the last sad sight of thy dear sire, who loved aright. For soon thine eyes will long in vain a look at that loved face to gain. And hero, as thy child draws near, with tender words his spirit cheer, thy dying wishes gently speak, and kiss him on the brows and cheek. High fame I ween has Rama won, by this great deed his hand has done. His debt to brave Sugriva paid, and kept the promise that he made. Be happy, King Sugriva, Lord of Rama, to thine arms restored. Enjoy uninterrupted reign, for he, thy foe, at length is slain. Dost thou not hear me speak, and why hast thou no word of soft reply? Wilt thou not lift thine eyes and see these dames who look to none but thee? From their sad eyes, as Tara spoke, the floods of bitter sorrow broke. Then, pressing close to Angad's side, each lifted up her voice and cried, How couldst thou leave thine Angad thus, and go for ever go from us? Thy child, so dear in brave attire, graced with the virtues of his sire. If ever in want of thought, O chief, one deed of mine have caused thee grief, forgive my folly, I entreat, and with my head I touch thy feet. Again the hapless Tara wept, as to her husband's side she crept, and wild with sorrow and dismay, sat on the ground where Bali lay. Canto 21. Hanuman's Speech. There, like a fallen star, the dame fell by her lord's half-lifeless frame. And Hanuman drew softly near, and strove her grieving heart to cheer. By changeless law, our bliss and woe from ancient wart and folly flow. What fruits soever we cull, the seeds were scattered by our former deeds. Why mourn another's mournful fate, and weep thyself unfortunate? Be calm, O thou whose heart is wise, for none deserves another's sighs. Look up, what idle sorrow strive, thy child, his heir, is yet alive. Let needful rites be duly done, nor in thy woe forget thy son. Regard the law which all obey, they spring to life, they pass away. Begin the task that bids thee rise, and stay these tears, for thou art wise. Our Lord the King is doomed to die, on whom 10,000,000 hearts rely. Kind, liberal, patient, true, and just, was he in whom they placed their trust. And now he seeks the land of those who for the right subdued their foes. Each banner lord with all his train, each ranger of this wild domain. And anchored here, thy darling see, a governor and friend in thee. These twain, whose hearts with sorrow ache, the funeral rites shall undertake. And anchored by his mother's care, be king, his father's rightful heir. Now let him pay, as laws require, his sacred duty to his sire, nor one solemnity omit of all that mighty kings befit. And when thy fond eye sees thine own dear anchored on his father's throne, then, lightened of its load of pain, thy spirit will have rest again. She heard his speech, she heaved her head, looked upon Hanuman, and said, Sweeter my slain lord's limbs to touch than anchored or 100 such. No rule or right a widowed dame over anchored all the realm I claim. Sugriva is the uncle, he in every act supreme must be. I pray thee, chief, this plan resign, nor claim from me what never is mine. The father, with his tender care, guards the dear child the mother bare. Wherever I be, no sweeter task, no happier joy I hope or ask, than thus to sit with loving eyes and watch the bed where Bali lies. End of Cantos 19, 20, and 21. Cantos 22 to 24 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 22, Bali Dead. There, breathing still with slow faint sighs, lay Bali on the ground, his eyes damp with the tears of death he raised, on conquering Sugriva gazed, and then in clearest speech expressed the tender feelings of his breast. Not to my church, Sugriva, lay thine injuries avenged today, but rather blame resistless fate that urged me on infuriate. Fate never agreed our lives to bless with simultaneous happiness. To dwell like brothers side by side in tender love was still denied. The Banner's realm is thine today. Begin, O King, thy rightful sway. For I must go at Yama's call, to sojourn in his gloomy hall. Must part and leave this very hour, my life, my realm, my kingly power, and go instead of these to gain bright glory, free from spot and stain. Now at thy hands one boon I seek, with the last words my lips shall speak. And though it be no easy thing, perform the task I give thee, King. This son of mine, no foolish boy, worthy of bliss and nursed in joy. See, prostrate on the ground he lies, the hot tears welling from his eyes. The child I love so well, more sweet than life itself, for war unmeet. To him be kindly favour shown, O God, and keep him as thine own. Retain him ever by thy side, his father, helper, friend, and guide. From fear and woe his young life save, and give him all his father gave. Then Tara's son in time shall be brave, resolute, and famed like thee, and march before thee to the fight, where stricken fiends shall own his might. While yet a tender stripling, Fame shall bruit abroad his warrior fame, and brightly shall his glory shine, for exploits worthy of his line. Child of Susain, my Tara well obscurest lore can read and tell, and trained in wondrous art divines its mystery of boding signs. Her solemn warning never despise, do boldly what her lips advise. For things to come her eye can see, and with her words events agree. And for the son of Raghu's sake, the toil and danger undertake. For breach of faith were grievous wrong, nor wouldst thou be unpunished long. Now, brother, take this chain of gold, gift of celestial hands of old, or when I die its charm will flee, and all its might be lost with me. The loving speech Sugriva heard, and all his heart with woe was teared. Remorse and gentle pity stole each thought of triumph from his soul. Thus fades the light when Rahu mars the glory of the Lord of Stars. All angry thoughts were stayed and stilled, and kindly love his bosom filled. His brother's word the chief obeyed, and took the chain as Bali prayed. On little Angad standing nigh, the dying hero fixed his eye, and ready from this world to part, spoke the fond utterance of his heart. Let time and place thy thoughts employ. In woe be strong, be meek in joy. Accept both pain and pleasure still, obedient to Sugriva's will. Thou hast, my darling, from the first, with tender care been softly nursed. But harder days, if thou wouldst win, Sugriva's love must now begin. To those who hate him never incline, nor count his foe a friend of thine. In all thy thoughts his welfare seek, obedient, lowly, faithful, meek. Let no rash shoot his bosom pain, nor yet from due requests abstain. Each is a grievous fault between, the two is found the happy mean. Then Bali ceased, his eyeballs rolled, in stress of anguish uncontrolled. His massive teeth were bared to view, and from the frame the spirit flew. Their lord and leader dead, the crowd of noblest banners shrieked aloud. Since thou, O king, hast sought the skies, all desolate Kishkinda lies. Her woods, where banners loved to rove, are empty now, and hill and grove. From every eye the light is fled, since thou, our mighty lord, art dead. Thine was the unwearied arm that bore the brunt of deadly flight of yore, with Golov the Gandharva, when, lasting through 5 long years and 10, the dreadful conflict knew no stay, in gloom of night, in glare of day. And when the 15th year had passed, thy dire opponent fell at last. If such a foeman fell beneath our hero's arm and awful teeth, who freed us from our terror, how is conquering Bali fallen now? Then when they saw their leader slain, great anguish seized the banner train, weeping their mighty chief as when, in pastures near a lion's den, the cows by sudden fear are steered, slain the bold bull who led the herd, and hapless Tara sank below,
the whelming waters of our woe, looked upon Bali's face and fell beside him whom she loved so well. Like a young creeper clinging round a tall tree prostrate on the ground. Canto 23. Tara's Lament. She kissed her lifeless husband's face. She clasped him in a close embrace, laid her soft lips upon his head. Then words like these the mourner said: No words of mine wouldst thou regard, and now thy bed is cold and hard, upon the rude rough ground overthrown, beneath thee naught but sand and stone. To thee the earth is dearer far than I and my caresses are, if thou upon her breast wilt lie, and to my words make no reply. Ah, my beloved, good and brave, bold to attack and strong to save, Fate is Sugriva's thrall, and we in him our Lord and Master see. Lo, by thy bed, a mournful band, thy bannered chiefs lamenting stand. O hear thy nobles' groans and cries, O mark thy angered's weeping eyes, O list to my entreaties, break the chains of slumber and awake. Ah me, my lord, this lowly bed, where rest thy limbs and fallen head, is the cold couch where smitten lay thy foeman in the bloody fray. O noble heart from blemish free, lover of war, beloved by me, why hast thou fled away and left thy Tara of all hope bereft? Unwise the father who allows his child to be a warrior's spouse. For hero, see thy consort's fate, a widow now most desolate. For ever broken is my pride, my hope of lasting bliss has died, and sinking in the lowest deep of sorrow's sea, I pine and weep. Ah, surely not of earthly mould, this stony heart is torn and cold, or in 100 pieces rent, it had not lingered to lament. Dead, dead, my husband, friend, and lord, in whom my loving hopes were stored, first in the field his foeman's dread, my own victorious Bali, dead. A woman, when her lord has died, though children flourish by her side, though stores of gold her coffers fill, is called a lonely widow still. Alas, thy bleeding gashes make around thy limbs a purple lake, thus slumbering was thy wont to lie on cushions bright with crimson dye. Dark streams of welling blood besmear thy limbs where dust and mire adhere, nor have I strength weighed down by woe mine arms about thy form to throw. The issue of this day has brought Sugriva all his wishes sought, for Rama shot one shaft and he is freed from fear and jeopardy. Alas, alas, I may not rest my head upon thy wounded breast, obstructed by the massive dart deep buried in thy bleeding heart. Then Nila from his bosom drew the fatal shaft that pierced him through, like some tremendous serpent deep in caverns of a hill asleep. As from the hero's wound it came, shot from the shaft a gleam of flame, like the last flashes of the sun, descending when his course is run. From the wide rent in crimson flood rushed the full stream of Bali's blood, like torrents down a mountain's side, with golden ore and copper dyed. Then Tara brushed with tender care the dust of battle from his hair, while her sad eyes poured down their rain upon her lord untimely slain. Once more she looked upon the dead, then to her bright-eyed child she said, Turn hither, turn thy weeping eyes, where low in death thy father lies. By sinful deed and bitter hate our Lord has met his mournful fate. Bright as the sun at early morn, to Yama's halls is Bali borne. Then go, my child, salute the king, from whom our bliss and honour spring. Obedient to his mother's hest, his father's feet he gently pressed. With twining arms and lingering hands, "Father," he cried, "here Angad stands." Then Tara, art thou stern and mute, regardless of thy child's salute? Hast thou no blessing for thy son, no word for little Angad, none? O hero, at thy lifeless feet, here with my boy I take my seat, as some sad mother of the heart, by the fierce lion undertaught, lies moaning by the grassy dell, wherein her lord and leader fell. How, having wrought that awful rite, the sacrifice of deadly fight, wherein the shaft by Rama sped, supplied the place of watershed, how hast thou bade thee at the end, without thy wife our aid to lend? Why do mine eyes no more behold thy bright beloved chain of gold, which, pleased with thee, the immortals' king about thy neck vouchsafed to fling? Still lingering on thy lifeless face, I see the pride of royal race. Thus when the sun has set, his glow still rests upon the lord of snow. Alas, my hero, undertaught, thou wouldst not listen to my word. With tears and prayers I sued in vain. Thou wouldst not listen, and art slain. Gone is my bliss, my glory, I, and Angad now with thee will die. Canto 24. Sugriva's Lament. But when Sugriva saw her weep, overwhelmed in sorrows rushing deep, swift through his bosom pierced the sting of anguish for the fallen king. At the sad sight his eyes beheld, a flood of bitter tears outwelled, and with his bosom wrecked and rent, to Rama with his train he went. He came with faltering steps and slow, where Rama held his mighty bow, an arrow like a venomed snake, and to the son of Raghu spake, "Well hast thou kept, O king, thy vow. The promised fruit is gathered now, but life is marred, my soul to-day turns sickening from all joy away. For while this queen laments and sighs, amid a mourning people's cries, and Angad weeps his father slain, how can my heart delight to reign? For outrage, fury, senseless pride, my brother, doomed of yore, has died. Yet Raghu's son, in bitter woe, I mourn his fated overthrow. Ah, better far in pain and ill to dwell on Rishamukha still, than gain the heaven of gods and all its pleasures by my brother's fall. Did not he cry, great-hearted foe, "Go, for I will not slay thee, go"? With his brave soul those words agree, my speech, my deeds are worthy me. How can a brother counterweigh his grievous loss with joys of sway, and see with dull unpitying eye so brave and good a brother die? His lofty soul was nobly blind, my death, alas, he never designed. But I, urged blindly on by hate, sought with his life my race to sate. He smote me with a splintered tree, I groaned aloud and turned to flee. From stern reproaches he forbore, and gently bade me sin no more. Serene and dutiful and good, he kept the laws of brotherhood. I, fierce and greedy, vengeful, base, showed all the vices of our race. Ah me, dear friend, my brother's fate lays on my soul a crushing weight, a sin no heart should ever conceive, but at the thought each soul should grieve. Sin such as Indra's one is blow led heavenly Vishwarupa low. Yet art the waters of the seas, the race of women and the trees, were fain upon themselves to take the weight of sin for Indra's sake. But who a banner soul will free, or ease the load that crushes me?
Wretch that I am, I may not claim the reverence due to royal name. How shall I reign supreme or dare affect a power I should not share? Ah me, I sorrow for my sin, the ruin of my race and kin, polluted by a hideous crime, world hated till the end of time. Alas, the floods of sorrow roll with whelming force upon my soul, so gathers the descending rain in the deep hollow of the plain. End of Cantos 22, 23, and 24. Cantos 25 to 27 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 25, Rama's Speech. Then Raghu's son, whose feeling breast shared the great woe that moved the rest, strove with wise charm their grief to ease, and gently spoke in words like these: You never can raise the dead to bliss by agony of grief like this. Cease your lament, nor leave undone the funeral task you may not shun. As nature orders over the dead, your tributary tears are shed. But fate, directing each event, is still the Lord preeminent. Yes, all obey the changeless laws of fate, the universal cause. By fate, the lives of all proceed, that governs every word and deed. None acts, none sees his haste abate, but each and all by fate are swayed. The world its ordered course maintains, and over that course fate ever reigns. Fate never exceeds the rule of fate, is never too swift, is never too late, and making nature its ally, forgets no life, nor passes by. No kith and kin, no power and force can check or stay its settled course. No friend or client, grace or charm, that victor of the world disarm. So all who see with prudent eyes the hand of fate must recognize, for virtue rules, or love or gain, as fate's unchanged decrees ordain. Bali has died and won the meed that waits in heaven on noble deed. Throned in the seats the brave may reach by liberal hand and gentle speech. True to a warrior's duty, bold in fight, the hero lofty-souled deigned not to guard his life. He died, and now in heaven is glorified. Then cease these tears and wild despair, turn to the task that claims your care. For Bali's is the glorious fate which warriors count most fortunate. When Rama's speech had found a close, brave Lakshman, terror of his foes, with wise and soothing words addressed Sugriva, still with woe oppressed. Arise, Sugriva, thus he said, perform the service of the dead. Prepare with Tara and her son, that Bali's rites be duly done. A store of funeral odes provide, which wind and sun and time have dried, and richest sandal fit to grace the pyre of one of royal race. With words of comfort soft and kind, console poor Angad's troubled mind. Nor let thy heart be thus cast down, for thine is now the banner's town.
Let Angad's care a wreath supply, and raiment rich with varied dye, and oil and perfumes for the fire, and all the solemn rites require. Go, hasten to the town, O king, and Tara's little quickly bring. A virtuous dispatch and speed is best of all in hour of need. Go, let a chosen band prepare the litter of the dead to bear. For stout and tall and strong of limb must be the chiefs who carry him. He spoke, his friend's delight and pride, then stood again by Rama's side. When Tara heard the words he said, within the town he quickly sped, and brought, on stalwart shoulders laid, the litter for the rites arrayed. Framed like a car for gods, complete, with painted sides and royal seat, with latticed windows deftly made, and golden birds and trees inlaid, well joined and wrought in every part, a marvel of ingenious art. One pleasure mounts in carven wood, and many a graven figure stood. The best of jewels over it hung, and wreaths of flowers around it clung. And over all was raised on high a canopy of saffron dye, while like the sun of morning shone the brilliant blooms that lay thereon. That glorious litter Rama eyed, and spake to Lakshman by his side, let Bali on the bier be placed, and with all funeral service graced. Sugriva then with many a tear drew Bali's body to the bier, whereon with weeping Angad's aid the relics of the chief were laid, knit many a vesture's varied fold, and wreaths and ornaments and gold. Then King Sugriva bade them speed, the obsequies by law decreed. Let banners lead the way and throw wreaths gems around them as they go, and be the chosen bearers near, behind them laden with the bier. No costly rite may you deny, used when the proudest monarchs die. As for a king of widest sway, perform his obsequies today. Sugriva gave his high behest, then princely Tara and the rest, with little Angad weeping, led the long procession of the dead. Behind the funeral litter came, with Tara first, each widowed dame. In tears and shrieks her loss deplored, and cried aloud, "My lord, my lord!" While wood and hill and valley sent in echoes back the shrill lament. Then on a low and sandy isle was reared the hero's funeral pile, by crowds of toiling banners, where the mountain stream ran fresh and fair. The banner chiefs, a noble band, has led the litter on the sand, and stood a little space apart, each mourning in his inmost heart. But Tara, when her weeping eye saw Bali on the litter lie, laid his dear head upon her lap, and wailed aloud her dire mishap. O mighty banner, lord and king, to whose fond breast I love to cling, of godly arms, wise, brave, and bold, rise, look upon me as of old. Rise up, my sovereign, dost thou see a crowd of subjects weep for thee? Still over thy face, though breath has fled, the joyous light of life is spread. Thus around the sun, although he set, a crimson glory lingers yet. Death,
clad in Rama's form today, hast dragged thee from the world away. One shaft from his tremendous bow dooms us to widowhood and woe. Hast thou, O Banner King, no eyes thy weeping wives to recognize, who for the length of way unmeet have followed thee with weary feet? Yet every moon-faced beauty here by thee, O King, was counted dear. Lord of the Banner race, hast thou no eyes to see Sugriva now? About thee stands, in mournful mood, a sore afflicted multitude, and Tara and thy lords of state around their monarch weep and wait. Arise, my lord, with gentle speech, as was thy wont, dismissing each. Then in the forest will we play, and love shall make our spirits gay. The Banner dames raised Tara, drowned in floods of sorrow from the ground. And Angad, with Sugriva's aid, overwhelmed with anguish and dismayed, weeping for his departed sire, placed Bali's body on the pyre. Then lit the flame, and round the dead passed slowly with a mourner's tread. Thus with full rites the funeral train performed the service for the slain. Then sought the flowing stream and made libations to the parted shade. There, setting Angad first in place, the chieftains of the Banner race, with Tara and Sugriva, shed the water that delights the dead. Canto 26. The Coronation. Each Banner councillor and peer in crowded numbers gathered near Sugriva, mournful king, while yet his vesture from the wave was wet. Before the chief of Raghu's seat, unwearied in each arduous deed, they stood and raised the reverent hand, as saints before Lord Brahma stand. Then Hanuman of massive mould, like some tall hill of glistering gold, son of the god whose wild blasts shake the forest, thus to Rama spake. By thy kind favour, O my lord, Sugriva, to his home restored, triumphant has regained the day his rank and power and royal sway. He now will call each faithful friend, enter the city and attend, with sage advice and prudent care, to every task that waits him there. Then balm and unguent shall anoint our monarch as the laws appoint, and gems and precious reeds shall be his grateful offering, king, to thee. Do thou, O Rama, with thy friend, thy steps within the city bend, our ruler on his throne install, and with thy presence cheer us all. Then, skilled in lore and arts that guide, the speaker, Raghu's son, replied, For 14 years I might not break the mandate that my father spake, nor can I, till that time be fled, the street of town or village tread. Let King Sugriva seek the town, most worthy of her high renown. There let him be without delay, anointed, and begin his sway. This answered to Sugriva then, thus spake anew the King of Man. Do thou who knowest right ordain Prince Angad consort of thy reign, for he is noble, true, and bold, and trained a righteous cause to hold. Gifts like his sires that youth adorn, born eldest to the eldest born. This is the month of Sravan, first
of those that see the rain clouds burst. 4 months, thou knowest well, extends the season when the rain descends. No time for deeds of war is this. Seek thou thy fair metropolis. And I with Lakshman, O my friend, the time upon this hill will spend. An ample cavern, opens there, made lovely by the mountain air, and lotuses and lilies fill the pleasant lake and murmuring reel. When Kartik's month shall clear the skies, then tempt the mighty enterprise. Now, chieftain, to thy home repair, and be anointed sovereign there. Sugriva heard, he bowed his head. Within the lovely town he sped, which Bali's royal will had swayed, where 1,000 banner chiefs arrayed gathered in order round their king, and led him on with welcoming. Low on the earth the lesser crowd fell in prostration as they bowed. Sugriva looked with grateful eyes, spake to them all, and bade them rise. Then through the royal bowers he strode, wherein the monarch's wives abode. Soon from the inner chambers came the banner of exalted fame, and joyful friends drew near and shed king-making balm upon his head. Like gods anointing in disguise their sovereign of the 1,000 eyes, then brought they over their king to hold the white umbrella decked with gold, and chowries with their waving hair in golden handles wondrous fair, and fragrant herbs and seed and spice, and sparkling gems exceeding price, and every bloom from woods and leaves, and gum distilled from milky trees, and precious ointment white as milk, and spotless robes of cloth and silk, wreaths of sweet flowers whose glories gleam in grassy grove, on lake or stream, and fragrant sandal and each scent that makes the soft breeze redolent. Grain, honey, odorous seed and store of oil and cod and golden ore, a noble tiger skin, a pair of sandals wrought with costliest care. 8 pairs of damsels drawing nigh brought unguents stained with varied dye. Then gems and cates and robes displayed before the twice-born priests well laid, that they would deign in order due to consecrate the king anew. The sacred grass was duly spread, and sacrificial flame was fed, which scripture-learned priests supplied with oil which texts had sanctified. Then, with all the rites ordained of old, high on the terrace, bright with gold, whereon a glorious carpet lay, and fresh-culled garlands, sweet and gay, placed on his throne, Sugriva bent his looks toward the orient. In horns from forehead of the bull, in pitchers bright and beautiful, in urns of gold the banner took pure water brought from stream and brook, from every consecrated strand and every sea that beats the land. Then, as prescribed by sacred law, and many a mighty sage of yore, the leaders of the banners poured the sacred water on their lord. From every banner at the close of the imperial rite arose shouts of glad triumph, loud and long, repeated by the high-souled throng. Sugriva, when the rite was done, obeyed the hest of Raghu's son. Prince Angad to his breast he strained, and partner of his sway ordained. Once more from all the host rang out the loud hujah and joyful shout. well done, each Bauner cried, and good Sugriva glorified. Then with glad voices loudly raised, were Rama and his brother praised. And bright Kishkinda shone that day with happy throngs and banners gay. Canto 27. Rama on the Hill. But when the solemn rite was over, and bold Sugriva reigned once more, the sons of Raghu sought the hill, Prasravan of the rushing rail, where roamed the tiger and the deer, and lions raised their voice of fear. Thick set of trees of every kind, with trailing shrubs and plants entwined, home of the ape and monkey, lair of mountain cat and pod and bear. In cloudy gloom against the sky, the sanctifying hills rose high. Pierced in their crest, a spacious cave, the Raghu's sons a shelter gave. Then Rama, pure from every crime, in words well suited to the time, to Lakshman spoke, whose faithful chiel watched humbly for his brother's weal. I love this spacious cavern where there breathes a fresh and pleasant air. Brave brother, let us here remain throughout the season of the rain. For in mine eyes this mountain crest is above all the loveliest, where copper-hued and black and white show the huge blocks that face the height, where gleams the shine of varied ore, where dark clouds hang and torrents roar, where waving woods are fair to see, and creepers climb from tree to tree, where the gay peacock's voice is shrill, and sweet birds carol on the hill, where odorous breath is wafted far from jessamine and cindervar, and opening flowers of every hue give wondrous beauty to the view. See, too, this pleasant water near our cavern home is fresh and clear, and lilies gay with flower and bud are glorious on the lovely flood. This cave that fares north and east will shelter us till rain has ceased, and towering hills that rise behind will screen us from the furious wind. Close by the cavern's portal lies an level stone of ample size, and sable hill, a mighty block, long severed from the parent rock. Now let thine eye bent northward rest a while upon the mountain crest, high as a cloud that brings the rain, and dark as iron rent in twain. Look southward, brother, now, and view a cloudy pile of paler hue, like Mount Kailasha's topmost height, where ores of every tint are bright. See, Lakshman, see before our cave that clear brook eastward roll its wave, as though it were Ganga's infant reel, downstreaming from the tree-peaked hill. See by the water's gentle flow asoka, shal, and sandal grow, and every lovely tree most fair, with leaf and bud and flower is there. See there, beneath the bending trees that fringe her bank, the river flees, clothed with their beauty like a maid, in all her robes and gems arrayed, while from the sedgy banks are heard the soft notes of each amorous bird. O see what lovely islets stud like gems the bosom of the flood, and sarasses and wild swans crowd about her till she laughs aloud. See, lotus blooms the brook overspread, some tender blue, some dazzling red, and opening lilies white as snow their buds in rich profusion show. There rings the joyous peacock's scream, there stands the curlew by the stream, and holy hermits love to throng where the sweet waters speed along. Ranged on the grassy margin shine gay sandal trees in glittering line, and all the wondrous verdure seems the offspring of creative dreams. O conquering prince, there cannot be a lovelier place than this we see. Here, sheltered on the beauteous height, our days will pass in calm delight. Nor is Kishkinda's city gay with grove and garden far away. Thence will the breeze of evening bring sweet music as the minstrels sing. And when the banners dance will come the sound of tabor and of drum. Again to spouse and realm restored, God by his friends, the banner Lord, great glory has acquired, and how can he be less than happy now? This said, the son of Raghu made his dwelling in that pleasant shade, upon the mountain's shelving side, that sweetly all his wants supplied. But still the hero's troubled mind no comfort in his woe could find, yet mourning for his stolen wife, dearer to Rama than his life. Chief, when he saw the Lord of Night rise slowly over the eastern height, he tossed upon his leafy bed, with eyes by sleep unvisited. Outwelled the tears in ceaseless flow, and every sense was numbed by woe. Each pang that pierced the mourner through smote Lakshman's faithful bosom too, who, troubled for his brother's sake, with wisest words the prince bespake. Arise, my brother, and be strong. Thy hero heart has mourned too long. Thou knowest well that tears and sighs will mar the mightiest enterprise. Thine was the soul that loved to dare, to serve the gods was still thy care. And never may sorrow's sting subdue a heart so resolute and true. How canst thou hope to slay in fight the giant, cruel in his might? Unwearied must the champion be who strives with such a foe as he. Tear out this sorrow by the root, again be bold and resolute. Arise, my brother, and subdue the demon and his wicked crew. Thou canst destroy the earth, her seas, her rooted hills and giant trees, unseated by thy furious hand. And shall one fiend thy power withstand? Wait through this season of the rain, till suns of autumn dry the plain. Then shall thy giant foe and all his host and realm before thee fall. I wake thy valor that has slept, amid the tears thine eyes have wept, as drops of oil in worship raise the dormant flame to sudden blaze. The son of Raghu heard, he knew his brother's rede was wise and true, and honouring his friendly guide, in gentle words he thus replied: Whatever a hero firm and bold, devoted, true, and lofty-souled, should speak by deep affection led, such are the words which thou hast said. I cast away each pensive thought that brings the noblest plans to naught, and each uninjured power will strain until the purposed end we gain. Thy prudent words will I obey, until the close of rain time stay, when King Sugriva will invite to action, and the streams be right. The hero saved in hour of need repays the debt with friendly deed, but hated by the good are they who take the boon and never repay.
End of Cantos 25, 26, and 27. Cantos 28 to 30 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 28. The Rains. See, brother, see, thus Rama cried, on my left's dark-wooded side. A chain of clouds, like lofty hills, the sky with gathering shadow feels. 9 months those clouds have borne the load, conceived from sunbeams as they glowed, and having drunk the seas, gave birth, and dropped their offspring on the earth. Easy it seems at such a time that flight of cloudy stairs to climb, and from their summit, safely won, hang flowery wreaths about the sun. See how the flash of evening's red fringes the fleecy clouds overhead, till all the sky is streaked and lined with bleeding wounds incarnadined. All the white firmament above shows like a lover sick with love, and pale with cloudlets heaves a sigh in the soft breeze that wanders by. See, by the fervent heat embrowned, how drenched with recent showers the ground pours out in floods her gushing tears, like Sita wild with torturing fears. So softly blows this cloud-born breeze, cool through the boughs of camphor trees, that one might hold it in the cup of hollowed hands and drink it up. See, brother, where that rocky steep, where odorous shrubs in raindrops weep, shows like Sugriva when they shed their royal balm upon his head. Like students at their task appear these hills whose misty peaks are near, black deerskin garments wrought of cloud, their forms with fitting mantles shroud. Each torrent from the summit poured supplies the place of sacred chord, and winds that in their caverns moan sound like the voices undertone. From east to east red lightnings flash, and quivering knit the golden lash. The great sky, like a generous steed, groans inly at each call to speed. Yon lightning, as it flashes through the giant cloud of sable hue, recalls my votaress Sita pressed mid struggles to the demon's breast. See, on those mountain ridges stand sweet shrubs that bud and bloom expand. The soft rain ends their pangs of grief, and drops its pearls on flower and leaf. But all their raptures stab me true, and wake my pining love anew. Now through the air no wild bird flies, each lily shuts her weary eyes, and blooms of opening jasmine show the parting sun has ceased to glow. No captain now for conquest burns, but homeward with his host returns. For roads and kings' ambitious dreams have vanished 'neath descending streams. This is the watery month wherein the summer's sacred chants begin. A shadow past, now Koshal's lord the harvest of the spring has stored, and dwells within his palace freed from every care of pressing need. Full is the moon, and fierce and strong impetuous Serju roars along, as though Ayodhya's crowds ran out to greet their king with echoing shout. In this sweet time of ease and rest, no care disturbs Sugriva's breast, the foe that marred his peace overthrown, and queen and realm once more his own. Alas, a harder fate is mine, reft both of realm and queen to pine. And like the bank which floods a road, I sink beneath my sorrow's load. Sore my soul, my miseries weigh, and these long rains our action stay. While Ravan seems a mightier foe than I dare hope to overthrow. I saw the roads were barred by rain, I knew the hopes of war were vain, nor could I bid Sugriva rise, though prompt to aid my enterprise. Even now I scarce can urge my friend, on whom his house and realm depend, who after toil and peril past is happy with his queen at last. Sugriva after rest will know the hour is come to strike the blow, nor will his grateful soul forget my succor or deny the debt. I know his generous heart, and hence await the time with confidence, when he his friendly chill will show, and brooks again untroubled flow. Canto 29. Hanuman's Counsel. No flash of lightning lit the sky, no cloudlet marred the blue on high. The surges missed the welcome rain, the moon's full beams were bright again. Sugriva, lapped in bliss, forgot the claims of fate, or heeded not, and by alluring joys misled, the path of falsehood longed to tread. In careless ease he passed each hour, and dallied in his lady's bower. Each longing of his heart was stilled, and every lofty hope fulfilled. With royal Ruma by his side, or Tara yet a dearer bride, he spent each joyous day and night in revelry and wild delight, like Indra whom the nymphs entice to taste the joys of paradise. The power to courtiers' hands resigned, to all their acts his eyes were blind. All doubt, all fear he cast aside, and lived with pleasures for his guide. But sage Hanuman, firm and true, whose heart the law of Scripture knew, well trained to meet occasion, trained in all by duty's law ordained, strove with his prudent speech to find soft access to the monarch's mind. He skilled in every gentle art of eloquence that wins the heart. Sugriva from his trance to wake, his salutary counsel spake. The realm is won, thy name advanced, the glory of thy house enhanced, and now thy foremost care should be to aid the friends who succored thee. He who is firm and faithful found, to friendly ties in honour bound, will see his name and fame increase, and his blessed kingdom thrive in peace. Wide sway is his who truly boasts that friends and treasure, self and hosts, all blent in one harmonious whole, are subject to his firm control. Do thou, whose footsteps never stray from the clear bounds of duty's way, assist, as honour bids thee now, thy friends observant of thy vow. For if all cares we lay not by, and to our friends' assistance fly, we after toil in idle haste, and all the late endeavour waste. Up, nor the promised help delay, until the hour have slipped away. Up, and with Raghu's son renew the search for Sita lost to view. The hour is come, he hears the call, but not on thee reproaches fall, from him who labours to repress his eager spirit's restlessness.
Long joined to thee in friendly ties, he made thy fame and fortune rise. In gentle gifts by none excelled, in splendid might unparalleled. Up to his succour, King, repay the favour of that prosperous day, and to thy bravest captains send prompt mandates to assist thy friend. The cry for help thou wilt not spurn, although no grace demands return. And wilt thou not thine aid afford to him who realm and life restored? Exert thy power, and thou hast won the love of Dasarat's son. And wilt thou for his summons wait, until he call thee hesitate? Think not the hero needs thy power to save him in the desperate hour. He with his arrows could subdue the gods and all the demon crew, and only waits that he may see redeemed the promise made by thee. For thee he risked his life and fought, for thee that great deliverance wrought. Then let us trace through earth and skies his lady wheresoever she lies. Through realms above, beneath we flee, and plant our footsteps on the sea. Then why, O Lord of banners, still delay us waiting for thy will? Give thy commands, O King, and say what task has each and where the way. Before thee myriad banners stand, to sweep through heaven over seas and land. Sugriva heard the timely rede that roused him in the day of need, and thus to Nila, prompt and brave, his hest the imperial banner gave. Go, Nila, to the distant hosts that keep in arms their several posts, and all the armies that protect their quarters with their chiefs collect. To all the luminaries placed in intermediate regions haste, and bid each captain rise and lead his squadrons to their king with speed. Do thou meanwhile with strictest care all that the time requires prepare. The loitering banner who delays to gather here ere 3-5 days shall surely die for his offence, condemned for sinful negligence. Canto 30. Rama's Lament. But Rama in the autumn night stood musing on the mountain height, while grief and love that scorned control shook with wild storms the hero's soul. Clear was the sky without a cloud, the glory of the moon to shroud, and bright with purest silver shone each hill the soft beams looked upon. He knew Sugriva's heart was bent on pleasure gay and negligent. He thought on Janak's child forlorn, from his fond arms forever torn. He mourned occasion slipping by, and faint with anguish heaved each sigh. He sat where many a varied streak of rich ore marked the mountain peak. He raised his eyes the sky to view, to his love his sad thoughts flew. He heard the sorrow's cry, and faint with sorrow poured his love-born plaint. She who mocked the softest tone of wild birds' voices with her own, where strays she now, my love who played so happy in our hermit shade? How can my absent love behold the bright trees with their flowers of gold, and all their gleaming glory see with eyes that vainly look for me? How is it with my darling when from the deep tangles of the glen float carols of each bird elate with rapture singing to his mate? In vain my weary glances rove from lake to hill, from stream to grove. I find no rapture in the scene, and languish for my fawn-eyed queen. Ah, does strong love with wild unrest, born of the autumn, steer her breast? And does the gentle lady pine till her bright eyes shall look in mine? Does Raghu's son in piteous tone, overwhelmed with sorrow, made his moan, even as the bird that drinks the rains to Indra thousand-eyed complains? Then Lakshman, who had wandered through the copses where the berries grew, returning to the cavern found his brother chief in sorrow drowned, and pitying the woes that broke the spirit of the hero, spoke. Why cast thy strength of soul away, and weakly yield to passion's sway? Arise, my brother, do and dare, ere action perish in despair. Recall the firmness of thy heart, and nerve thee for a hero's part. Whose is the hand unscathed to seize the red flame quickened by the breeze? Where is the foe will dare to wrong, or keep the mighty lady long? Then with pale lips that sorrow dried, the son of Raghu thus replied. Lord Indra, thousand-eyed, has sent the sweet rain from the firmament, sees the rich promise of the grain, and turns him to his rest again. The clouds, with voices loud and deep, veiling each tree upon the steep, up on the thirsty earth have shed their precious burden and are fled. Now in kings' hearts ambition glows, they rush to battle with their foes. But in Sugriva's lot I see no care for deeds of chivalry. See, Lakshman, on each breezy height 1,000 autumn blooms are bright. See how the wings of wild swans gleam on every islet of the stream. 4 months of flood and rain are past, 100 years they seem to last. To me, whom toil and trouble tried, my Sita saviored from my side. She, gentlest woman, weak and young, still to her lord unwearied clung. Still by the exile's side she stood, in the wild ways of Dandag Ood, like a fond bird disconsolate, if parted from her darling mate. Sugriva lapped in soft repose, untouched by pity for my woes, scorns the poor exile dispurchased, by Ravan's mighty arm oppressed. The wretch who comes to sue and pray, from his lost kingdom far away, hence falls on me the banner's scorn, his sweeter, friendless and forlorn. The time is come, with heedless eye, he sees the hour of action fly, unmindful, now his hopes succeed, of promise made in stress of need. Go seek him, sunk in bliss and sloth, forgetful of his royal oath. And as mine envoy thus upbraid the monarch for his help delayed, vile is the wretch who will not pay the favour of an earlier day. Hope in the supplicant's breast awakes, and then his plighted promise breaks. Noblest mid of all women born, who keeps the words his lips have sworn, yea, if those words be good or ill, maintains his faith unbroken still. The thankless who forget to aid the friend who helped them when they prayed, dishonoured in their death shall lie, and dogs shall pass their corpses by. Sure, thou wouldst see my strained arm hold my bow of battle backed with gold, wouldst gaze upon its awful form, like lightning flashing through the storm, and hear the clanging bowstring loud as thunder from a labouring cloud. His valour and his strength I know, but pleasure's sway now sinks them low. With thee, my brother, for ally, that strength and valour I defy. He promised, when the rain should end, the succour of his arm to lend. These months are past, he dares forget, and, lapped in pleasure, slumbers yet. No thought disturbs his careless breast, for us impatient and distressed, and, while we sadly wait and pine, got by the lords he quaffs the wine. Go, brother, go, his palace seek, and boldly to Sugriva speak. Thus give the listless king to know what waits him if my anger glow. Still open to the gloomy god lies the sad path that Bali trod. Still to thy plighted word be true, lest thou, O king, that path pursue. I launched the shaft I pointed well, and Bali, only Bali fell. But if from truth thou dare to stray, both thee and thine this hand shall slay. Thus be the Bana king at rest, then add thyself what seems the best. End of Cantos 28, 29, and 30. Cantos 31 to 33 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 31. The Envoy. Thus Rama spoke, and Lakshman then made answer to the Prince of Man. Yea, if the Bana, undertaught, by fear of vengeance break his word, loss of his royal power ere long, shall pay the traitor for the wrong. Nor deem I him so void of sense, to brave the bitter consequence. But, if enslaved to joy he'll lie, and scorn thy grace with blinded eye, then let him join his brother slain, unmeet where such a wretch do reign. Quick rises, kindling in my breast, the wrath that will not be repressed, and bids me in my fury slay the breaker of his fate today. Let Bali's son thy consort trace with bravest chiefs of Bana race. Thus spoke the hero, and aglow with rays of battle seized his bow. But Rama, thus in gentler mood, with fitting words his speech renewed. No hero with a soul like thine to paths of sin will ever incline. He who his angry heart can tame is worthiest of a hero's name. Not thine, my brother, be the part so alien from the tender heart, nor let thy feet by wrath misled forsake the path they love to tread. From harsh and angry words abstain, with gentle speech a hearing gain, and tax Sugriva with the crime of failing fate and wasted time. Then Lakshman, bravest of the brave, obeyed the hest that Rama gave, to whom, devoting every thought, the Bana's royal town he sought. As Mandar's mountain heaves on high, his carved peak soaring to the sky, so Lakshman showed his dread bow bent like Indra's in the firmament. His brother's wrath, his brother's woe, inflamed his soul to fiercest glow. The tallest trees to earth were cast, as furious on his way he passed. And where he stepped, so fiercely fleet, the stones were shivered by his feet. He reached Kishkinda's city deep, embosomed where the hills were steep, where street and open square were lined with legions of the Bana kind. Then, as his lips with fury swelled, the Lord of Raghu's line beheld a stream of Bana chiefs outpoured to do obeisance to their lord. But when the mighty prince in view of the thick coming banners drew, they turned them in amaze to seize cracks of the rock and giant trees. He saw, and fiercer waxed his ire, as oil lends fury to the fire. Scarce had the banner chieftains seen that wrathful eye, that troubled mien, fierce as the gods who rules the dead, when turned in wild affright they fled. Speeding in breathless terror, all sought King Sugriva's council hall, and there made known their tale of fear, that Lakshman, wild with rage, was near. The king, untroubled by alarms, held Tara in his amorous arms, and in the distant bower with her heard not each clamorous messenger. Then summoned at the Lord's behest, forth from the city portals pressed, each, like some elephant or cloud, the banners in a trembling crowd. Fierce warriors, all with massive jaws, and terrors of their tiger claws. Some matched 10 elephants, and some 100 strength could overcome. Some chieftains mightier than the rest, 10 times 100's force possessed. With eyes of fury Lakshman viewed the banner's three-armed multitude, thus garrisoned from side to side, the city walls assault defied. Beyond the moat that guard the wall advanced the banner chiefs, and all upon the plain in firm brigade impetuous warriors stood arrayed. Red at the sight flashed Lakshman's eyes, his bosom heaved tumultuous sighs, and forth the fire of fury broke, like flame that flashes through the smoke. Like some fierce snake the hero stood, his bow recalled the expanded hood, and in his shaft head bright and keen the flickering of his tongue was seen, and in his own all-conquering might the venom of its deadly bite. Prince Angad marked his angry look, and every hope his heart forsook. Then his large eyes with fury red to Angad Lakshman turned and said, "Go tell the king that Lakshman waits for audience at the city gates, whose heart, O tamer of thy foes, is heavy with his brother's woes. Bid him to Rama's word attend, and ask if he will aid his friend. Go, let the king my message learn, then hither with all speed return." Prince Angad heard, and wild with grief cried as he looked upon the chief, "It is Lakshman's self, impelled by ire. He seeks the city of my sire." At the fierce words and furious look of Raghu's son he quailed and shook. Back through the city gates he sped, and, laden with the tale of dread, sought King Sugriva, filled his ears, and Ruma's with his doubts and fears. To Ruma and the king he bent, and clasped their feet most reverent, clasped the dear feet of Tara too, and told the startling tale anew. But King Sugriva's ear was dulled by love and wine, and languor lulled, nor did the words that Angad spake the slumberer from his trance awake. But soon as Raghu's son came nigh, the startled banners raised a cry, and strove to win his grace, while dread each anxious heart disquieted. They saw, and as they gathered round, rose from the mighty throng a sound, like torrents when they downward dash, or thunder with the lightning's flash. The shouting of the banners broke Sugriva's slumber, and he woke. Still with the wine his eyes were red, his neck with flowers was garlanded.
Roused at the voice of Angad came two banner lords of rank and fame, one Akshay, one Pravava hight, wise counsellors of gain and right. They came and raised their voices high, and told that Raghu's son was nigh. Two brothers steadfast in their truth, each glorious in the bloom of youth, worthy of rule, have left the skies, and clothed their forms in man's disguise. One at thy gates in warlike hands, holding his mighty weapon, stands. His message is the charioteer that brings the eager envoy near, ours onward by his bold intent, and by the hest of Rama sent. The gathered banners saw and fled, and raised aloud their cry of dread. Son of Queen Tara, Angad ran to parley with the godlike man. Still fiery-eyed with rage and hate stands Lakshman at the city gate, and trembling banners scarce can fly, scathed by the lightning of his eye. Go with thy son, thy kith and kin, the favour of the prince to win, and bow thy reverend head, that so his fiery wrath may cease to glow. What righteous Rama bids thee do, and to thy plighted word be true. Canto 32. Hanuman's Counsel. Sugriva heard, and trained and tried, in counsel to his lords replied. No deed of mine, no hasty word, the anger of the prince has stirred. But haply some who hate me still, and watch their time to work me ill, have slandered me to Raghu's son, accused of deeds I never have done. Now, O my lords, for you are wise, speak truly what your hearts advise, and pondering each event inquire the reason of the prince's ire. No fear have I of Lakshman, none, no dread of Raghu's mightier son, but wrath that fires a friendly breast, without due cause disturbs my rest. With labour light is friendship gained, but with severest toil maintained. And doubt is strong, and faith is weak, and friendship dies when traitors speak. Hence is my troubled bosom cold, with fear of Rama lofty souled, for heavy on my spirit weigh his favours I can never repay. He ceased, and Hanuman of all the banners in the council hall, in wisdom first and rank expressed the thoughts that filled his prudent breast. No marvel thou rememberest yet the service thou shouldst never forget, how the brave prince of Raghu's seed thy days from fear and peril freed, and Bali for thy sake overthrew, whom Indra's self might scarce subdue. I doubt not Rama's anger burns, for the scant love thy heart returns. For this he sends his brother, him whose glory never waxes dim. Sunk in repose thy careless eye marks not the seasons as they fly, nor sees that autumn has begun, with dark blooms opening to the sun. Clear is the sky, no cloudlet mars the splendour of the shining stars. The balmy air is soft and still, and clear and bright are lake and rill. Thou heedest not with blindest eyes the hour for warlike enterprise. Hence Lakshman hither comes to break thy slothful trance and bid thee wake. Then monarch, with a patient ear, the high-souled Rama's message hear, which, reft of wife and realm and friends, thus by another's mouth he sends. Thou, banner king, hast done amiss, and now I see no way but this. Before his envoy humbly stand, and sue for peace with suppliant hand. High duty bids a courtier seek his master's will, and freely speak. So by no thought of fear controlled, my speech, O king, is free and bold. For Rama, if his anger glow, can, with the terrors of his bow, this art with all the gods subdue, Gandharvs and the demon crew, unwise to steer his wrathful mood, whose favour must again be wooed, and, most of all, unwise for one, grateful like thee for service done. Go with thy son and kinsman, bend thy humble head and greet thy friend, and like a fond obedient spouse, be faithful to thy plighted vows. Canto 33. Lakshman's Entry. Through the fair city Lakshman came, invited in Sugriva's name. Within the gates the guardian bands of banners raised their suppliant hands, and in their ordered ranks amazed upon the princely hero gazed. They marked each burning breath he drew, the fury of his soul they knew. Their hearts were chilled with sudden fear, they gazed but dared not to venture near. Before his eyes the city gay with gems and flowery gardens lay, where fane and palace rose on high, and things of beauty charmed the eye, where trees of every blossom grew, yielding their fruit in season dear, to banners of celestial seed, who wore each varied form at need. Fair-faced and glorious with the shine of heavenly robes and wreaths divine, there sandal aloe lotus bloomed, and their delicious breath perfumed the city's broad street redolent of sugary mead and honey scent. There many a lofty palace rose, like Bindia or the Lord of Snows, and with sweet murmur sparkling rills leaped lightly down the sheltering hills. On many a glorious palace raised for prince and noble Lakshman gazed. Like clouds of pale hue they shone, with fragrant wreaths that hung thereon. There wealth of jewels was enshrined, and fairer gems of womankind. There gleamed of noble height and size, like Indra's mansion in the skies. Protected by a crystal fence of rock, the royal residence, with roof and turret high and bright, like Mount Kailasa's loftiest height. There blooming trees, Mahendra's gift, high over the walls were seen to lift their golden fruited boughs that made, with leaf and flower, delicious shade. He saw a band of banners wait, wielding their weapons at the gate, where golden portals flashed between, celestial garlands red and green. Within Sugriva's fair abode, unchecked the mighty hero strode, as when the sun of autumn shrouds his glory in a pile of clouds. Through 7 wide courts he quickly passed, and reached the royal tower at last, where seats were set with couch and bed, of gold and silver richly spread. While the young chieftain's feet drew near, the sound of music reached his ear, as the soft breathings of the flute came blending with the voice and lute. Then beauty showed her youth and grace, and very charm of form and face. Soft bright-eyed creatures, fair and young, gay garlands round their necks were hung, and greater charms to each were lent by richest dress and ornament. He saw the calm attendants wait about their lord in careless state, how the women's girdles chime in sweet accordance with their tinkling feet. He heard the anklets' silvery sound, he saw the calm that reigned around, and over him, as he listened, came a rush of rage, a flood of shame. He drew his bowstring, with the clang, from east to west the welkin rang. Then in his modest mood withdrew a little from the lady's view, and sternly silent stood apart, while wrath for Rama filled his heart. Sugriva knew the sounding string, and at the call the Banner King sprang swiftly from his golden seat, and feared the coming prince to meet. Then with cold lips that terror dried, to beauteous Tara thus he cried, "What cause of anger, O my spouse, fair with the charm of lovely brows, sets Lakshman's gentle breast on fire, and brings him in unwonted ire? Say, canst thou see, O faultless dame, a cause to fill his soul with flame? For there must be a reason when such furious tears the king of man. Reveal the scene, if sin of mine anger the lord of Raghu's line. Or go thyself, his race subdue, and with soft words his favour woo. Soon as on thee his eyes are set, his heart this anger will forget. For men like him of lofty mind are never stern with womankind. First let thy gentle speech disarm his fury, and his spirit charm, and I, from fear or peril free, the conqueror of his foes will see." She heard, with faltering steps and slow, with eyes that shone with trembling glow, with gold-girt body gently bent, to meet the stranger prince she went. When Lakshman saw the Banner Queen, with tranquil eyes and modest mien, before the dame he bent his head, and anger at her presence fled. Made bold by draughts of wine, and cheered by Lakshman's look, no more she feared, and in the trust his favour lent, she thus addressed him eloquent: "Whence springs thy burning fury, say? Who dares thy will to disobey? Who checks the maddened flames that seize on forests full of withered trees?" Then Lakshman spoke, her mind to ease, his kind reply in words like these: "Thy lord his days in pleasure spends, heedless of duty and of friends. Nor dost thou mark, though fondly true, the evil path his steps pursue. He cares not for affairs of state, nor us forlorn and desolate, but sits a mere spectator still, a sensual slave to pleasure's wheel. 4 months were fixed, the time agreed, when he should help us in our need. But, bound in toils of pleasure fast, he sees not that the months are past. Where beats the heart with draughts of wine, to virtue or to gain incline? Hast thou not heard those draughts destroy virtue and gain and love and joy? For those who, helped at need, refuse, their aid in turn their virtue lose. And they who scorn a friend disdain, a treasure naught may buy again. Thy Lord has cast his friend away, nor feared from virtue's path to stray. If this be true, declare, O dame, who knowest duty's every claim, what further work remains for us, deceived and disappointed thus?" She listened, for his words were kind, where virtue showed with gain combined. And thus in turn the prince addressed, as hope was rising in his breast: "No time, no cause of wrath I see, with those who live and honour thee, and thou shouldst bear without offence thy servant's fitful negligence. I know the seasons glide away, while Rama maddens at the delay. I know what deed our thanks has earned, I know that grace should be returned. But still I know, whatever befall, that conquering love is lord of all. Now were Sugriva's thoughts purchased by one abjuring passion, rest. But he whom sensual joys debase heeds not the claim of time and place, and sees not with his blinded sight his duty or his gain aright. O pardon him who loves me, spare the banner caught in pleasure's snare, and once again let Rama grace with favour him who rules our race. Even royal saints, whose chief delight was penance and austerest rite, at love's commandment have unbent, beguiled by sweetest blandishment. And now Sugriva, roused at last, the order to his lords has passed, and, long by love and bliss delayed, wakes all on fire their hopes to aid. A countless host his city fills, new gathered from 1,000 hills, impetuous chiefs who were at need, each varied form his legions lead. Come then, O hero, kept aloof by modest awe, nor fear reprove. A faithful friend, untouched by blame, may look upon another's dame. He passed within, by Tara pressed, and by his own impatient breast. Refulgent there in sun-like sheen, Sugriva on his throne was seen. Gay garlands round his neck were twined, and Ruma by her lord reclined. End of Cantos 31, 32, and 33. Cantos 34 to 36 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 34. Lakshman's Speech. Sugriva started from his rest, with doubt and terror in his breast. He heard the prince's furious tread. He saw his eyes glow fiercely red. Swift sprang the monarch to his feet. Upstarting from his golden seat, rose Ruma and her fellows too, and closely round Sugriva drew. As round the moon's full glory stand attendant stars in glittering band. Sugriva glanced with reddened eyes, raised his joined hands in suppliant guise, flew to the door, and rooted there, stood like the tree that grants each prayer. And Lakshman saw, and fiercely moved, with angry speech the king reproved. Famed is the prince who loves the truth, whose soul is touched with tender root, who, liberal, keeps each sense subdued, and pays the debt of gratitude. But all unmeet a king to be, the meanest of the mean is he, who basely breaks the promise made to trusting friends who lent him aid. He sins who for a steed has lied, as if 100 steeds had died. Or if he lie a cow to win, tenfold as heavy is the sin. But if the lie a man betray, both he and his shall all decay. O Banner King, the thankless man, is worthy of the general ban, who takes assistance of his friends, and in his turn no service lends. This verse of old by Brahma sung, is echoed now by every tongue. Hear what he cried in angry mood, bewailing man's ingratitude. For draughts of wine, for slaughtered cows, for treacherous theft, for broken vows, a pardon is ordained, but none for thankless scorn of service done. Ungrateful Banner King art thou, and faithless to thy plighted vow. For Rama brought thee help, and yet thou shunnest to repay the debt. Or grateful, thou hadst surely pressed to aid the hero in his quest. Thou art in vulgar pleasures drowned, false to thy bond in honour bound. Nor yet has Rama's guileless heart discerned thee for the thing thou art, a snake who holds the frogs that cries, and lures fresh victims as it dies. Brave Rama, born for glorious fate, has set thee in thy high estate, and to the Banner's throne restored, great-souled himself, their mean-souled lord. Now if thy pride disown what he, high-thoughted prince, has done for thee, struck by his arrows shalt thou fall, and barley meet in Yama's hall. Still open to the gloomy god lies the sad path thy brother trod. Then to thy plighted word be true, nor let thy steps that path pursue. Methinks the shafts of Rama shot like thunderbolts thou heedest not, who canst, absorbed in sensual bliss, thy promise from thy mind dismiss. Canto 35. Tara's Speech. He ceased, and Tara, starry-eyed, thus to the angry prince replied: Not to my lord shouldst thou address a speech so fraught with bitterness. Not thus reproached my lord should be, and least of all, O prince, by thee. He is no thankless coward, no, with spirit dead to valor's glow. From paths of true he never strays, nor wanders in forbidden ways. Never will Sugriva's heart forget, by Rama saved, the lasting debt. Still in his grateful breast will leave the succor none but he could give. Restored to fame by Rama's grace, to empire over the Banner race. From ceaseless dread and toil set free, restored to rumour and to me. By grief and care and exile tried, kneel to the bliss so long denied. Like Vishamitra once, alas, he marks not how the seasons pass. That saint 10,000 years remained, by sweet Kritachi's love enchained, and deemed those years that flew away so lightly but a single day. Oh, if those years unheeded flew, by him who times and seasons knew, unquelled for his lofty mind, what marvel meaner eyes are blind? Then be angry, Raghu's son, and let thy brother feel for one, who many a weary year has spent, stranger to love and blandishment. Let not this wrath thy soul inflame, like some mean wretch unknown to fame. For high and noble hearts like thine love mercy and to ruth incline, calm and deliberate and slow, with anger's raging fire to glow. At length, O righteous prince, relent, nor let my words in vain be spent. This sudden blaze of fury slake, I pray thee, for Sugriva's sake. He would renounce at Rama's call, Ruma and Angad, me and all, who call him lord, his gold and grain, the favour of his friend to gain. His arm shall slay the fiend more base in soul than all his impious race, and happy Rama reunite to Sita, rival in delight of the triumphant moon when he rejoins his darling Rohini. 10 million demons guard the gates of Lanka firmly barred. All hope until that host be slain to smite the robber king is vain. Nor with Sugriva's aid alone may king and host be overthrown. Thus ere he died, for well he knew, spake Bali, and his words are true. I know not what his proofs might be, but speak the words he spake to me. Hence far and wide our lords are sent, to raise the mightiest armament. For their return Sugriva waits, ere he can sally from his gates. Still is the oath Sugriva swore, kept firmly even as before. And the great host this day will be assembled by the king's decree. 10,000 troops who wear the form of monkey and of bear, prepared for thee the war to wage,
then let thy red no longer raise. The matrons of the Vana race see marks of fury in thy face. They see thine eyes like blood are red, and will not yet be comforted. Canto 36. Sugriva's speech. She ceased, and Lakshman gave assent, won by her gentle argument. So Tara's pleading, just and mild, his softening heart had reconciled. His altered mood Sugriva saw, and cast aside the fear and awe, like raiment heavy with the rain, which on his troubled soul had lain. Then quickly to the ground he threw his flowery garland, bride of year, which round his royal neck he wore, and sobered was himself once more. Then turning to the princely man, in soothing words the king began. My glory, wealth, and royal sway to other hands had passed away, but Rama to my rescue came, and gave me back my power and fame. O Lakshman, say, whose grateful heart could nurse the hope to pay in part by service of a life the deed of Rama sprung of heavenly seed. His foeman Ravan shall be slain, and Sita shall be his again. The hero's side I will not leave, but he the conquest shall achieve. What need of help has he who drew his bow, and one great arrow flew through 7 tall trees, a mountain rent, and cleft the earth with force unspent? What aid needs he who shook his bow, and at the sound the earth below, with hill and wood and rooted rock, quaked fevers with the thunder shock? Yet all my legions will I bring, and follow close the warrior king, marching on his impetuous way, fierce Ravan and his hosts to slay. If I be guilty of offence, careless through love or negligence, let him his loyal slave forgive, for error cleaves to all who live. Thus King Sugriva, good and brave, in humble words his answer gave. Softened was Lakshman's angry mood, who thus his friendly speech renewed. My brother, Banner King, will see a champion and a friend in thee. So strong art thou, so brave and bold, so pure in thought, so humble-souled, that thou deservest well to reign, and all a monarch's bliss to gain. Lend thou my brother aid, and all his foes beneath his arm will fall. Full well the words thou speakest suit a chieftain wise and resolute, with grateful heart that loves the right, and foot that never ills in fight. O come, and my sad brother cheer, who mourns the wife he holds so dear. O pardon, friend, my harsh address, and Rama's frantic bitterness. End of Cantos 34, 35, and 36. Cantos 37 to 39 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 37. The Gathering. He ceased, and King Sugriva cried to seize Hanuman by his side. Summon the Banner legions, those who dwell about the Lord of Snows, those who in Bindayan groves delight, Kailasha's or Mahendra's height, dwell on the 5 bright peaks, or where Mandar's white summit cleaves the air. Wherever they are wandering free, in highlands by the western sea, on that east hill whence springs the sun, or where he sings when day is done. call the great chiefs whose legions feel the forests of the Lotus Hill, where every one in strength and size with the stupendous ungeon vies. Call those with tints of varnished gold, whom Mahashila's caverns hold. Those who on Dhumra roam or hide in the wild woods on Meru's side. Call those who, brilliant as the sun, on high Maharoon leap and run, quaffing sweet juices that distill from odorous trees up on the hill. Call those who tranquil haunts delight, where dwell the sage and anchorite, in groves that through their wide extent exhale 1,000 blossoms send. Send out, from coast to coast, assemble all the banner host, with force, with words, with gifts surprise, compel, admonish, and entice. Already envoys have been sent, to warn them of their Lord's intent. Let others urged by thee repeat my mandate, that their steps be fleet. Those lords who, yielding to the sway of love's delight, would fain delay ours hither with the utmost speed, or with thee to my presence lead. And those who linger to the last, until 10 days be come and past, and dare their sovereign to defy, for their offence shall surely die. Thousands, yea millions, shall there be, obedient to their king's decree, the lions of the banner race, assembled from each distant place. Forth shall they haste like hills in size, or mighty clouds that veil the skies, and swiftly speeding on their way, bring all our legions in array. He ceased, the son of Bayu hot, submissive to his sovereign's word, and sent his rapid envoys forth to east and west and south and north. They bent their airy course afar along the paths of bird and star, and sped through ether farther yet, where Vishnu's splendid sphere set. By sea, on hill, by wood and lake, they called to arms for Rama's sake, as each with terror in his breast obeyed his awful king's behest. 3,000,000 banners, fierce and strong, as Anjan's self, a wondrous throng, sped from the spot where Rama still gazed restless from the woody hill. 10,000,000 others, brave and bold, with coats that shone like burning gold, came flying from the mountain crest, where sinks the weary sun to rest. Impetuous from the northern skies, where Mount Kailasa's summits rise, 10,000 millions hasted, hued, like manes of lions never subdued. The dwellers on Himalaya's side, whose food his roots and fruits supplied, with rangers of the Vindhyan chain, and neighbours of the milky main. Some from the palm groves where they fed, some from the woods of beetles spared. In countless numbers, fierce and brave, they came from mountain, lake, and cave. As on their way the banners went, to ruse each distant armament, they chanced that wondrous tree to view, that on Himalaya's summit grew. Of old upon that sacred height was wrought Maheshwar's glorious ride, which every god in heaven beheld, and his glad heart with triumph swelled. There from pure speed at random sown, bright plants with luscious fruit had grown, and sweet as amrit to the taste, the summit of the mountain graced. Who once should eat the virtuous fruit that sprang from so divine a root, one whole revolving moon should be from every pang of hunger free. The banners called the fruit they found, ripe on the sacrificial ground, with rare celestial odors sweet, to lay them at Sugriva's feet. Those noble envoys scoured the land, to summon every banner band, then swiftly homeward at the head of countless armaments they sped. They gathered by Kishkinda's wall, they thronged Sugriva's palace hall,
and richly laden, bear within that fruit of heavenly origin. Their gifts before their king they spread, and thus in tones of triumph said: Through every land our way we took, to visit hill and wood and brook, and all thy hosts from east to west flock hither at their lord's behest. Sugriva with delighted look the present of his envoys took, then bade them go with gracious speech, rewarding and dismissing each. Canto 38. Sugriva's Departure. Thus all the princely banners true to their appointed tasks withdrew. Sugriva deemed already done the work he planned for Raghu's son. Then Lakshman gently spoke and cheered Sugriva for his valour feared. Now, chieftain, if thy will be so, forth from Kishkinda let us go. Sugriva's heart swelled high with pride, as to the prince he thus replied: Come, speed we forth without delay, it is mine thy mandate to obey. Sugriva bade the dames adieu, and Tara and the rest withdrew. Then at their chieftain's summons came the banners first in rank and fame. A trusty, brave, and reverend band meet even before a queen to stand. They at his call made haste to bring the litter of the glorious king. Mount, O my friend, Sugriva cried, and straight Sumitra's son complied. Then took by Lakshman's side his place the sovereign of the woodland race, upraised by banners fleet and strong, who bore the glittering load along. On high above his royal head a pearly canopy was spread, and chowries white in many a hand the forehead of the monarch fanned, and shell and drum and song and shout pealed round him as the king passed out. About the monarch went a throng of banner warriors brave and strong, as onward to the mountain shade where Rama dwelt his way he made. Soon as the lovely spot he viewed, where Rama lived in solitude, the banner monarch far renowned with Lakshman lightly stepped to the ground, and to the son of Raghu went, joining his raised hands reverent. As their great leader raised his hands, so suppliant stood the banner bands. Well pleased the son of Raghu saw those legions hushed in reverent awe, stand silent like the tranquil floods that raised their hands of lotus buds. But Rama, when the king to greet his friend had bowed him at his feet, raised him who ruled the banner race, and held him in a close embrace. Then, when his arms he had unknit, besought him by the side to sit, and thus with gentle words the best of man the banner king addressed. The prince who well his days divides, and knows aright the times and tides, to follow duty, joy, or gain, he, only he, deserves to reign. But he who wealth and virtue leaves, and every hour to pleasure cleaves, falls from his bliss like him who wakes from slumber on a branch that breaks. True king is he who smites his foes, and favour to his servants shows, and of that fruit makes timely use which virtue, wealth, and joy produce. The hour is come that bids thee rise, to aid me in my enterprise. Then call thy nobles to debate, and with their help deliberate. Lost was my power, the king replied. All strength had fled, all hope had died. The banners owned another lord, but by thy grace was all restored. All this, O conqueror of the foe, to thee and Lakshman's aid I owe. And his should be the villain's shame, who durst deny the sacred claim these banner chiefs of noblest birth have at my bidding roamed the earth, and brought from distant regions all our legions at their monarch's call. Fierce bears with monkey troops combined, and apes of every varied kind, terrific in their forms, who dwell in grove and wood and bosky dell. The bright Gandharvas brood, the seed of gods, they change their shapes at need. Each with his legions in array, hither, O Prince, they make their way. They come, and tens of millions swell, to numbers that no tongue may tell. For thee their armies will unite, with chiefs Mahindra's peers in might. From Meru and from Vindhya's chain they come like clouds that bring the rain. These round thee to the war will go, to smite on earth thy demon foe, will slay the Rakshas and restore thy consort when the fight is over. Canto 39. The Banner Host. Then Rama, best of all who guide their steps by duty, thus replied: What marvel if Lord Indra send the kindly rain, O faithful friend? If thousand-eyed, the god of day, drive every darksome cloud away, or rising high, the Lord of night, flood the broad heaven with silver light. What marvel, king, that one like thee the glory of his friends should be? No marvel, O my lord, that thou hast shown thy noble nature now. Thy heart, Sugriva, well I know, not from thy lips but truth may flow. With thee for friend and champion all my foes beneath my arm will fall. The Rakshas, when my queen he stole, brought your destruction on his soul, like Anulada, who beguiled Queen Sachi, called Paloma's child. Yes, near Sugriva is the day when I my demon foe shall slay, as conquering Indra in his ire slew Queen Palome's half-desire. He ceased. Thick clouds of dust rose high to every quarter of the sky. The very sun grew faint and pale behind the darkly gathering veil. The mighty clouds that hung overhead from east to west thick darkness spread, and earth to her foundations shook, with hill and forest, lake and brook. Then hidden was the ground beneath fierce warriors armed with fearful teeth, hosts numberless, each lord in size, a match for him who rules the skies. From many a sea and distant hill, from rock and river, lake and rill, some like the morning sun were bright, some like the moon were silver white. These green as lotus fibers, those white-coated from their native snows. Then Satavali came in view, got by a countless retinue. Like some gold mountain high in air, Tara's illustrious sire was there. There Ruma's father, far renowned, with tens of thousands ranged around. There, tinted like the tender green of lotus filaments, was seen, compassed by countless legions, one whose face was as the morning sun, Hanuman's father, good and great, Kesari, wisest in debate. There the proud king of Aksha, feared for his strong warrior arm, appeared. There Dhumra, mighty lord, the dread of foes, his Ursine legions led. There Panas, first for warlike fame, with 20 million warriors came. There glorious Nila, dark of hue, arrayed his countless troops in view. There moved Lord Gavaya, brave and bold, resplendent like a hill of gold. And near him Darimukha stood, with millions from the hill and wood, with Duvid, famed for strength and speed,
and Mamda, both of Aswin seed. There Gaza, strong and glorious, led the countless troops around him spread, and Jambavan, the king whose sway the bears delighted to obey, with swarming myriads onward pressed, true to his lord Sugriva's hest. And princely Ruman, the heir to fame, led millions whom no hosts could tame. All these and many a chief beside came onward, fierce in warlike pride. They covered all the plain, and still pressed forward over wood and hill. In rows for many a league around, they rested on the grassy ground, or to Sugriva made their way, like clouds about the Lord of Day. And to the king their proud heads bent, in power and might preeminent. Sugriva then to Rama sped, and raised his reverent hands and said that every chief from coast to coast was present with his warrior host. End of Cantos 37, 38, and 39. Cantos 40 to 42 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 40. The Army of the East. With practised eye the king reviewed the banner's countless multitude, and, joying that his hest was done, thus spake to Raghu's mighty son. See, all the banner hosts who fear my sovereign might are gathered here, chiefs strong as Indra's self, whose speed, wherever they list, these armies lead, fierce and terrific to the view, as Daityas or the Danab crew, famed in all lands for souls afire, with lofty thoughts they never tire, over hill and vale they wander free, and islets of the distant sea, and these gathered myriads all will serve thee, Rama, at thy call. Whatever thy heart advises, say, thy mandates will the host obey. Then answered Rama, as he pressed the banner monarch to his breast, O search for my lost Sita, strive to find her if she still survive, and in thy wondrous wisdom trace fierce Ravan to his dwelling place. And when by toil and search we know where Sita lies and where the foe, with thee, dear friend, will I devise fit means to end the enterprise. Not mine, not Lakshman's is the power to guide us in the doubtful hour. Thou, sovereign of the banners, thou must be our hope and leader now. He ceased. At King Sugriva's call, near came a banner, strong and tall, huge as a towering mountain, loud as some tremendous thunder cloud. A prince who warlike legions led, to him his sovereign turned and said, Go, take 10,000 of our race, well trained in lore of time and place, and search the eastern region, through groves, woods, and hills thy way pursue. There seek for Sita, trace the spot where Ravan hides and weary not. Search for the captive in the caves of mountains and by woods and waves. To Serju, Kausiki, repair Vagret's daughter fresh and fair. Search mighty Yaman's peak, explore swift Yamuna's delightful shore, Saraswati and Sindhu's tide, and rapid Sona's pebbly side. Then roam afar by Mahi's bed, where Kala Mahi's groves are spread.
Go where the silken tissue shines, go to the land of silver mines. Visit each isle and mountain steep, and city circled by the deep, and distant villages that high about the peaks of Munda lie. Speed over Yavadipa's land, and see Mount Sisir proudly stand, uplifting to the skies his head, by gods and Danavs visited. Search each ravine and mountain pass, each tangled thicket deep in grass. Search every cave with utmost care, if haply Rama's queen be there. Then pass beyond the sounding sea, where heavenly beings wander free, and Sona's waters swift and strong, with ruddy billows foam along. Search where his shelving banks descend, search where the hanging woods extend. Try if the pathless thickets screen the robber and the captive queen. Search where the torrent floods that rend the mountain to the plains descend. Search dark abysses where they rave, search mountain slope and wood and cave. Then on with rapid feet and gain the inlands of the fearful main, where tortured by the tempest slash, against rude rocks the billows dash. An ocean like a sable cloud, whose margent monstrous serpents crowd, an ocean rising with a roar, to beat upon an iron shore. Onward still, your feet shall tread shores of the sea, whose waves are red, where spreading wide your eyes shall see the guilt-tormenting cotton tree, and the wild spot where Garuda dwells, which gems adorn an ocean shells. High as Kailasha, nobly decked, wrought by the heavenly architect, huge giants named Mandehas, there, in each foul shape they love to wear, numbing the soul with terror's chill, hang from the summit of the hill. When darts the sun his earliest beam, they plunge them in the ocean stream. New vigour from his rays obtain, and hang upon the rocks again. Speed onward still, your steps shall be at length beside the milky sea, whose every ripple as it calls gleams glorious with its wealth of pearls. Amid that sea, like pale clouds spread, the white Mount Rishav rears his head. About the mountain's glorious waste, woods redolent of bloom are braced. A lake where lotuses unfold their silver buds with threads of gold. Sudarshan ever bright and fair, where white swan spot lies gleaming there, the wandering Kinnair's dear resort, where heavenly nymphs and yakshas sport. On, leave the milky sea behind, another flood your search shall find. A waste of waters wild and drear, that chills each living heart with fear. There see the horse's awful head, rat-born, that flames the ocean's bed. There rises up a fearful cry from the sea things that move thereby, when, helpless, powerless for flight, they gaze upon the horrid sight, pass to the northern shore, and then, beyond the flood, 3 leagues and 10, your wondering glances will behold Mount Jatarupa bright with gold. There, like the young moon, pale of hue, the monstrous serpent will ye view, the earth's supporter, whose bright eyes resemble lotus leaves in size. He rests upon the mountain's brow, and all the gods before him bow. Ananta, with 1,000 heads, his length in rows of azure spreads. A triple-headed palm of gold, meet standard for the lofty souled, springs towering from the mountain's crest, beneath whose shade he loves to rest, so that in eastern realms each god may use it as a measuring rod. Beyond, with burning gold aglow,
The eastern steep his peaks will show, which in unrivalled glory rise 100 leagues to pierce the skies, and all the neighbouring air is bright with golden trees that clothe the height. A lofty peak uprises there, 10 leagues in height and 1 league square, Salmanas, wrought of glistering gold, never to be loosened from its hold. There his footstep Lord Vishnu placed, when through the universe he paced, and with his second lightly pressed the loftiest peak of Meru's crest. When north of Jambudweep the sun a portion of his course has run, and hangs above this mountain height, then creatures see the genial light. Vaikanasa's saints far renowned, and Balakilya's love the ground, where in their glory half divine, touched by the morning glow they shine. The light that flashes from that steep illuminates all Sudarshan deep, and on each creature as it glows, the sight and strength of life bestows. Search well that mountain's woody side, if Ravan there his captive hide. The rising sun, the golden hill, the air with growing splendours fill, till flashes from the east the red of morning with the light they shed. This, where the sun begins his state, is earth and heaven's most eastern gate. Through all the mountain forest seek, by waterfall and cave and peak. Search every nook and bosky dell, if Ravan there with Sita dwell. There, Banas, there your steps must stay, no farther eastward can ye stray. Beyond no sun, no moon gives light, but all is sunk in endless night. Thus far, O Bana lords, may you, over sea and land, your search pursue. But wild and dark and known to none is the drear space beyond the sun. That mountain whence the sun ascends, your long and weary journey ends. Now go, and in a month return, and let success my praises on. He who beyond the month shall stay, will with his life the forfeit pay. Canto 41. The Army of the South. He gathered next a chosen band for service in the southern land. He summoned Nila, son of fire, and offspring of the eternal sire, Jambavan, bold and strong and tall, and Hanuman, the best of all, and many a valiant lord beside, with Angad for their chief and guide. Go forth, he cried, with all this host, exploring to the southern coast, the 1,000 peaks that Vindhya shows, where every tree and creeper grows, where Narmada's sweet waters run, and serpents bask them in the sun, where Krishnaveni's currents flee, and sparkles fair Godavari. Through Meghal pass and Utkal's land, go where the serenest cities stand. Avanti seek, of high renown, and Amravanti's glorious town. Search every hill and brook and cave, where Dandak's woods their branches wave. Ayamok's woody hill explore, where sights are bright with richest awe, lifting his glorious head on high from bloomy groves that round him lie. Search well his forests, where the breeze blows fragrant from the sandal trees. Then will you see Kaveri stream, whose pleasant waters glance and gleam, and to the lovely banks and ties the spotted maids of paradise. High on the top of Malaya's hill, in holy musing, calm and still, sits, radiant as the Lord of Light, Agastya, noblest anchorite. Soon as that lofty thoughted Lord his high permission shall accord, past Tamraparni's flood, whose isles are loved by basking crocodiles,
The sandalwoods that fringe her side, those islets and her waters hide, while like an amorous matron she speeds to her own dear lord, the sea. Thence hasting on your way behold the ponderous gates of pearl and gold. Then, with your task maturely planned, on ocean's shore your feet will stand, where by Augustia's high decree Mahendra, planted in the sea, with tinted peaks against the tide, rises in solitary pride, and glorious in his golden glow spawns back the waves that beat low. Fair mountain, bright with creepers bloom, and every tint that trees assume, where Yaksha god and heavenly maid meet wandering in the lovely shade, at changing moon and solemn tide, by Indra's presence glorified. 100 leagues in fair extent, an island fronts the continent. No man may tread its glittering shore, with utmost heed that isle explore. For the fair country owns the sway of Ravan, whom we born to slay. A mighty monster stands to keep the passage of the southern deep. Lifting her awful arms on high, she grasps even shadows as they fly. Speed through that isle, and onward still, where in mid-sea the flowery hill raises on high his bloomy head, by saints and angels visited. There, with 100 gleaming peaks, bright as the sun, the sky he seeks. One glorious peak, the lord of day, gilds ever with his loving ray. Thereon never yet the glances fell of thankless wretch or infidel. Bow to that hill in reverence due, and then once more your search pursue. Beyond that glorious mountain high, and Suryavan, proud hill, is nigh. Your rapid course yet farther bend, where by Dute's airy peaks ascend. There trees of noblest sort, profuse of wealth, their kindly gifts produce. Their precious fruits of banners taste, the honey sip, and onward haste. Next will ye see Mount Kunja rise, who cheers with beauty hearts and eyes. There is Augustia's mansion, decked by heaven's all-moulding architect. Near Bhogavati stands the place where dwell the hosts of serpent race. A broad-wayed city, walled and barred, which watchful legions keep and guard. The fiercest of the serpent youth, each awful for his venom tooth. Enthroned in his imperial hall is Vasuki, who rules them all. Explore the serpent city well, search town and tower and citadel, and scan each field and wood that lies around it with your watchful eyes. Beyond that spot your way pursue, a noble mountain shall ye view, named Rishav, like a mighty bull, with gems made bright and beautiful. All trees of sandal flourish there, of heavenly fragrance rich and rare. But though they tempt your longing eyes, avoid to touch them and be wise. For Rohitas, a guardian band of fierce Gandharvas, round them stand, who 5 bright sovereign lords obey, in glory like the god of day. Here by good deeds a home is won, which shaves like fire the moon, the sun. Here they who merit heaven by vote dwell on the confines of the earth. There stay, beyond it, dark and drear, lies the departed spirit's fair. And, guard with darkness, far from bliss, is Yama's sad metropolis. So far, my lords, over land and sea, your destined course is plain and free. Beyond your steps you may not set, where living thing never journeyed yet. With utmost care these realms survey, and all you meet upon the way,
And when the lady's course is traced, back to your king, O banners, haste. And he who tells me he has seen, after long search, the Mytal queen, shall gain a noble garden, he, in power and bliss, shall equal me. Dear as my very life, above his fellows in his master's love, I call him, yet though stained with crime, my kinsman from that happy time. Canto 42. The Army of the West. Then to Susain Sugriva bent, and thus addressed him reverend. 200,000 of our best, with thee, my lord, shall seek the west, explore Surashtra's distant plain, explore Balika's wild domain, and all the pleasant brooks that flee through mountains to the western sea, search clustering groves on mountain heights, and woods the home of anchorites. Search where the breezy hills are high, search where the desert regions lie, search all the western land beset with woody mountains like a net. The country's farthest limit reach, and stand upon the ocean beach. There wander through the groves of palm, where the soft air is full of balm. Through greasy dell and dark ravine, seek Ravan and the Mytal queen. Go visit Somaguri's steep, where Sindhu mingles with the deep. There lions, borne on swift wings, roam the levels of their mountain home, and elephants and monsters bear, caught from the ocean, to their lair. Hugh banners, changing forms at will, with rapid surge, must scour the hill, and his sky-kissing peak of gold, where loveliest trees their blooms unfold. There, golden-peaked, ablaze with light, uprises Pariyatra's height, where wild Gandharvs, fierce and fell, in bands of countless myriads dwell. Pluck here no fruit within the wood, beware the empire's neighborhood, where very mighty, strong and hard, to overcome the fruit they guard. Yet search for Janak's daughter still, for banners there need fear no ill. Near, bright as Turkey's, Vajra named, there stands a hill of diamond framed, soaring 100 leagues in pride, with trees and creepers glorified. Search there each cave and dark abyss, by waterfall and precipice. Far in that sea the wild waves beat on Chakravan's farm-rooted feet, where the great discus thousand-rayed by Vishwakarma's art was made, when Panchajan the fiend was slain, and Hayagriva fierce in vain. Thence taking shell and discus went Lord Vishnu, God preeminent. On 60,000 hills of gold, with wondering eyes shall ye behold, where in his glory every one is brilliant as the morning sun. Full in the midst King Meru, best of mountains, lifts his lofty crest, on whom of yore, as all have heard, the sun well pleased this boon conferred. On thee, O King, on thee and thine, light day and night shall ever shine. Gandharvas, gods who love thee well, and on thy sacred summits dwell, undimmed in lustre, bright and fair, the golden sheen shall ever share. The Visvas, Vasus, they who ride the tempest, every god beside, draw nigh to Meru's lofty crest, when evening darkens in the west, and to the parting Lord of Day the homage of their worship pay. Ere yet a while, unseen of all, behind Mount Asta's peaks he fall. Wrought by the heavenly artist's care, a glorious palace glitters there, and round about it sweet birds sing, where the gay trees are blossoming. The home of Varun, high-souled lord,
wrist guarded with his deadly cord, with 10 tall stems a palm between, Meru and Asta's hill is seen. Pure silver from the base it springs, and far and wide its lustre flings. Seek Ravan and the dame by brook, in pathless glen, in leafy nook, on Meru's crest a hermit lives, bright with the light that penance gives. Savarni is he named, renowned as Brahma's peer, with glory crowned. There bowing down in reverence speak, and ask him of the dame you seek. Thus far the splendid Lord of Day pursues through heaven his ceaseless way, shedding on every spot his light, then sinks behind Mount Asta's height. Thus far advance, the sunless sea, beyond is all unknown to me. So shame of mighty arm, long tried, in peril shall your legions guide. Receive his words with high respect, and never his lightest wish neglect. He is my consort sire, and hence deserves the utmost reverence. End of Cantos 40, 41, and 42. Cantos 43 to 45 are Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 43. The Army of the North. Forth went the legions of the West, and wise Sugriva addressed. Satyabal, summoned from the crowd, to whom the sovereign cried aloud, Go forth, O banner chief, go forth, explore the regions of the north. They host 100,000 be, and Yama's sons attend on thee. With dauntless courage, strength, and skill, search every river, wood, and hill. Through every land in order go, right onward to the hills of snow. Search mid the peaks that shine afar, in woods of Lod and Deodar. Search if with Janak's daughter screened by sheltering rocks there lie the fiend. The holy grounds of Soma tread, by gods and minstrels visited. Reach Kala's mount and flats that lie among the peaks that tower on high. Then leave that hill that gleams with ore, and fair Sudarshan's heights explore. Then on to Devashkal high, loved by the children of the sky. A dreary land you then will see, without a hill or brook or tree. 100 leagues, bare, wild, and dread, in lifeless desolation spread. Pursue your onward way and haste through the dire horrors of the waste, until triumphant with delight you reach Kailas's glittering height. There stands a palace decked with gold, for King Kuvera wrought of old, a home the heavenly artist planned, and fashioned with his cunning hand. There lotuses adorn the flood, with full-blown flower and opening bud, where swans and mallards float, and gay apsaras come down to play. There King Vaishravan's self, the Lord, by all the universe adored, who golden gifts to mortals sends, lives with the Guhikas, his friends. Search every cavern in the steep, and green glens where the moonbeams sleep, if haply in that distant ground the robber and the dame be found. Then unto Crauncha's hill, and true, his fearless paths your way pursue. Though dark and terrible the vale, your wonted courage must not fail. There through abyss and cavern seek, on lofty ridge and mountain peak, on, pursue your journey still, by valley, lake, and towering hill. Reach the North Kuru's land where rest the holy spirits of the blessed, where golden buds of lilies gleam, resplendent on the silver stream, and leaves of agiotachus throw soft splendor on the waves below. Bright as the sun at early morn, fair pearls that happy clime at dawn, where shine the loveliest flowers on stems of crystal and all-valued gems. Blue lotuses through all the land the glories of their blooms expand, and the resplendent earth is strewn with peerless pearl and precious stone. Their stately trees can scarce uphold the burden of their fruits of gold, and ever flaunt their gay attire of flower and leaf like flames of fire. All their sweet lives untroubled spend in bliss and joy that know not end, while pearl-decked maidens laugh or sing to music of the silvery string. Still on your forward journey keep, and rest you by the northern deep, where springing from the billows high, Mount Somagiri seeks the sky, and lightens with perpetual glow the sunless realm that lies below. There, present through all life's extent, dwells Brahma, Lord preeminent, and round the great god manifest, in Rudra forms, high sages rest. Then turn, O Banas, search no more, nor tempt the sunless, boundless shore. Canto 44. The Ring. But special counselling he gave to Hanuman the wise and brave, to him on whom his soul relied. With friendly words the monarch cried, O best of Banas, naught can stay by land or sea thy rapid way, who through the air thy flight canst bend, and to the immortals' home ascend. All realms I win are known to thee, with every mountain, lake, and sea. In strength and speed which naught can tire, thou, worthy rival of thy sire, the mighty monarch of the wind, wherever thou wilt a way canst find. Exert thy power, O swift and strong, bring back the lady lost so long. For time and place, O thou most wise, lie open to thy searching eyes. When Rama heard that special haste to Hanuman above the rest, he from the monarch's favour drew hope of success and trust anew, that he on whom his lord relied, in toil and peril trained and tried, would to a happy issue bring the task commanded by the king. He gave the ring that bore his name, a token for the captive dame, that the sad lady in her woe the missive of her lord might know. This ring, he said, my wife will see, nor fear an envoy sent by me. Thy valour and thy skill combined, thy resolute and vigorous mind, and King Sugriva's high behest, with joyful hopes inspire my breast. Canto 45. The Departure. Away, away the banner sped, like locusts over the land outspread, to northern realms where rising high, the king of mountains cleaves the sky. Fierce Satyaval with vast array of banner warriors led the way. Far southward, as his lord decreed, wise Hanuman, the wind god's seed, with Angad his swift way pursued, and Tara's warlike multitude. Strong Binata with all his band betook him to the eastern land, and brave Susain in eager quest sped swiftly to the gloomy west. Each banner chieftain sought with speed the quarter of his king decreed, while from his legions rose on high the shout and boast and battle cry. We will restore the dame and beat the robber down beneath our feet. My arm alone shall win the day from Ravan met in single fray. Shall rob the robber of his life and rescue Ram's captive wife. All trembling in her fear and woe, here, comrades, rest, no farther go. For I will vanquish hell, and she shall by this arm again be free. The rooted mountains will I rend, the mightiest trees will break and bend. Earth to her deep foundations cleave, and make the calm sea throb and heave. 100 leagues from steep to steep, in desperate bound my feet shall leap. My steps shall tread unchecked and free, through woods, over land and hill and sea. Range as they list from flood to fell, and wander through the depths of hell. End of Cantos 43, 44, and 45. Cantos 46 to 48 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 46. Sugriva's Tale. How, King, cried Rama, didst thou gain thy lore of sea and hill and plain? I told thee how, Sugriva said, from Bali's arm my Avi fled to Malaya's hill and strove to save his life by hiding in the cave. I told how Bali sought to kill his foe, the hollow of the hill. Nor need I, King, again unfold the wondrous tale already told. Then wandering forth my way I took, by many a town and wood and brook. I roamed the earth from place to place, till like a mirror's polished face, the whole broad disk that lies between its farthest bounds mine eyes had seen. I wandered first to eastern skies, where fairest trees rejoiced mine eyes, and many a cave and wooded hill, where lilies robed the lake and rill. There metal dyes that hill adorn, when springs the sun to light the morn. There too I viewed the milky sea, where nymphs of heaven delight to be. Then to the south I made my way, from regions of the rising day, and roamed over Vindhya, where the breeze is odorous of sandal trees. Still in my fear I found no rest. I sought the regions of the west, and gazed on Asta, where the sun sinks when his daily course is run. Then from the noblest hill I fled, and to the northern country sped, saw Himavan and Meru steep, and stood beside the northern deep. But when by Bali's might oppressed, even in those wilds I could not rest, came Hanuman, the wise and brave, and thus his prudent counsel gave. I told thee how Matanga caused thy tyrant that his head should burst in pieces should he dare invade the precincts of that tranquil shade. There may we dwell in peace and be from thy oppressor's malice free. We went to Rishamuka's hill, and spent our days secure from ill, where with that curse upon his head the cruel Bali does not tread. Canto 47. The Return. Thus forth in quest of Sita went the legions of King Sugriva sent. To many a distant town they hied, by many a lake and river's side. As their great sovereign's order taught, through valleys, plains, and groves they sought. They toiled unresting through the day, at night upon the ground they lay, where the tall trees whose branches swayed beneath their fruit gave pleasant shade. Then when a weary month was spent, back to Prashravan's hill they went, and stood with faces of despair before their king Sugriva there. Thus, having wandered through the east, great Bhinata his labours ceased, and weary of the fruitless pain, returned to meet the king again. Brave Satavali to the north had led his banner regions forth. Now to Sugriva he sped, with all his host dispirited. Sushane the western realms had sought, and homeward now his legions brought. All to Sugriva came, where still he sat with Rama on the hill, before their sovereign humbly bent, and thus addressed him reverent. On every hill our steps have been, by wood and cave and deep ravine, and all the wandering brooks we know, throughout the land that seaward flow. Our feet by thy command have traced the tangled thicket and the waste, and dens and dingles hard to pass, for creeping plants and matted grass. Well have we searched with toil and pain, and monstrous creatures have we slain. But Hanuman of noblest mind, the mighty lady yet will find, for to his quarter of the sky the robber fiend was seen to fly. Canto 48. The Asur's Death. But Hanuman still onward pressed, with Tara, Angad, and rest. Through Vindhya's pathless glens he sped, and left no spot unvisited. He gazed from every mountain height, he sought each cavern dark as night, and wandered through the bloomy shade, by pool and river and cascade. But, though they sought in every place of Sita, yet they found no trace. On fruit and woodland berries fed, through many a lonely wild they sped, and reached at last, untouched by fear, a desert terrible and drear, a fruitless waste, a land of gloom, where trees were bare of leaf and bloom, where every scanty stream was dried, and niggard aught her roots denied. No elephants through all the ground, no buffaloes or deer are found. There roams no tiger, pard, or bear, no creature of the wood is there. No bird displays his glittering wings, no tree, no shrub, no creeper springs. There rise no lilies from the flood, resplendent with their flower and bud, where the delighted bees may throng about the fragrance with their song. There lived a hermit Kandu named, for truth and wealth of penance famed, whom fervent chill and holy rite had dowered with all-surpassing might. His little son, a 10-year child, so chanced it, perished in the wild. His death with fury stirred the sage, who caused the forest in his rays, doomed from the tower to shelter none, a waste for bird and beast to shun. They searched by every forest edge, they searched each cave and mountain ledge, and thickets whence the water fell, wandering through the tangled dell. Striving to do Sugriva's will, they roamed along each leafy rill. But vain were all endeavours, vain the careful search, the toil and pain. Through one dark grove they scarce could wend, so thick were creepers intertwined. There as they struggled through the wood, before their eyes an Asur stood. High as a towering hill his pride the very gods in heaven defied. When on the fiend their glances fell, each braced him for the combat well. The demon raised his arm on high, and rushed upon them with a cry. Him Angad smote, for sure he thought this was the fiend they long had sought. From his huge mouth by Angad felled, the blood in rushing torrents welled. As like a mountain from his base, uptorn, he dropped upon his face. Thus fell the mighty fiend, and they through the thick wood pursued their way. Then, weary with the toil, reclined, where leafy boughs to shade them twined. End of Cantos 46, 47, and 48. Cantos 49 to 51 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 49. Angad's Speech. Then Angad spake, We Vanars well have searched each valley, cave, and dell, and hill and brook and dark recess, and tangled wood and wilderness. But all in vain, no eye has seen the rover or the Maytel queen. A dreary time has passed away, and stern is he we all obey. Come, cast your grief and slaughter aside, again be every effort tried, so haply may our toil attain the sweet success that follows pain. Laborious effort, toil, and skill, the firm resolve, the constant will, secure at last the ends we seek. Hence, O my friends, I boldly speak. Once more then, noble hearts, once more, let us today this wood explore, and languor and despair subdued, purchase success with toil renewed. Sugriva is a king austere, and Rama's wrath we needs must fear. Come, Vanars, yet think it wise, and do the thing that I advise. The Gandhamadan thus replied, with lips that toil and thirst had dried. Obey his words, for wise and true is all that he has counselled you. Come, let your hosts their toil renew, and search each grove and desert through, each towering hill and forest glade, by lake and brook and wide cascade, till every spot, as our great Lord commanded, be again explored. Uprose the Vanars one and all, obedient to the chieftain's call, and over the southern regions sped, where Vindhya's tangled forests spread. They clomb that hill that towers on high, like a huge cloud in autumn sky, where many a cavern yawns, and streaks of radiant silver deck the peaks. In eager search they wandered through the forests where the lote trees grew, where the dark leaves were thick and green, but found not Rama's darling queen. Then, faint with toil, their hearts depressed, descending from the mountain's crest, their weary limbs awhile to ease, they lay beneath the spreading trees. Canto 50. The Enchanted Cave. Angad and Tara by his side, again rose Hanuman, and tried each mountain cavern dark and deep, and stony pass and wooded steep, the lion's and the tiger's home, by rushing torrents white with foam. Then with new ardour, south and west, over Vindhya's height the search they pressed. The day prescribed was near, and they still wandered on their weary way. They reached the southern land beset with woody mountains like a net. At length a mighty cave they spied, that opened in the mountain's side, where many a verdant creeper grew, and over the mouth its tendrils threw. Thence issued crane and swan and drake, and trooping birds that loved the lake. The Vanars rushed within to cool their fevered lips in spring or pool. Vast was the cavern, dark and dread, where not a ray of light was shed. Yet not the more their eyesight failed, their courage sank or valour quailed. On through the gloom the Vanars pressed, with hunger, thirst, and toil distressed. Poor helpless wanderers, sad, forlorn, with wasted faces wan and worn. At length, when life seemed lost for aye, they saw a splendour as of day, a wondrous forest, fair and bright, where golden trees shot flaming light, and lotus-covered pools were there, with pleasant waters fresh and fair, and streams their rippling currents rolled, by seats of silver and of gold. Fair houses reared their stately height, of burnished gold and ledulite, and glorious was the lustre thrown through lattices of precious stone. And there were flowers and fruit on stems, of coral decked with rarest gems, and emerald leaves on silver trees, and honeycomb and golden bees. Then as the banners nearer drew, a holy woman met their view. Around her form was duly tied a garment of the black deer's hide. Pure votaress, she shone with light of fervent chill and holy rite. Then Hanuman before the rest, with reverent words the dame addressed. Who art thou, say, and who is lord of this vast cave with treasures stored? Canto 51. Swayamprava. Assailed by thirst and hunger, dame, within a gloomy vault we came. We saw the cavern opening wide, and straight within its depths we hide. But utterly amazed are we at all the marvels that we see. Whose are the golden trees that gleam with splendor like the morning's beam? These cates of noblest sort, these roots, this wondrous store of rarest fruits. Whose are these calm and cool retreats, these silver homes and golden seats, and lattices of precious stones? Who is the happy lord that owns the golden trees of rarest scent, knit loads of fruit and blossom bent? Who, strong in holy chill, had power to deck the streams with richest dower, and bade the lilies bright with gold the glory of their blooms unfold, where fish in living gold below the sheen of changing colours show. Thine is the holy power, I ween, that beautified the wondrous scene. But if another's, lady, deign to tell us and the whole explain. To him the lady of the cave in words like these her answer gave. Skilled Maya framed in days of old this magic wood of growing gold. The chief artificer in place was he of all the Dana race. He for his wise enchantments famed, this glorious dwelling planned and framed. He for 1,000 years endured the sternest penance and secured from Brahma of all boons the best, the knowledge Ushanas purchased. Lord by that boon of all his will, he fashioned all with perfect skill, and with his blissful state content, in this vast grove a season spent. By Indra's jealous bolt he fell, for loving Hema's charms too well, and Brahma on that nymph bestowed the treasures of this fair abode, wherein her tranquil days to spend, in happiness that never may end. Sprung of a lineage old and high, Medusavadani's daughter I, God over that heavenly dame, this home Swayamprava my name. For I have loved a lady long, so skilled in arts of dance and song. But say what course your steps has led the mages of this grove to tread. How strangers did ye chance to spy the wood concealed from wanderer's eye? Tell clearly why ye come, but first eat of this fruit and quench your thirst. End of Cantos 49, 50 and 51. Cantos 52 to 54 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 52. The Exit. Rama, he cried, a prince whose sway all peoples of the earth obey, to Dandak's tangled forest came, with his brave brother and his dame. From the dark shade of forest boughs, the giant Ravan stole his spouse. Our king Sugriva's orders send, these banners forth to aid his friend, that so the lady be restored, uninjured, to her sorrowing lord. With Angad and the rest, this band has wandered through the southern land, with careful search in every place, the lady and the fiend to trace. We roamed the southern region over, and stood upon the ocean shore. By hunger pressed, our strength gave way, beneath the spreading trees we lay, and cried, worn out of toil and woe, no farther, comrades, can we go. Then, as our sad eyes looked around, we spied an opening in the ground, where all was gloomy dark behind, the creeping plants that over it twined. Forth trooping from the dark recess came swans and mallards numberless, with drops upon their shining wings, as newly bathed where water springs. On, comrades, to the cave, I cried, and all within the portal hide, each clasping fast another's hand. Far onward pressed the banner band, and still, as thirst and hunger drove, we traced the mages of the grove. Here thou, with hospitable care, hast fed us with the noblest fare, preserving us about to die with this thy plentiful supply. But how, O pious lady, say, may we thy gracious boon repay? He ceased. The ascetic dame replied, well, banners, am I satisfied. A life of holy works I lead, and from your hands no service need. Then spake again the banner chief, we came to thee and found relief. Now listen to a new distress, and aid us, holy votaress. Our wanderings in this vasty cave exhaust the time Sugriva gave. Once more then, lady, grant release, and let thy suppliants go in peace. Again upon the errand sped, for King Sugriva's ire we dread, and the great task our sovereign set, alas, is unaccomplished yet. Thus Hanuman their leader prayed, and thus the dame her answer made. Scarce may the living find their way, returning hence to light of day. But I will free you through the might of penance, fast, and holy rite. Close for a while your eyes, and never may you return to upper air. She ceased, the banners all obeyed, their fingers on their eyes they laid, and ere a moment's time had fled, where through the mazy cavern led, again the gracious lady spoke, and joy in every bosom woke. Lo! Here again is Vindhya's hill, whose valleys trees and creepers fill, and by the margin of the sea, Prasravan, where you fain would be. With blessings then she bade adieu, and swift within the cave withdrew. Canto 53. Angad's Counsel. They looked upon the boundless main, the awful seat of Varun's reign, and heard his waters roar and rave, terrific with each crested wave. Then in the depths of sorrow drowned, they sat upon the bosky ground, and sadly as they pondered grieved, for days gone by and not achieved. Pain pierced them through with sharper sting, when gazing on the trees of spring, they saw each waving bough that showed the treasures of its glorious load, and helpless, fainting with the weight of woe, they sank disconsolate. Then lion-shouldered, stout and strong, the noblest of the banner throng, Angad, the Prince Imperial, rose, and, deeply stricken by the woes that his impetuous spirit broke, thus gently to the chieftain spoke.
Mark ye not, banners, that the day our monarch fixed has passed away. The month is lost in toil and pain, and now, my friends, what hopes remain? On you, in law of counsel tried, our King Sugriva most relied. Your hearts with strong affection fraught, his will in every labour sought, and the true valour of your band was blazoned wide in every land. Forth on the toilsome search you sped, by me, for so he willed it, led. To us of every hope bereft, that is the only refuge left. For none a happy life may see, who fails to do our King's decree. Come, let us all from food abstain, and perish thus, since hope is vain. Stern is our King, and swift to ire, imperious, proud, and fierce like fire, and never will pardon us the crime, our fruitless search and wasted time. Far better thus to end our lives, and leave our wealth, our homes and wives, leave our dear little ones and all, than by his vengeful hand to fall. Think not Sugriva's wrath will spare me, Bali's son, imperial heir, for Raghu's royal son, not he, to his high place anointed me. Sugriva, long my bitter foe, with eager hand will strike the blow, and mindful of the old offence, will slay me now for negligence. Nor will my pitying friends have power to save me in the deadly hour. No, here, O chieftains, will I lie by ocean's marge, and fast and die. They heard the royal prince declare the purpose of his fixed despair, and all by common terror moved, his speech in these sad words approved. Sugriva's heart is hard and stern, and Rama's thoughts for Sita yearn. Our forfeit lives will surely pay for idle search and long delay, and our fierce king will bid us die, the favour of his friend to buy. Then Tara softly spake to cheer the banners' hearts oppressed by fear. Despair no more, your doubts dispel. Come in this ample cavern dwell. There may we live in blissful ease, mid springs and fruit and bloomy trees, secure from every foe's assault, for magic framed the wondrous vault. Protected there we need not fear, though Rama and our king come near, nor dread even him who batters down the portals of the foeman's town. Canto 54. Hanuman's Speech. But Hanuman, while Tara, best of splendid chiefs, his thought expressed, perceived that Bali's princely son a kingdom for himself had won. His keen eye marked in him combined the warrior's arm, the ruler's mind, and every noble gift should grace the happy sovereign of his race. Marked how he grew with ripening age, more glorious and bold and sage, like the young moon that night by night shines on with ever-waxing light. Brave as his royal father, wise as he who counsels in disguise, marked how, fore-wearied with the quest, he needed not his liege's haste, but Tara's every word obeyed, like Indra still by Sukra swayed. Then with his prudent speech he tried to better thoughts the prince to guide, and by division's skilful art the banners and the youth to part. Illustrious Angad, thou in fight hast far surpassed thy father's might, most worthy, like thy sire of old, the empire of our race to hold. The banners fickle people range from wish to wish and welcome change. Their wives and babes they will not leave, and to their new-made sovereign cleave. No art, no gifts will draw away the banners from Sugriva's sway. Through hope of wealth, through fear of pain, still faithful will they all remain. Thou fondly hopest in this cave the vengeance of the foe to brave. But Lakshman's arm a shower will send of deadly shafts those walls to rend. Like Indra's bolts his shafts have power to cleave the mountain like a flower. O Angad, mark my counsel well. If in this cave thou choose to dwell, these banner hosts with one accord will quit thee for their lawful lord, and turn again with thirsty eyes to wife and babe and all they prize. Thou in the lonely cavern left, of followers and friends bereft, will be in all thy woe, alas, weak as a blade of trembling grass. And Lakshman's arrows, keen and fierce, from his strong bow thy heart will pierce. But if in lowly reverence meek Sugriva's court with us thou seek, he as thy birth demands will share the kingdom with the royal heir. Thy loving kinsman, true and wise, looks on thee still with favouring eyes. Firm in his promise, pure is he, and never will vex or injure thee. He loves thy mother, lives for her, a faithful friend and worshipper. That mother's love thou mayst not spurn, her only child, return, return. End of Cantos 52, 53, and 54. Cantos 55 to 57 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 55. Angad's Reply. What truth or justice canst thou find, cried Angad, in Sugriva's mind? Where is his high and generous soul, his purity and self-control? How is he worthy of our trust, righteous and true and wise and just, who, shrinking not from sin and shame, does take his living brother's dame? Who, when in stress of mortal strife, his noble brother fought for life, against the valiant warrior barred the portal which he stood to guard? Can he be grateful, he who took the hand of Rama and forsook that friend who saved him in his woes, to whom his life and fame he owes? Ah no, his heart is cold and mean, what bids him search for Rama's queen? Not honour's law, not friendship's debt, but angry Lakshman's timely tread. No prudent heart will ever place its trust in one so false and base, who heeds not friendship, kith or kin, who scorns the law and cleaves to sin. But true or false, whatever he be, one consequence I clearly see. Me in my youth anointed heir, against his wish he will not spare, but strike with eager hand the blow that rids him of a household foe. Shall I, of power and friends despoiled, in all my purpose crossed and foiled, shall I Kiskindha seek and wait, like some poor helpless thing, my fate? The cruel wretch, through lust of sway, will seize upon his hapless prey, and to a prison's secret gloom the remnant of my years will doom. It is better far to fast and die, than hopeless bound in chains to lie. Your steps, O banners, homeward bend, and leave me here my life to end. Better to die of hunger here, than meet at home the fate I fear. Go bow you at Sugriva's feet, and in my name the monarch greet. Before the sons of Raghu bend, and give the greeting that I send. Greet kindly Ruma too, for she his son's affection claims from me, and gently calm with friendly care my mother Tara's wild despair. Or when she hears her darling's fate, the queen will die disconsolate. Thus Angad bade the chiefs adieu, then on the ground his limbs he threw, where sacred darva grass was spread,
and wept as every hope had fled. The moving words of Angad drew down aged cheeks the piteous dew, and as the chieftain's eyes grew dim, they swore to stay and die with him. On holy grass, whose every blade was duly pointing southward laid, the banners set them down and bent their faces to the Orient, while, "Here, O comrades, let us die with Angad," was the general cry. Canto 56. Sampati. Then came the vulture's mighty king, where sat the banners soaring. Sampati, best of birds that fly on sounding pinions through the sky. Jatayu's brother, famed of old, most glorious and strong and bold. Upon the slope of Bindal's hill he saw the banners calm and still. These words he uttered while the sight filled his fierce spirit with delight. Behold, how fate with changeless laws within his toils the sinner draws, and brings me, after long delay, a rich and noble feast today. These banners who are doomed to die, my hungry maw to satisfy. He spoke no more, and Angad heard the menace of the mighty bird, and thus, while anguish filled his breast, the noble Hanuman addressed. Vivaswat's son has sought this place for vengeance on the banner race. See, Yama, wrath for Sita's sake, is come our guilty lives to take. Our king's decree is left undone, and not achieved for Raghu's son. In duty have we failed, and hence comes punishment for dire offence. Have we not heard the marvels wrought by King Jatayus, how he fought with Ravan's might, and nobly brave perished the Metal Queen to save? There is no living creature, none, but loves to die for Raghu's son, and in long toils and dangers we have placed our lives in jeopardy. Blessed is Jatayus, he who gave his life the Metal Queen to save, and proved his love for Rama well, when by the giant's hand he fell. Now raised to bliss and high renown, he fears not fierce Sugriva's frown. Alas, alas, what misery spring from that rash promise of the king! His own sad death and Rama sent, with Lakshman fought to banishment. The Metal lady borne away, Jatayu slain in mortal fray, the fall of Bali when the dart of Rama quivered in his heart. And after toil and pain and care, our misery and deep despair. He ceased, the feathered monarch heard, his heart with ruth and wonder stirred. Whose is that voice, the vulture cried, that tells me how Jatayus died, and shakes my inmost soul with woe for a loved brother's overthrow? After long days at length I hear the glorious name of one so dear. Once more, O banner chieftains, tell how King Jatayus fought and fell. But first your aid I pray you'll lend, and from this peak will I descend. The sun has burnt my wings, and I no longer have the power to fly. Canto 57. Angad's Speech. Though grief and woe his utterance broke, they trusted not the words he spoke, but, looking still for a secret guile, reflected in their hearts a while. If on our mangled limbs he feed, we gain the death ourselves decreed. Then rose the banner chiefs and lent their arms to aid the bird's descent, and Angad spoke. There lived of yore a noble banner king who bore the name of Riksharajas great, and brave and strong and fortunate. His sons were like their father, Fame knows Bali and Sugriva's name. Praised in all lands, a glorious king was Bali, and from him I spring.
Brave Rama, Dasarath's heir, a glorious prince beyond compare, his sire and duty's law obeyed, and sought the depths of Dandak shade. Sita, his well-beloved dame, and Lakshman with the wanderer came. A giant watched his tour and stole the sweet delight of Rama's soul. Jatayus, Dasarath's friend, swift succor to the dame would lend. Fierce Ravan from his car he felled, and for a time the prize withheld. But bleeding, weak with years and tired, beneath the demon's blows expired. Due rights at Rama's hands obtained, and bliss that never shall minish gained. Then Rama with Sugriva made a covenant for mutual aid, and Bali to the field defied, by conquering Rama's arrow died. Sugriva then by Rama's grace was monarch of the banner race. By his command a mighty host seeks Rama's queen from coast to coast. Sent forth by him in every spot, we looked for her, but find her not. Vain is the toil, as though by night we sought to find the day god's light. In lands unknown at length we found a spacious cavern underground, whose vaults that stretch beneath the hill were formed by Maya's magic skill. Through the dark maze our steps were bent, and wandering there a month we spent, and lost in fruitless error thus the days our king allotted us. Thus we, though faithful, have transgressed, and failed to keep our Lord's behest. No chance of safety can we see, no lingering hope of life have we. Sugriva's wrath and Rama's hate press on our souls with grievous weight, and we, because it is vain to fly, resolve at length to fast and die. End of Cantos 55, 56, and 57. Cantos 58 to 60 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Rolf T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 58, Tidings of Sita. The piteous tears his eye bedewed, as does his speech the bard renewed. Alas, my brother, slain in fight by Ravan's unregistered might! I, old and wingless, weak and worn, over his sad fate can only mourn. Fled is my youth in life's decline, my former strength no more is mine. Once on the day when Vritra died, we brothers in ambitious pride sought, mounting with adventurous flight, the day God garlanded with light. On, ever on, we oused our way, where fields of ether round us lay, till, by the fervent heat assailed, my brother's pinions flagged and failed. I marked his sinking strength, and spread my stronger wings to screen his head, till, all my feeders burnt away, on Vindhya's hill I fell and lay. There, in my lone and helpless state, I heard not of my brother's fate. Thus King Sampati spoke and sighed, and royal Angad thus replied: If, brother of Jatayus, thou hast heard the tale I told but now, obedient to mine earnest prayer, the dwelling of that fiend declare. I'll say where cursed Ravan dwells, whom folly to his death impels. He ceased. Again Sampati spoke, and hope in every breast awoke. Though lost my wings and strength decayed, yet shall my words lend Rama aid. I know the worlds where Vishnu trod, I know the realm of ocean's god, how Asurs fought with heavenly foes, and Amrit from the churning rose. A mighty task before me lies, to prosper Rama's enterprise. a task too hard for one whom length of days has rifled of his strength. I saw the cruel Ravan bear a gentle lady through the air. Bright was her form, and fresh and young, and sparkling gems about her hung. "O Rama, Rama!" cried the dame, and shrieked in terror Lakshman's name, as, struggling in the giant's hold, she dropped her gauds of gems and gold. Like sunlight on a mountain shone the silken garments she had on, and glistened over his swarthy form a lightning flashes through the storm. That giant Ravan, famed of old, is brother of the Lord of Gold. The southern ocean roars and swells round Lanka, where the robber dwells. In his fair city nobly planned, and built by Visvakarma's hand, within his bower securely barred, with monsters round her for a guard, still in her silken vesture clad, lies Sita, and her heart is sad. 100 leagues your course must be, beyond this margin of the sea. Still to the south your way pursue, and there the giant Ravan view. Then up, O banners, and away, for by my heavenly law I say, there will you see the lady's face, and hither soon your steps retrace. In the first field of air are born the doves and birds that feed on corn. The second field supports the crows, and birds whose food on branches grows. Along the third, in balanced flight, sail the keen osprey and the kite. Swift through the fourth the falcon springs, the fifth the slower vulture wings. Up to the sixth the gay swans rise, where Rel Baitania flies. We too, O chieftains of vulture race, our line from Vinata may trace, condemned because we wrought a deed of shame on flesh and blood to feed. But all Supernal's wondrous powers and length of keenest sight are ours, that we 100 leagues away through fields of air descry our prey. Now from this part my gazing eye can Ravan and the dame descry, devise some plan to overleap this barrier of the briny deep. Find the Bidihan lady there, and joyous to your home repair. Me too, O banners, to the side of Varun's home the ocean guide, where due libations shall be paid to my great-hearted brother's shade. Canto 59. Sampati's Story. They heard his counsel to the close, then swiftly to their feet they rose, and Jambavan with joyous breast the vulture king again addressed. Where is Sita, who has seen, who borne away the Mythal queen, who the lightning flight would stand by Lakshman's hand? Again Sampati spoke to cheer the banners as they bent to hear. Now listen, and my words shall show what of the Mythal dame I know, and in what distant prison lies the lady of the long dark eyes. Scorched by the fiery god of day, high on this mighty hill I lay. A long and weary time had passed, and strength and life were falling fast. Yet, ere the breath had left my frame, my son, my dear Samparsha, came. Each morn and eve he brought me food, and filial care my life renewed. But serpents still are swift to ire, Gandharva slaves to soft desire, and we imperial vultures need a full supply our mouths to feed. Once he turned at close of day, stood by my side, but brought no prey. He looked upon my ravenous eye, heard my complaint, and made reply. Borne on swift wings ere day was light, I stood upon Mahendra's height, and far below the sea I viewed, and birds in countless multitude. Before mine eyes a giant flew, whose monstrous form was dark of hue, and struggling in his grasp was borne a lady radiant as the morn. Swift to the south his course he bent, and cleft the yielding element. The holy spirits of the air came round me as I marvelled there, and cried as their bright legions met, "O say, is Sita living yet?" Thus cried the saints, and told the name of him who holds the struggling dame. Then while mine eye with eager look pursued the path the robber took, I marked the lady's streaming hair, and heard her cry of wild despair. I saw her silken vesture rent, and stripped off every ornament. Thus, O my Father, fled the time. Forgive, I pray, the heedless crime. In vain the mournful tale I heard, my pitying heart to fury stirred. What could a helpless bard of air, reft of his boasted pinions, dare? Yet can I aid with all that will, and words can do, and friendly skill. Canto 60. Sampati's Story. Then from the flood Sampati paid due offerings to his brother's shade. He bade him when the rites were done, and spake again to Bali's son. Now listen, prince, while I relate how first I learnt the lady's fate. Burnt by the sun's resistless might, I fell and lay on Bintia's height. 7 nights in deadly swoon I passed, but struggling life returned at last. Around I bent my wondering view, but every spot was strange and near. I scanned the sea with eager ken, and rock and brook and lake and glen. I saw gay trees their branches wave, and creepers mantling over the cave. I heard the wild birds' joyous song, and waters as they foamed along. And I knew the lovely hill must be Mount Bintia by the southern sea. Revered by heavenly beings stood, near where I lay, a sacred wood, where great Niskar dwelt of yore, and pains of awful penance bore. 8,000 seasons winged their flight over the toiling anchorite. Upon that hill my days were spent, and then to heaven the hermit went. At last, with long and hard essay, down from that height I made my way, and wended through the mountain pass, rough with the spikes of Darva grass. I, with my misery worn and faint, was eager to behold the saint, for often with Jatayu's eye had sought his home in days gone by. As nearer to the grove I drew, the breeze with cooling fragrance blew, and not a tree that was not fair, with richest flower and fruit was there. With anxious heart a while I stayed beneath the tree's delightful shade, and soon the holy hermit, bright with fervent penance, came in sight. Behind him bears and lions tame, as those who know their feeder, came, and tigers, deer, and snakes pursued his steps, a wondrous multitude. And turned obeisant when the sage had reached his shady hermitage. Then came Niskar to my side, and looked with wondering eyes, and cried, "I knew thee not, so dire a change has made thy form and feeder strange. Where are thy glossy feathers, where the rapid wings that cleft the air?" 2 vulture brothers once I knew, each form at will could they endear. They of the vulture race were kings, and flew with Matarishwa's wings. In human shape they loved to greet their hermit friend, and clasp his feet. The younger was Jatayus, thou, the elder whom I gaze on now. Say, has disease of woman's hate reduced thee from thy high estate? End of Cantos 58, 59, and 60. Cantos 61 to 63 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 61, Sampati's Story. Ah me, overwhelmed with shame and weak, with wounds, I cried, I scarce can speak. My hapless brother once and I, our strength of flight resolved to try, and by our foolish pride impelled, our way through realms of ether held. We vowed before the saints who tread the wilds about Kailasha's head, that we with following wings would chase the swift sun to his resting place. Up on our soaring pinions through the fields of cloudless air we flew. Beneath us far and far away, like chariot wheels bright cities lay, whence in wild snatches rose the song of women mid the gay-clad throng, with sounds of sweetest music blent, and many a tinkling ornament. Then as our rapid wings we strained, the pathway of the sun we gained. Beneath us all the earth was seen, clad in her garb of tender green, and every river in her bed meandered like a silver thread. We looked on Meru far below, and Vindhya and the Lord of Snow, like elephants that bend to cool their fever in a lilied pool. But fervent heat and toil overcame the vigour of each yielding frame. Our very hearts began to quail, and wildered sense to reel and fail. We knew not, fainting and distressed, the north or south, or east or west. With a great strain mine eyes I turned, where the fierce sun before me burned, and seemed to my astonished eyes the equal of the earth in size. At length overpowered, Jatayus fell, without a word to say farewell. And when to earth I saw him high, I followed headlong from the sky. With sheltering wings I intervened, and from the sun his body screened. But lost, for heedless folly doomed, my pinions which the heat consumed. In Jonaston I hear them say, my hapless brother fell and lay. I, pinionless and faint and weak, dropped upon Vindhya's woody peak. Now with my swift wings borne away, reft of my brother and my sway, from this tall mountain's summit I will cast me headlong down and die. Canto 62, Sampati's Story. As to the saint I thus complained, my bitter tears fell unrestrained. He pondered for a while, then broke the silence and thus calmly spoke. Forth from thy sides again shall spring, O royal bird, each withered wing, and all thine ancient power and might return to thee with strength of sight. A noble deed has been foretold, in prophecy pronounced of old, nor dark to me are future things, seen by the light which penance brings. A glorious king shall rise and reign, the pride of old Ikshaku's train. A good and valiant prince, his heir, shall the dear name of Rama bear. With his brave brother Lakshman he, an exile in the woods, shall be, where Ravan, whom no god may slay, shall steal his darling wife away. In vain the captive will be wooed with proffered love and dainty food. She will not hear, she will not taste, but lest her beauty wane and waste, Lord Indra's self will come to her, with heavenly food and minister. Then envoys of the banner race, by Rama sent, will seek this place. To them, O roamer of the air, the lady's fate shalt thou declare. Thou must not move, so maimed thou art, thou canst not from this spot depart. Await the day and moment due, and thy bond wings will sprout anew. I might this day the boon bestow, and bid again thy pinions grow, but wait until thy saving deed the nations from their fear have freed. Then for this glorious aid of thine, the princes of Ikshaku's line, and gods above and saints below, eternal gratitude shall owe. Fain would mine azed eyes behold that pair of whom my lips have told, yet wearied here I must not stay, but leave my frame and pass away. Canto 63. Sampati's Story. With this and many a speech beside, my failing heart he fortified, with glorious hope my breast inspired, and to his holy home retired. I scaled the mountain height to view the region round and looked for you. In ceaseless watchings night and day, 100 seasons passed away, and by the sage's words consoled, I wait the hour and chance foretold. But since Nisaka sought the skies, and cast away all earthly ties, full many a care and doubt has pressed with grievous weight upon my breast. But for the saint who turned aside my purpose I had surely died. Those hopeful words the hermit spake, that bid me live for Rama's sake, dispel my anguish as the light of lamp and torch dispersed the night. He ceased, and in the banner's view, forth from his side young pinions grew, and boundless rapture filled his breast, as thus the chieftains he addressed. Joy, joy! The pinions which the Lord of day consumed are now restored, through the dear grace and boundless might of that illustrious anchorite. The fire of youth within me burns, and all my wonted strength returns. Onward, ye banners, toil strive, and you shall find the dame alive. Look on these new-found wings and hands, be strong in surest confidence. Swift from the crag he sprang to try his pinions in his native sky. His words the chieftain's doubts had stilled, and every heart with courage filled. End of Cantos 61, 62, and 63. Cantos 64 to 67 of Book 4 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 64. The Sea. Shouts of triumph and joy outrang, as to their feet the banners sprang, and on the mighty task intent, swift to the sea their steps they bent. They stood and gazed upon the deep, whose billows with a roar and leap on the sea banks were wildly hurled, the mirror of the mighty world. There on the strand the banner stayed, and with sad eyes the deep surveyed. Here, as in play, his billows rose, and there he slumbered in repose. Here leapt the boisterous waters high, as mountains menacing the sky, and wild infernal forms between the ridges of the waves were seen. They saw the billows rave and swell, and their sad spirits sank and fell. For ocean in their deep despair seemed boundless as the fields of air. Then noble Angad spake to cheer the banners and dispel their fear. Faint not, despair should never find admittance to a noble mind. Despair, a serpent's mortal bite, benumbs the hero's power and might. Then passed the weary night, and all assembled at their prince's call, and every lord of high estate was gathered round him for debate. Bright was the chieftain's glorious band round Angad on the ocean strand, as when the mighty storm gods meet round Indra on his golden seat. Then princely Angad looked on each, and thus began his prudent speech. What chief of all our host will leap 100 leagues across the deep? Who, O illustrious banners, who will make Sugriva's promise true, and from our weight of fear set free the leaders of our band and me? To whom, O warriors, shall we vow a sweet release from pain and woe, and proud success and happy lives with our dear children and our wives, again permitted by his grace to look with joy on Rama's face, and noble Lakshman and our lord, the king, to our sweet homes restored. Thus to the gathered lords he spoke, but no reply the silence broke. Then with a sterner voice he cried, O chiefs, the nation's boast and pride, whom valour, strength, and power adorn, of most illustrious lineage born, wherever you will, you force a way, and none your rapid course can stay. Now come, your several powers declare, and who this desperate leap will dare? Canto 65. The Council. But none of all the host was found to clear the sea with desperate bound, though each, as Angad bade, declared his proper power and what he dared. Then spake good Jambavan, the sage, chief of them all for reverent age. I, banner chieftains, long ago, limbs light to leap could likewise show, but now on frame and spirit weighs the burden of my length of days. Still task like this I may not slight, when Rama and our king unite. So listen while I tell, O friends, what lingering strength mine age attends. If my poor lip may aught avail, of 90 leagues I will not fail. Far other strength in youth's fresh prime I boasted in the olden time, when at Prahlad's solemn rite I circled in my rapid flight Lord Vishnu, everlasting God, when through the universe he trod. But now my limbs are weak and old, my youth is fled, its fire is cold, and these exhausted nerves to strain in such a task were idle pain. Then Angad due obeisance paid, and to the chief his answer made. Then I, ye noble banners, I myself the mighty leap will try, although perchance the power I lack to leap from Lanka's island back. Thus the impetuous chieftain cried, and Jambavan the sage replied, Whatever thy power and might may be, this task, O prince, is not for thee. Kings go not forth themselves, but send the sovereigns who their best attend. Thou art the darling and the boast, the honoured lord of all the host. In thee the root, O Angad, lies of our appointed enterprise, and thee, on whom our hopes depend, our care must cherish and defend. Then Bali's noble son replied, Needs must I go, whatever betide, for if no chief this exploit dare, what waits us all save blank despair, upon the ground again to lie, in hopeless misery fast and die. For not a hope of life I see, if we neglect our king's decree. Then spoke the aged chief again, Nay, our attempt shall not be vain, for to the task we lie inside a chieftain of sufficient might. Canto 66. Hanuman. The chieftain turned his glances where the legions sat in mute despair, and then to Hanuman, the best of banner lords,
these words addressed. Why still and silent and apart, O hero of the dauntless heart? Thou keepest treasured in thy mind the laws that rule the banner kind. Strong as our King Sugriva, brave as Rama's self to slay or save. Through every land thy praise is heard, famous as that illustrious bird, Arishtanemi's son, the king of every fowl that plies the wing. Oft have I seen the monarch sweep with sounding pinions over the deep, and in his mighty talons bear huge serpents struggling through the air. Thy arms, O hero, match in might the ample wings he spreads for flight, and thou with him mayst well compare in power to do, in heart to dare. Why rich in wisdom, power, and skill, O hero, art thou lingering still? And Apsaras the fairest found, of nymphs for heavenly charms renowned. Sweet Punjikasthala became a noble Bana's wedded dame. Her heavenly title heard no more, Anjana was the name she bore. When cursed by gods from heaven she fell, in Bana form on earth to dwell. Newborn in mortal shape the child of Kunja, monarch of the wild. In youthful beauty wondrous fair, a crown of flowers about her hair. In silken robes of richest dye, she roamed the hills that kissed the sky. Once in her tinted garments dressed, she stood upon the mountain crest. The god of wind beside her came, and breathed upon the lovely dame. And as he found her robe aside, the wondrous beauty that he eyed, in rounded lines of breast and limb, and neck and shoulder ravished him. And captured by her peerless charms, he strained her in his amorous arms. Then to the eager god she cried, in trembling accents terrified, whose impious love has wronged the spouse, so constant in her nuptial vows. He heard, and thus his answer made, O be not troubled, nor afraid, but trust, and thou shalt know ere long, my love has done thee, sweet, no wrong. So strong and brave and wise shall be the glorious child I gave to thee. Might shall be his that naught can tire, and limbs to spring as springs his sire. Thus spoke the god. The conquered dame rejoiced in heart, nor feared the shame. Down in a cave beneath the earth, the happy mother gave thee birth. Once over the summit of the wood, before thine eyes the new sun stood. Thou sprangest up in haste to seize what seemed the fruitage of the trees. Up leapt the child, a wondrous bound, 300 leagues above the ground. And though the angered day god shot his fierce beams on him, feared him not. Then from the hand of Indra came a red bolt winged with wrath and flame. The child fell smitten on a rock, his cheek was shattered by the shock, named Hanuman thenceforth by all, in memory of the fearful fall. The wandering wind god saw thee lie, with bleeding cheek and drooping eye, and stirred to anger by thy woe, forbade each scented breeze to blow. The breath of all the worlds was stilled, and the sad gods with terror filled, prayed to the wind to calm the ire, and soothe the sorrow of the sire. His fiery wrath no longer glowed, and Brahma's self the boon bestowed, that in the brunt of battle none should slay with steel the wind god's son. Lord Indra, sovereign of the skies, bent on thee all his 1,000 eyes, and swore that never the bolt which he hurls from the heaven should injure thee. It is thine, O mighty chief, to share the wind god's power, his son and heir. Sprung from that glorious father, thou, and thou alone canst aid us now. This art of yore, through all her climes, I circled 21 times, and gathered, as the gods decreed,
great store of herbs from hill and mead, which, scattered over the troubled wave, the Amrit to the toilers gave. But now my days are well nigh told, my strength is gone, my limbs are old, and thou, the bravest and the best, art the sure hope of all the rest. Now, mighty chief, the task essay, thy matchless power and strength display. Rise up, O Prince, our second king, and over the flood of ocean spring. So shall the glorious exploit vie with his who stepped through earth and sky. He spoke, the younger chieftain heard, his soul to vigorous effort steered, and stood before their joyous eyes, dilated in gigantic size. Canto 67. Hanuman's Speech. Soon as his stature they beheld, their fear and sorrow were dispelled, and joyous praises loud and long rang out from all the banner throng. On the great chief their eyes they bent, in rapture and astonishment, as when his conquering foot he raised, the gods upon Narayan gazed. He stood amid the joyous crowd, bent to the chiefs and cried aloud, "The wind god, fire's eternal friend, whose blasts the mountain summits rend, with boundless force that none may stay, takes where he lists his viewless way. Sprung from that glorious Father, I, in power and speed with him may vie. 1,000 times with airy leap can circle loftiest Meru's steep. With my fierce arms can steer the sea, till from their bed the waters flee, and rush at my command to drown this land with grove and tower and town. I through the fields of air can spring, far swifter than the feathered king, and leap before him as he flies on sounding pinions through the skies. I can pursue the Lord of Light, uprising from the eastern height, and reach him ere his course be sped with burning beams and garlanded. I will dry up the mighty main, shatter the rocks and rend the plain. Over earth and ocean will I bound, and every flower that grows on ground and bloom of climbing plants shall show, strewn on the ground, the way I go. Bright as the lustrous path that lies outward the region of the skies, the mighty lady will I find. Thus speaks mine own prophetic mind, and cast in hideous ruin down the shattered walls of Lanka's town. Still on the chief, in rapt surprise, the banner legions bent their eyes, and thus again says Jambavan, addressed the glorious Hanuman: "Son of the wind, thy promise cheers the banner's hearts and calms their fears, who, rescued from their dire distress, with prospering vows thy way will bless. The holy saints their favour lend, and all our chiefs the deed commend, urging thee forward on thy way. Arise then, and the task essay. Thou art our only refuge, we, our lives and all, depend on thee." Then sprang the wind god's son, the best of banners on Mahendra's crest, and the great mountain rocked and swayed, by that unusual weight dismayed, as reels an elephant beneath the lion's spring and rending teeth. The shady wood that crowned him shook, the trembling birds the boughs forsook, and ape and part and lion fled from brake and lair disquieted. End of Cantos 64, 65, 66, and 67. End of Book 4 of the Ramayana by Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith.